There are 6.4 billion internal sensitive robots in the young man's body, and the top martial arts secret skills can be memorized at a glance. Not only that, but the martial arts moves used by others can be mastered by him just by looking at them once. He is the illegitimate son of the leader of the demon sect, and there are 6 major sects in the demon sect. The leader of the demon sect made a nominal covenant with the 6 major sects to marry the women of each sect and give birth to children. The child was raised by the 6 major sects, and she was the 7th son of the sect leader. Now that they have grown up, they are about to enter the most brutal demon pipe in the demon sect. The demon pipeline is a place where the demon sect trains its masters, and it is opened every 10 years. On the way to participate in the assessment, Tianru encountered a killer chasing him. He was rescued by a man dressed in modern clothes when he died. When he woke up again, the abdomen that had been stabbed by the sword had recovered as before. The body was full of some black, viscous liquid, exuding a pungent smell. Just when he was stunned, a voice claiming to be a Neiman robot suddenly appeared in his head. He thought it was the demon god who was talking, so frightened that he jumped out of bed and came directly to the 5-body casting. There is no way for the internal sensitive robot to directly transmit the instructions to his brain in order to make him use it better. The influx of information made him vomit directly, and when he came to his senses, he floated his dizzy head and asked with a look of disbelief, "Do I really have tens of thousands of precision machines in my body?" The inner machine replied, "There are 6.4 billion internal sensitive robots in your body to be exact." At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and it turned out that it was his bodyguard who brought Dr. Bai to probe him. Guard Zhang found him unconscious in the field and brought him back. Dr. Bai put his hand on his pulse, revealing a look of surprise and exclaiming incredible. The next guard asked nervously, "What do you mean by that? Could it be that there is something wrong with child's health?" Dr. Bai said unhurriedly, "On the contrary, the impurities in his body have been eliminated from his body, and his muscles and veins have also been opened, and his body has become the most suitable body for practicing martial arts." Hearing this, I realized that the viscous black liquid on my body before was actually an impurity removed from my body. After Dr. Bai left, Zhang Huwei couldn't stand the smell on his body anymore. Wang said, "Child, you'd better go take a bath first." During the bath, he asked the nanomachine, "You said you could recover your body before, to what extent?" The nanomachine replied, "External damage or damage to internal organs can be repaired immediately, while it takes time to repair the body and blood loss." So he took out a short knife and slashed his palm through it, and then asked the nanobot to repair it. I saw a burst of light from his palm. The wound was slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even though it was seen with the naked eye, his heart was still in disbelief. After taking a shower, he went to the study, picked up a book of exercise cheats, and quickly flipped through it. When he flips through the system to complete, the prompt appears, "The scan is completed and will be transferred to the user's brain, whether to agree or not." Tian Ruming chose to agree without hesitation, and then countless information instantly poured into his mind, and the transfer of information made him feel dizzy again. When he recovered, he tried to think about the contents of the book, and those contents came to his mind. It's not just a simple memorization, but a thorough understanding of the content in the book. At this time, Tianru realized that if he had this ability, he would learn the exercises faster than anyone else in the future, so that he would be more confident to become stronger in the magic channel and survive. The man traveled back to ancient times to become his ancestors and infused him with the most advanced robot. Since then, all the martial arts cheats can be memorized and understood by the system through the system scanning, and they can be mastered directly without learning. With this ability, whether you choose to memorize Chinese texts or mathematical formulas, as fate is to be excited and sleepless all night. Early in the morning, he came to the window, where Zhang Huwei was practicing his short sword technique. Just as he watched Guard Zhang's training engraving, the voice of the machine came, whether to scan Guard Zhang's training movements. Hearing this, Tianru's face was surprised. He didn't expect that in addition to being able to scan martial arts cheats, he could also scan behavioral actions. He gave the order to start the scan, and after about half an hour, The scan was complete, and then the transfer began. With the dizziness of his head, the short sword moves appeared in his mind, and he excitedly picked up the short sword and wanted to try it. I saw that his movements were smooth, and they were exactly the same as Zhang Huwei, who had been practicing for 20 years. But at this moment, a sudden sharp pain came to the muscles of his body, and the severe pain made him sweat coldly, and the muscles and fibers of his body were not trained repeatedly. In this case, the muscles and meridians were damaged by the difficult maneuvers, but the machine was able to reshape the muscles. Heaven had the machine modify his body, and the pain was so intense that he screamed out. At this time, Zhang Huwei was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and he hurried to hear the screams of pain, and Tian Rumming had passed out due to severe pain. Escort Zhang put his hand on his pulse, checked his vital characteristics, and saw that he was in normal physical condition, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Just then he saw the footprints on the floor of the room, and when he looked closely, he saw that it was caused by the pace of short swordsmanship. He showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that child had just watched me train in the past 2 years, and he would catch up with my 20 years of short swordsmanship. As soon as the boy sleeps, his physical strength will catch up with the training of others for 20 years, just because he has 6.4 billion Nami robots in his body. Tianru woke up, and at this time the transformation had been completed, and he picked up the short sword again. And at this time he used the short sword moves more accurately and powerfully, and there was no pain in the muscles. At this moment, Zhang Escort walked in with breakfast, and Tian Rumming took a table casually to block the footprints on the ground. Zhang Huwei saw it and asked suspiciously, "Don't you usually eat by the window?" Tian Rufong smiled awkwardly and was about to enter the demon pavilion, so he wanted to eat inside. As everyone knows, Zhang Huwei has already found footprints in the house, and when he finished breakfast, Zhang Huwei asked, "When did you learn the short sword technique?" Hearing that Tian Ruming still wanted to justify, Zhang Huwei directly lifted the table that was blocked, and when he saw this footprint, he was even more sure that Tian Ruming had mastered the short sword technique, and it was taboo in martial arts to steal other people's martial arts. I thought that Zhang Huwei would blame him, but I didn't expect to directly praise him for his good illness and said, "If it weren't for the agreement with the 6 great sects, you can't practice martial arts. I would have taught you a long time ago." After speaking, he handed him the luck of the internal strength of the short swordsmanship, and at this time, the sky was like a fate with tears in his eyes, and when he took it, the tears could no longer be controlled, and the luck in his hand was wet. Recalled that his mother passed away when he was still young, Zhang Huwei raised him alone, but after he entered the martial arts hall, Zhang Huwei was leaving, and he could only rely on himself in the future, so he had to be strong and couldn't shed any more tears in the future. On the demon sect square, all the sects in the sect gathered here, densely packed with people. At this time, Li Huaming, the left protector of the Yama, appeared on a high place, looking at the people standing below. The front row was very imposing, the sons of the sect leader, but he didn't see the heavens as fate, the son of the same demon sect leader. Others stood at the front of the line in bright clothes and high spirits, but he could only stay in the corner, and he was destined to line up to get the number plate, but he was told that there was no him, and he could only wait on the side. He knew that it must be the people of the 6 great sects who did it. They didn't want him to stand with those sons, they just wanted to embarrass him. And they were also responsible for being hunted down and killed before. Tianru secretly made up his mind that he wanted to become stronger and become unbeatable, and when he got the number plate, the square was already full of people, and then he remembered that it was impossible to stand in front of him, so he had no choice but to stand at the back. At this time, the left protector Li Yinming did not see the sky in the front, and finally saw him in the last row. The horn sounded, the sect leader slowly walked into everyone's field of vision, and the right protector Yi Ming, who was following behind, was tripped by his own clothes, and almost came into close contact with the emperor, and the left protector Li Yiming next to him looked embarrassed. "You came here in tattered clothes, and you were still drunk, and Yi Ming, the right protector, didn't let you go, and asked you to take care of the red-haired monster." At this time, the sect leader's personal guard turned his head and glanced at the two, and the two of them were immediately frightened and silent. At this time, the sect leader Tian Yozong sat on a high seat, just sitting in front of him, and the strong sense of oppression made everyone sweat coldly. Tian Ruming also saw the demon sect master for the first time, only to see his personal guard wave his big hand. Solemn. The originally noisy square instantly quieted down. Tian Yozong slowly got up. Shoulder the future talents of the divine sect. Welcome you to join the martial arts hall. Everyone looked surprised. The distance was so far, but the voice seemed to be in their ears, which showed its profound internal strength. And the sect leader continued, you must practice martial arts here diligently, and finally become the backbone of the divine sect. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the square instantly boiled and shouted loudly, Heavenly Demon God Sect Kianki Ansui. Just as the sect leader was about to leave, the corner of his eye saw the sky like fate, and his indifferent eyes extinguished the last glimmer of hope in his heart. After the sect leader left, Li Yinming, the left protector, spoke again. The magic channel lasted 4 years, and it was divided into 6 stages. Each stage has an advanced assessment, but the advanced assessment can only be challenged once, and those who fail will be eliminated. At this moment, the sons in the first row suddenly raised their hands and said, I have something to say. The boy was given an injection, and since then there have been 6.4 billion nanometers in his body, and the secret skills of martial arts are directly mastered through scanning. Today is the day of the Heavenly Demon God Sect's martial arts pipeline assessment, and he is also a small sect leader, and he can only stand at the back when he is targeted. As soon as the people on the stage finished talking about the assessment requirements, one of the little sect leaders had questions. Li Yiming looked at the man and said with a cold face, Did I let you ask this guy questions? Where has the son of the sect leader received such an insult? He will do it immediately. Li Yiming saw that the little sect leader was not convinced, so he released his momentum. You should know that from the day you joined the martial arts pipeline, the identity and privilege of the little sect leader have been cancelled. Do you want to be eliminated before the competition? Hearing this, he could only bow his head and apologize. He didn't want to be eliminated now. Seeing that he was honestly, Yinming continued. Although there is only one chance to advance the assessment, as long as he passes the assessment, he will get 3 special rewards. The first reward is the Demon Dragon Regiment. Hearing this, the people below began to discuss. The Demon Dragon Regiment is a panacea of teachings, and it can increase the internal strength for 20 years if you absorb it well, and the hope in your heart is ignited when you hear the conversation. He is now in a state of no internal strength. As long as he can pass the 6th level assessment, he can greatly increase his internal strength in a short period of time. At this time, Li Yiming on the stage continued. The second reward is the cheats of the 5 countries. The magic pipe study is divided into 5 layers, and every time you pass a stage of assessment, 1 layer will be open to you. If you perform well, you will have the opportunity to learn the top cheats, and the third reward will give you the corresponding status and power. The little sect leaders also want to start over, get the corresponding position through the assessment, and after listening to the assessment rules of the magic pipe, Tian Ru knows that now he can only pass the test and move forward. Only in this way can he save his life. Li Yiming looked at the noisy people in the square. Okay, the assessment requirements are over. Let's start now. In order to assign the dormitory and the team, the first stage of the assessment will be carried out. And when he heard that this day was like his fate, he was directly dumbfounded. But he didn't expect it to start now. But he didn't have any internal strength. How will he face the first assessment? In ancient times, how cool it was to have a future technological life. Martial arts cheats can be memorized backwards by scanning, and you can learn the moves used by others by looking at them once. Under such a powerful sonic attack, the nanomachine directly helped him block all the sonic waves, and the first stage of the 5-channel assessment began, and the assessment content was the level of internal strength. The reason why the 6 major sects made him swear not to learn internal strength back then. Some people are worried and some people are happy. The little sect leader Tian Wujing has always wanted to kill Tian Rufong. He knows that Tian Ru has no internal strength, and this assessment will definitely be eliminated, so he will not be killed. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked slowly with the pipa in her arms. She was the head of the 5 elders of the Heavenly Demon God Sect, Demon Sect, and she was responsible for the first stage of the assessment. As long as she could pass the assessment in a quarter of an hour under her gong. I saw her holding the pipa in her arms and starting to play. The beautiful sound of the piano turned into a magic sound in everyone's ears. Everyone covered their ears. Their expressions were disgusted, and some people who did not have enough internal strength had begun to fall to the ground. And at this time, The little sect leaders standing in the front row looked calm. But in addition, there is another person who is not affected, and the machine directly helps Tianrafang block the attack of the sound wave. At this time, he does not feel any sense of standing there motionless. Like Yusu saw him standing there well, his expression did not have a trace of pain, and he suddenly felt that his dignity was insulted, and unconsciously the frequency of playing in his hand accelerated. Under this powerful gong, the people in the square fell one after another, and the little sect leaders also suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Hanshi sat down and resisted, but Tianru's fate was still not affected at all, and he didn't even have an uncomfortable expression at all. Now he began to suspect that Tianru had cultivated his internal strength. At this time he was a little crazy, just when he still wanted to increase the power of gong, so a protector stopped him in time. At this time more than half of the people in the square had fallen to the ground, and now the gong has exceeded the assessment requirements. If the power is increased again, how can those people's internal strength be able to resist? Pixel friends also felt that they were a little out of shape. Just after the end of the assessment, Tianrafang spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground. A large amount of blood continued to gush out of his mouth. The ancient boy just obtained the future technology internal sensitive machine. He shattered his internal organs. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. It turned out that all this was arranged by himself. Under such a powerful gong, he was safe and sound without internal force, which was easy to arouse the suspicion of others. So he used the internal sensitivity machine to make his body suffer heavy damage, and the left protector Li Yiming saw that the sky was like fate to vomit blood and fell to the ground, and he appeared beside him in a leap, grabbed a pure internal force from his wrist, and entered it into his body. At this time Li Yiming's expression suddenly became shocked. In this state of affairs just now, he was sure that Tianruming had no internal strength at all, and it was all up to his willpower to persevere until the end. So he arranged for someone to send him to the infirmary, and then on the way to the infirmary, Tianruming asked the internal sensitive machine to repair the damaged internal organs. Li Yiming looked at him with a reproachful face and said, "A little too much for the 5 elders. He had no internal strength at all, and he almost killed people in one step." Since someone did not rely on internal strength only to rely on perseverance to supporting Bobo, Tianruming was sent to the infirmary. Dr. Bai Zongming saw that a patient was sent over, very excited. Today is his first day as the person in charge of the infirmary. There are patients. He is very happy. He put his hand on the pulse of Tianruming, sure that he has suffered an internal injury, but what puzzles him is that the bleeding of this internal injury is too large. So he is ready to acupuncture treatment first. As soon as he walked to the door was opened, and the person who suddenly appeared was so frightened that he was in a hurry, and when he saw that the person who had come recently turned out to be the right protector Yiming, he walked to the bed of Tianruming and said gloomily, "Why is he pretending to be asleep?" And he didn't react when he saw Tianruming, and he raised his palm, and he helped Tianruming up from the bed through internal force, and Tianruming felt like his body was bound by an invisible force at this time, and he couldn't move. The right protector Yiming continued, "If you continue to pretend to be asleep, I will slap you in the face." Hearing this day, he suddenly opened his eyes. "How do you know?" Seeing this Yiming, he laughed loudly. "Boy, you are really different, and you are not panicked at all when you see me. There are not many children with perseverance like you." When the words fell, Tianruming spit out a mouthful of blood. Yiming gradually grew stronger, and a pure internal force was input into his body. Tianruming suddenly felt much more comfortable, and seeing his health improve, Yiming continued, "Boy, I will accept you as an apprentice. This man has to drink 800 caddies of wine every day, and it must be made by a beautiful woman who chews and ferments it with her mouth. This person is Yiming, the right protector of the heavenly demon god sect. He wants to accept Tianru's fate as an apprentice, and Tianru's fate is worried that this person has other purposes, knowing that he has a festival with the 6 major sects, but he still wants to accept him as a disciple. He is worried that it is a trap and hesitates to agree." Seeing that Tianrafang didn't speak, the right protector Yiming took out a piece of paper from his arms, snapped it and slapped it on the head of his bed. "You kid was sent to the infirmary as soon as he entered the magic pipe, and he will stay here for 14 days. Do you know why those people were also injured, but they were not sent to the infirmary?" When I heard this fate, I realized that so many people in the square were injured and fell to the ground before, and he was indeed the only one who was sent to the infirmary. Yi Ming saw that Tianru's heart was a little shaken and said, "That's because they can heal their internal injuries with luck, and you don't even have bad internal strength, and it is impossible to heal internal injuries in a short time." Tian Rufong thought inwardly with a disdainful face, who said, "It is impossible. I have an internal sensitivity machine, and it will be cured in a few hours, but in order to avoid the suspicion of others, I still have to stay here for 14 days. At this time, he thought of the piece of paper at the head of the bed. So he opened his mouth and asked, "Is that piece of paper an internal strength method?" Yi Ming said proudly, "That's right. That's the internal strength of this protector. If you kid becomes a disciple of this protector, I will immediately start teaching you the internal strength of the heart." At this time, after weighing the pros and cons, Tian Rumming knelt down directly, snorted and kowtowed and said loudly, "Master is teaching the disciple to worship." Yi Ming grinned and raised his palm, and Tian Rumming's body stood up uncontrollably. Yi Ming instructed you to memorize the internal strength and mental method first, and then teach you the exercise next time. At this time, there were only more than 400 people left in the square who passed the first stage of the assessment, and those who did not pass were still not convinced, and finally they were all knocked out and carried out directly. The second stage of the assessment is teamwork, and then the people who pass the assessment are divided. Coincidentally, Tian Rufate and Tian Wujing, who had always wanted to kill him, were assigned to a group. The young man did not cultivate his internal strength, but Randu's second pulse had already been opened, and his physical strength was much stronger than that of those who practiced without a body. This is all because of the machine that I got before. The second stage of the assessment group without pipelines ended, and Tianru Fate and Tianwu Police were divided into one group. After the people in the square dispersed, Tian Wugong took the initiative to find the head of the instructor in charge of their training, and he wanted to go to the infirmary to find Tian Rufong and tell him the rules of the second stage of the assessment. Seeing that the members of his group were helping each other, the head of the sect was very happy and said directly, "I will help you go to the infirmary and tell him the assessment rules." Hearing the inner opinion of the policeman on this day, he wanted to take this opportunity to go to the infirmary to abolish his fate, but the plan fell through. In the early morning of the next day, Yi Ming came to Tianru's room, and when he met, he asked him if he had memorized the key to internal strength, but fortunately, Tianrufeng let the machine scan it last night. Seeing that the disciple was so motivated by internal injuries, he was very relieved, and then let Tianruming sit down cross-legged. Yi Ming decided to use internal force to directly open his blocked meridians, only to see him slap his palm on the back of Tianrufeng, and a pure internal force was input into his body. As the qi swam through his body, Yi Ming's expression became extremely shocked, and he felt that the 7 meridians and 8 veins of the heavens were all unimpeded, and he could carry out the internal energy circulation without hindrance. At this time, he was even more confident that he would be able to cultivate his internal strength within 7 days. An hour later, Yi Ming slowly withdrew his palm. At this time he was already slightly tired, and Tian Ru had also remembered the route of luck. For days later, another man suddenly came to the originally peaceful infirmary, saying that he had accidentally been stabbed in the back by a sword during training, and Dr. Bai carefully stitched up the wound for him. At night, the man got up from the hospital bed. He picked up Dr. Bai's scalpel, and slowly walked to the head of the bed, looking at the sleeping Tianrufeng. He grabbed the ankle of the heavens, and the knife slashed at his hamstring. I didn't change this pill for a BMW because it smelled like? No, because taking it can gain 20 years of internal strength. Yi Ming came to the Tianruming room again in the early morning, and it only took 5 days for Tianruming to condense the internal force in his body, which had to make Yi Ming change his plan. He asked Tian Ru to take out the Demon Dragon Regiment obtained through the first stage of assessment, opened the lid, and a foul smell came to his face, and he was about to let Tian Ru Ming eat. He saw a man lying on the bed next to him tied up. It turned out that just last night, this man didn't sleep in the middle of the night, trying to break the tendons of the sky. When he first touched Tianru's body, the nanomachine's own defense activated, and instantly emitted a 100,000-volt current, and his hair was reduced to nothing under the powerful current. Heaven ordered the person who tied him up on the bed, took out a dagger and put it on his neck and asked, Tell me quickly, who asked you to come? The man said fearlessly, Do you think you'll be fine if you dare to kill me in the infirmary? That's right. If you kill your fellow disciples in the magic pipeline, you will pay a terrible price. Seeing that he didn't explain obediently, Tianrafeng thought of a way. He sealed the man's mouth again, grabbed the man's hand, and then broke his fingers, took out the silver, and inserted it into his fingertips. 10 fingers connected to the heart, and the severe pain made his eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips all twist into a ball of pain. But his mouth was sealed and he couldn't make a sound, and after a while, all 5 fingers were filled with silver needles. The man fainted twice in the process, just when Tianru Ming grabbed the other hand and wanted to continue. The man's head shook like a wave dance, and when he saw that Tianru Ming untied the rope on his mouth, without waiting for the man to open his mouth, Tianru said directly, It is the sky without police. The man was also shocked. I didn't expect him to know it a long time ago. Blindly kowtowed and apologized loudly. I won't reveal what just happened to anyone. Please let me go. Tianru Fate started the internal force until his faint blood. The man fainted. Yimeng looked at the man who was tied up. Due to the lack of Tianru Fate's internal force, the man was about to wake up. He continued to point until his faint blood again. The man fell into a deep coma again, and then let Tianru take the demon dragon group. Tianru forced the stench into his mouth. The smell on his head made him want to spit out. He forcibly covered his mouth with his hand and swallowed it, and then sucked it to absorb the medicinal power, and Yimeng helped him absorb it as much as possible. But when he put his hand behind the back of Tianru's fate, what surprised him was that all the medicinal power was absorbed. In fact, all this was due to the internal sensitivity machine. Time passed little by little, and the internal force of Tianru's destiny was growing rapidly, and finally obtained half of Jiazi's internal force. Next, Yimeng planned to teach his unique martial arts, the butterfly dance knife technique, and the illegitimate son of the demon sect leader returned to the heavenly demon god sect to participate in the 5-channel assessment in order to inherit the position of the sect leader, and was seriously injured in the first level of the assessment. Fortunately, the temptation of Fa Yimeng was accepted as a disciple and taught him his unique martial arts butterfly dance knife method. He didn't know that there were 6.4 billion internal sensitive machines in his body, which had already helped him open up the 8 veins of the Chi Sutra, and it took 5 days to condense the internal force in the body. Tianru returned to the training ground and quickly integrated into the training team. And Tianwu police was still waiting for him to keep up with the training to see him play. To his surprise, every time the formation changed, Tianru Ming cooperated seamlessly, and others couldn't hold on, but he didn't move. There was no chance that he was going to create a chance. He glanced at a man, and the man understood. During the training process, the man took the opportunity to kick the ass of the sky, and what he didn't expect was that there was nothing to do, but he was shocked 66 meters away, and he hated it so much that he hated it. When he returned to the dormitory at night, Tian Wujing took his followers to find trouble with Tian Rufong, saying that he was a guy with dirty blood, and Tian Rufong went back directly. So do you mean that the sect leader's blood is also dirty? Tian Wushu blindly denied it. I didn't mean that just now. The sect leader was ashamed and angry. He grabbed Tian Rufong's collar, and then punched, but his fist did not touch Tian Rufong, and was hit by Tian Rufong's punch in the face. Just as he was about to use the anti-imitation empty fist to counterattack, Tian Rumming retreated and turned around and ran. How could he let him go so easily? So the Dano police with his followers to chase up. The speed of the sky is very fast. He felt that this place is already very remote. So he stopped. And then the Dano police also stopped. Just stand firm and walk. The sky is like a knife slashed at him. The speed is so fast and powerful that the Sky No police were surprised. He didn't expect that people who didn't know a little martial arts before would become so powerful now. Tian Rumming thought about taking advantage of the victory to chase and make a hand knife. Tian Wujian dodged back with a flash, and then hit Tian Rumming in the abdomen with a heavy punch, and the powerful force made him take a few steps back. Tian Rumming didn't intend to give Tian Wujing a chance to breathe, and instantly appeared beside him. A hand knife slashed at him, and the people next to him only saw a burst of afterimages passing by. Tianru police dodged this blow again, and then a high leg directly put Tian Rumming down. Tian Rumming has a body of martial arts, but he lacks actual combat experience. Not the opponent of Tian Wu police. and finally relied on that meter machine to assist in the battle, only to defeat Tianwu police. Tian Rufong came to a remote place alone, and he realized that he lacked actual combat experience, but actual combat experience could only be accumulated in battle, and there was no way to improve it in a short period of time. It was then that he thought of the Nami machine and asked him if he had a way to quickly improve his combat experience. Nami machine said that he could replicate the virtual image of the person who came into contact with the heavens and simulate it based on the martial arts he had performed before. In this way, Tianru Fate began to fight with the virtual figure of the Sky No Police, and after hundreds of battles and training, Tianru Fate only had the last virtual figure that could defeat the Sky No Police. The first battle lasted only 5 seconds, and the night before the assessment, Tian Rumming was on his way back from field training when he heard the sound of a fight, so he walked in to check. Since it was night, he activated the night mode, and he saw that the Sky Without Police was confronting the masked man in black, and the Sky Without Police was obviously not the opponent of the man in black. Thinking that it was a group after all, Tian Rufate still stood up. When the man in black attacked the Sky, he punched the man in the abdomen, and the man in black dodged the punch in a very short time, then quickly retreated, glanced at the Sky, and then disappeared with a jump. Tianru helped the injured 2 people back to the dormitory. Tianwu policeman was injured in the leg and couldn't move. Seeing that the team leader was injured, everyone immediately panicked, and tomorrow will be assessed. But this is the team leader's leg injury and can't move. After the head of the sect came to Xiangang, the Tianwu police simply bandaged it, and then carried the Tianwu police and prepared to be sent to the infirmary. Seeing the head of the sect go out, Tianru hurriedly picked up another person and followed him out. The head of the sect saw him follow out and showed a smile, but the injured man in his hand said, "This kid's injury is indeed surprising, but only your ancestor failed the test." After the head coach left, Tian Rufong thought carefully about what the head said, but he instantly figured out that not only some people in their group were injured, but they were grouped by drawing lots in advance to let them know their opponents in advance and use some means to make themselves win. I figured out that the day after tomorrow I returned to the dormitory as I was supposed to do, and everyone was making noise about the lack of a team leader for tomorrow's assessment, and everyone had lost confidence in tomorrow's assessment. At this time, the male brother said loudly, "There is still a son of Tianrafang." Everyone looked at each other, and finally everyone decided to let Tianruming be the team leader. When everyone fell asleep, Tianru left the dormitory in black clothes and came to the 7th group of dormitories. His eyes have their own night vision function, and he went to climb the roof at night to watch people sleep. After everyone was asleep, Tianru Ming came to the dormitory of the 7 groups in black clothes, scanned them through the Nimi machine, and saw that they were all in a deep sleep. Tianru Ming jumped off the roof, and then compared the characteristics of everyone. He didn't find the mysterious person who injured the Sky Without Police before. He found the leader of the 7th group, and then took out a silver needle out of nowhere, inserted a few needles into the meridian acupuncture points of his legs, and he went to the residence of the 6th group, and all 16 people were in the dormitory by scanning. 16 people. Tianru suddenly felt wrong. There were a total of 20 people in the 6 groups, counting the 3 girls upstairs, and 1 person. Could it be that person had already discovered him? But what if you turn around and find him? At the assessment site the next day, Tian Rumming replaced the Tianwu police as the leader of the 8 teams to go to the lottery to select the opponent. The previous draw was divided into 2 groups, and now it is another draw between the groups, and Li Yinming, the left protector, saw that some of the team leaders were bad people and showed a deep smile. When he was about to leave after drawing lots, Tianru found that a man's figure was somewhat familiar, so he asked the Nimi machine to analyze and compare him, and the result was completely consistent with the characteristics of the mysterious man who injured Tian Wugong before. At the beginning of the assessment, Tianru Ming led 8 groups to fight against 5 groups led by Tian Yuanli, and at the beginning of the battle, Tianru Ming conducted formation analysis through the Nami machine, and used the wind to make the formation rush on the opposite side, and decided to use the Yulin array to fight through system analysis. The team leader at the front of the array of the 2 sides collided first, and the powerful impact force erupted with a loud bang, but neither side took a half step back. Tian Yuanli didn't expect him to be so powerful, so he quickly retreated and changed the formation again. Tianru ordered the team members to transform into a diagonal array, and seeing them transform into a diagonal array, Tian Yuanli planned to use the Yulin array to disperse them in one go. But just as they were about to collide together, the formation of Tianru's destiny changed again, turning into a crane wing formation, forming an encirclement from both sides. Tian Yuanli was busy asking everyone to pay attention to the attacks on the left and right. Tianru didn't give them a chance to react, and shouted loudly again to change the number 2 formation. Hearing the number 2 array, Tian Yuanli looked surprised. What is the intention of changing the front formation at this time? Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on the front. Didn't they know that Tianrafang had already discussed it with the team members? And when he said the word change, it was actually a square circle array. In this way, they surrounded all the people in the 5 groups, and under the great power, some of them gave up resistance and threw away their weapons. At this time, Tian Yuanli swung his sword angrily and rushed towards Tianrafang. Tian Ruming threw away his shield and swung his sword to resist, and the powerful sword chi instantly cut through his face and knees. At this critical moment, Tian Ru used the butterfly dance knife technique. Only to see a burst of sword light flash, Tian Yuanli's arm was cut off by a sword. He looked back at his arm with a look of misfortune, and roared in pain to withdraw from the competition field. At this time, the sect leader announced that the 8 groups had passed the second stage of the exam, and this confrontation made the ancestral protector Li Yinming quite shocked, especially the excellent strategy and tactics of Tianrafang, as well as the decisiveness of cutting off Tian Yuanli's arm, which surprised him, and regretted that he could not accept him as a disciple earlier. At this time, the last battle also began. The players of both sides came to the competition venue, and the 6 groups except for the group leader walked with a limp, and the leader of the 6 groups knew that all this was a ghost made by God, and this battle was recorded in his heart. Seeing that it was inconvenient for the opponent to walk, the 7 groups instantly increased their confidence and began to charge directly. The 6 groups used the front to force hard, and the 2 sides collided together, only to see the leader of the 6 groups of long swords fly the opponent's shield, and before the opponent could react, a sword pierced the opponent's body. The members of the 6 groups took this opportunity to quickly suppress the past, and the tide of the battle was turned in an instant, and the opponent was defeated by only one person. After winning, he viciously looked at the sky in the distance. These scratches turned out to be top-level swordsmanship, and the Chinese characters on the front were engraved by the heavenly demon patriarch with his fingers. Tianru ordered the Nemi machine to scan and analyze the scratches, and concluded that the scratches were all scratched with the tip of the sword, and according to the depth of the sword marks, these marks were left by different people. It turned out that after the assessment, Tianru came to the Heavenly Demon God Sect Library building, and there were dense books on the shelves. He picked up the martial arts cheats and began to flip through them, and at the same time, the Nemi machine began to scan, and soon scanned 55 martial arts cheats. At this time, Tianru Ming discovered a huge Qing imperial history, and the warrior guarding this place told him that this huge stone was used by the Heavenly Demon Patriarch, and it was rumored to be engraved with the Heavenly Demon ancestors' top swordsmanship, but no one has been able to absorb it so far. After the Nemi samurai left, Tianru used the 3-dimensional image to simulate the sword marks through the Nemi machine, and he looked at these marks and wondered in his heart, could it be that the sword marks drawn on the back were to cover the original sword marks? He used the Nemi machine to separate the 2 different sword marks, and was shocked when he saw the original sword marks. This was really not a simple sword mark. These sword marks were a sword move. The Nemi machine displays the sword marks through a 3-dimensional image, and then a virtual figure with a long sword in his hand appears, and begins to restore the process of causing the sword marks. The power of this move was as shocked as Heaven's face, and he asked the Nemi machine with a look of disbelief, "Is this just a move?" After receiving an affirmative reply, Tianrafang smiled even more happily, glad that he was almost protected by the sword marks that were indiscriminately covered. When Tianru was about to turn around and leave, Nemi machine told him that the 45 messy sword marks engraved on the back turned out to be sword moves. This stopped Tianru's original steps to leave, and he asked the Nemi machine to simulate the sword moves again through the 3-dimensional image. Looking at the sword moves that are stronger than the first in this life, Tianru has an idea. Is the sword move engraved later to crack the original sword move? He asked the Nemi machine to display the 2 kinds of sword marks through 3-dimensional images, and then let the 2 virtual figures fight, but he thought that he could not defeat the peerless sword move. It was defeated by the sword marks engraved in the back by a lifetime, and sure enough, as he thought, the sword marks engraved in the back were to defeat this peerless sword move. He asked the guarding warriors on this floor, and when he learned that there was a Qingyu master on each floor, he excitedly walked up to the second floor of the library building, and behind these messy scratches was actually a top-notch swordsmanship. The front is engraved with Brother Dafeng, and the back is covered with sword marks, and through the scanning of the Nemi machine, a total of 56 scratches, Tianru is destined to find the same Qingyu master on the second layer. However, at this time, there were all people reading books, so they could only extract the sword moves for storage first, and then they frantically scanned the martial arts cheats, and no one else memorized them, but he had already scanned 158 books. To his surprise, on the second floor, he saw Tianlukai, who was also a small sect leader, and these people generally had top-level martial arts in their sects, so they couldn't look down on these low-level martial arts secrets. And this guy has to study even low-level martial arts carefully, and he is really a cautious guy. Tianru was secretly wary of him in his heart, and after leaving the library building, he came to his personal practice room. Tianru wanted to quickly transfer the martial arts that he had scanned and stored before to himself, but on the way, he was blocked by the 6 ancestor patriarchs, and he came to Tianru to take revenge. Just as the two of them opened their posture and were about to make a move, Tianlukan of the Sword Demon sect appeared between the two, and he wanted to talk to Tian Rufang alone, hoping that the man could take revenge later. But the man had been looking for heaven for a day, and he didn't intend to let him be idle, and more importantly, Tianlukan's arrogant attitude angered him. The man was annoyed and angry, and bowed forward to draw his palm as a knife to slash at Tianlukan, who stood there and did not move, his arm tilted to block the blow, and the next second his palm was against the man's neck. This move made the Tianru destiny next to him quite shocked, so simple to break the opponent's attack, and also subdued the opponent. The man knew that he was not Tian Liuchan's opponent, so he had no choice but to turn around and leave, and Tianru turned on the combat assistance system and looked at Tian Liuchan cautiously, while Tian Liucan greeted Tianru with a smile and clenched his fist with both hands. Seeing that Tian Rumming ignored him, he touched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, "2. The 6 major sects made it difficult for you in every way before, and this attitude is also normal." Tianru said in a cold tone, "Since you know what kind of good face you expect from me," Tianlukan said loudly, "Because I like you. I liked you when I saw you cut off Tian Yuanli's arm before." Tianru didn't believe his nonsense. "Don't talk nonsense. Tell your true purpose." Seeing that Tianru is so difficult to get close to, Tianlukan said his purpose, "Come to our sword demon sect, let's work together." In just a moment, Tianru Ming increased his internal strength for 10 years. Just now, on the way to the online practice formula, Tianru Ming met Tianlukan of the Sword Demon sect. He hoped that Tianru Ming would join the Sword Demon sect. Tianru Ming refused his invitation on the spot, and joining the Sword Demon sect was equivalent to giving up the qualification of the little sect leader. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene became quite subtle, and at this moment, the machine detected that there was a powerful energy gathered on the right side of Tianlukan, and reminded Tianru to move half a step to the left. Tianru Ming turned slightly sideways, ready to deal with the upcoming attack at any time, and Tianluchan suddenly held his stomach and laughed, and then shook his head, "So that we will definitely clash head-on later." However, before the words were finished, Tian Liuchan's right hand waved at will, and the ground was instantly split into a ravine, only to see him use his internal force to condense a long knife. And he was shocked when he saw this Tianru's life, but he didn't expect his strength to be able to spend his blood in blood, and your level is still far from wanting to take my life. After saying that, he turned around and left. Tianru thought that if he defeated Tian Wuxue, he would be able to be on par with other little sect masters. But now it seems that he is still far away, and his goal is not to catch up with them, but to surpass them. Tianlukan, who had just left, was also very surprised. He wanted to cut off Tian Rumming's arm for the first time, but before he could condense his sword chi, Tian Rumming seemed to have noticed it in advance, and it seemed that he was not an ordinary cat or dog. On the other side, Tianru came to the personal practice room and asked the Nami machine to display the sword moves extracted from the second layer through 3-dimensional images. First, the peerless sword moves that were taken in the first class, which were faster and more complex than the sword moves in the class when Qingyu was on the first floor. Then he asked Nami Machine to show the sword moves that went up after the class. Looking at these 56 sword moves, Tian Ruffate was very helpless. If you don't practice the sword, you can't practice this kind of sword move at all. Here he let the two sword marks fight through the stereoscopic image, and the sword move that went up in the later class was still defeated in the last move. At this moment, he had a bold idea. What if he used the butterfly dance knife technique to fight against that sword mark? Tian Ru was immersed in his own world, and in his mind he used the butterfly dance knife technique to try to break the sword marks, and as he practiced in his mind, his body was also changing. With an exclamation, Tian Ruffate suddenly woke up. At this time he felt that his body was stronger than before, and he breathed a little, and found that he had increased his internal strength for 10 years, and he looked at his hands with a look of disbelief. Could it be that I had an epiphany? Tian Ru inadvertently entered a state of epiphany, and when he woke up, he increased his internal strength by 10 years, and at this time he was using the butterfly dance knife technique, feeling more silky. Not only that, the internal force has also reached the realm of external release, although it can't be condensed into a knife shape yet, but it should be able to absorb the demon dragon group obtained this time. He asked Nami Machine to transfer the peerless sword moves that he had scanned before to his brain, and as the transfer of a sharp pain in his head was completed, the next step was to increase the strength of his body to match the peerless sword moves. At this time, Tianru's internal strength has just reached the level of a first-class master, but the external strength is already a top master, and the body has reached the current limit. If you want to improve your physical strength again, you can only grow taller. He looked at his strong body. His face was incredulous, and he felt full of strength, so he punched the wall of the practice room. As everyone knows, the one who is practicing in the practice room next door is the master of the 6 ancestors who have an enmity with Tianru, and the powerful force instantly broke through the wall, and before he could react, he was seriously injured by this sudden punch. When he saw the person who had penetrated the wall, he instantly fainted to death from blood, and the head of the instructor on duty was attracted by the sound of the explosion, and when he saw someone injured, he carried the injured person on his back and sent him to the infirmary, and Tianrafang apologized with an embarrassed face. The head warned that if this situation happened again, he would be forbidden to use the practice room. Tian Rufang returned to the practice room to continue practicing. He wanted to try the peerless swordsmanship of Qingyu fashion in the practice room. He used his fingers as a sword, and made the first move of the peerless sword move. When he finished the first move, he always felt that something was wrong, and it didn't feel smooth to use. So he asked the machine to match the peerless sword moves he used with the Qingyu fashion, and then he found that the peerless sword moves he used were not smooth, and in the end, he was half a beat slower than others. Heaven is faded and puzzled. Why does the same move make such a big difference? At this moment, he seemed to think of something. He didn't cooperate with the internal strength to exert it, but the Qing imperial fashion only had sword moves, and there were no luck clues engraved. Could it be that the Chinese characters engraved on the front of the Qing dynasty are hidden mysteries, and the Chinese characters engraved on this stone are actually the top internal skills, and these Chinese characters are all engraved by the heavenly demon patriarch with a handlock? Heaven was destined to let the machine analyze the Chinese characters, and he saw an image magnified countless times, with several dots under each character and 4 dots under the big characters. Could it be that these 4 dots represent 4 degrees? After thinking about it carefully, it was denied by Heaven again. At this time, he thought of a book about degrees that he saw before, and the numbers and notes of the degrees were all arranged in order, but the 4 corresponded to the 9-tails study, which was very strange, and generally luck started with the 7C study at the Dantian. But if it was the 7C study, it should be 7 points. At this moment, Tian Ru Ming seemed to think of something. The big characters are 3 paintings plus the following 4 points or 7, and then Tian Ru Ming according to this method. All the Chinese characters corresponding to the degree are found, and then connected together, so as to form a complete set of luck lines. The next day, after eating, Tian Rumming was about to go to the practice room to practice the luck method he found yesterday, but he was stopped by a man who said that he wanted to have a discussion with him. Originally, Tian Ru Ming didn't want to deal with him, but the man said that if he won, he would tell him something about the 3rd stage of the exam. So Tian Ru Ming and the man went to the suburbs. The two sides opened the stance. The battle was about to break out. The man rushed towards Tianru Ming with his strength, slashed at him with a palm knife, and several horizontal slashes were easily dodged by Tianru Ming. He didn't know that these movements were too slow in Tianru Ming's eyes. At this time, Tianru dodged the man's hand knife, and then slashed the man's abdomen with a palm knife, and the man was hit by this blow, spitting blood from his mouth and being knocked to the ground by the chicken. At this time, Tian Rufong was also panicked, and he didn't control his strength just now and crossed the door hard, beating the man to a serious injury, and after a while, the man eased up a little and sat up with his hands. He told Tianrafate the assessment information of the third stage, and the probability of the third stage is still a group assessment is very high. The purpose is to select a high-level samurai, and a first-class samurai with at least first-class martial arts, and more than half a Jazi internal strength can become a high-level samurai. And the cheats they read when they went to the library before were all some second-rate martial arts, and this assessment will give them a first-class cheats, which can use the 7 demon swords of both swords and demons. He had heard his father say that at that time, it was a group of 12 people who practiced swordsmanship and demons, and the most important thing was that this team was spontaneous. So the man wanted to go to heaven as his fate, and he was already a first-class master. Tianru was skeptical of the man's words and asked, "Why did you choose me? There are other minor sect leaders who are very strong." The man told Tianrafang that he had said the same question to the sons of the Shin demon sect and the sword demon sect before, but he was rejected. So in the end he had to choose Tianrafang. After all, they both used knives. And Tianrafu smiled and said, "I refuse." The peerless master wanted to be his horseboy, but he refused the man's refuge. He asked Nami Machine to analyze the man's previous facial expressions, and concluded that there was a high probability of lying, and the biggest suspicion was that he said that he used a knife, but he didn't find the little sect leader of the demon sect, but instead went to the Shin demon sect and the sword demon sect, obviously deliberately avoiding something. On the other side, the man came back after failing to find the sword demon sect Tian Lucan, and the original plan was that they planned to arrange for one person to join the Tianru Destiny group and wait for that person not to show up on the day of the competition, so that they would lose their qualification for the assessment because of insufficient personnel. What they didn't expect was that Tianru was so cautious, and at this time, Tianru came to the practice room again, and he simulated Tianwu police through the Nami machine to continue training. This time it wasn't as hard as before, and he killed the Tianwu police in just a few moves, and he felt that one Tianwu police was too easy, so he asked the Nami machine to generate 10 Tianwu police, and each of them specified a different martial art. I saw that these 10 Tianwu police rushed to Tianru Ming like crazy. In the face of so many attacks, Tianru Ming was in a hurry to deal with it. In order to avoid an attack, he jumped up, only to hear a bang. He jumped too high and smashed the roof of the house, so he had no choice but to end the battle. And the head of the sect who heard the voice at this time was also quite speechless, and finally could only arrange Tianru's fate to a more advanced practice room. The walls here are quite hard, and you need at least the best of the best to break the stones here. Here he didn't choose to continue to practice with the 10 Tianwu police. He asked the Nami machine to generate a virtual figure of his master Yi Ming, and just the virtual figure brought a different sense of oppression to Tian Rufong. So Tianru decided to strike first, and Yi Ming stood motionless to block this move. Without waiting for Tianru to wake up from the shock, Yi Ming hit him in the chin from the bottom up with a palm, and then used the third form of the butterfly dance knife technique. Tianru was slashed into the tree knife in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Tianru was not Master's opponent at all, but he didn't give up. He wanted to use peerless swordsmanship to try against Master again. Tianru used his fingers as a sword to rush towards him again, and after using the peerless sword technique, he was able to fight with the Master, and he used the last form of the peerless sword move, and his 2 fingers stopped at the center of Yi Ming's eyebrows, and he was also hit by Yi Ming's horizontal slash. If in reality, his body had already been split in 2 at this time, he got up and looked at Yi Ming's image, and found that some parts of Yi Ming's virtual figure were also wounded by the sword. He did cause damage to his master with his peerless sword moves, but the level of martial arts was still very different. There are still 4 years left before the end of the Demon Pass Dao assessment, and Tianru plans to surpass Master within 4 years, but start with the virtual figure first. 3 days later, the third phase of the assessment of the Demon Pass Dao began, and at this time, Tianru Ming could already tie with the Tin Tianwu police. The left protector Li Yiming announced the assessment rules, and sure enough, as the man said, they can form a team freely. They need to learn the first-class martial arts 7 demon swords, and then form a sword demon strong formation and finally defeat the martial arts teaching, and they can pass the 3-stage assessment. The team leader needs to defeat the head coach within 7 days to get the name tag in his hand to be able to take the position. However, the sect leaders will only use the 7 demon swords to fight against them, and on the first day, 3 people stood up to challenge the martial arts leader, and Tianru was destined to open the appearance in the battle with the sect leader. If you want to be the leader of the 3rd stage of the assessment, you must defeat the martial arts sect leader and obtain the yellow name tag in their hands. As soon as the assessment rules were announced, 1 group of Tianwuyan, 8 groups of Tianru, and 12 groups of Baiji stood up to challenge the head of the martial arts sect. The first scene started with a group of Tianwuyan, and the 2 sides began to clasp their fists to show their strength, and Tianru asked the Nimi machine to scan and record. Tianwuyan learned the top 3 palm techniques of the heavenly demon god sect, the soft swirling cloud palm, and the energy of the 2 sides swept together, and the terrifying power swept out bursts of energy fluctuations. Tian Rumming saw the 7 demon swords cast by the sect leader and felt very familiar, and after thinking about it carefully, this was not the move to crack the peerless sword technique engraved in the history of the Qing dynasty. However, there are 12 gods in the 7 demon sword, and there are 24 gods in the sword destruction move, and perhaps it is the sword demon who left sword marks in the history of the Qing dynasty. At this time, the 2 people in the battle collided again. The 2 were evenly matched, and finally Tianwuyan decided to use a trick to determine the victory. She pushed over with a palm, and the palm was fierce, but when the palm came to the front of the hand, it suddenly turned into a sword. The head of the sect couldn't cope with being stabbed in the shoulder with a sword, and Tianwuyan won and got the yellow name tag. The second battle was fought by Tianru against a group of coaches, and the 2 sides officially began after showing strength. At this time, the head was full of confidence, and Tianru decided to use the butterfly dance knife method to face the enemy first. The speed was so fast that the head of the sect was almost unable to dodge, and Tianru continued to chase after the victory, hitting the opponent in the chest with a single blow, and the head of the sect used 7 forces to block the blow. After the 2 sides stabilized their bodies, the head of the sect used the 7 demon swords and swords 4 swords and 6, but they didn't know that Tian Rufong saw the flaws of the 7 demon swords at a glance, and his body was low to dodge the attack, and he swung out with a knife at close range, and the head of the sect saw that Tian Rufong cracked her attack so easily. In an instant, she was annoyed and angry, and she used 10 layers of power, and the powerful internal force instantly shattered the internal organs of the heavens, and she ordered the internal machine to start repairing itself. In this way, Tian Rufong continued to suffer internal injuries, and was constantly repaired by the internal sensitive machine, and the head of the sect at this time was also more and more panicked, and tomorrow was ordered to suffer internal injuries but did not fall. At the moment when the sect leader was distracted, he was hit by a knife from Tianrafang. A mouthful of blood protruded, and 3 points of ribs were broken in an instant, and the people next to him opened their mouths wide. In this way, God won the game and got the yellow nameplate. In the last game, Bai Ji fought against the head coach Hu Zhenchong. Bai Ji was good at legs, jumped up and kicked Hu Zhenchong. Hu Zhenchong's figure flashed. At this time, he found that Bai Ji's hind feet were exposed, and at this critical juncture, Bai Ji stepped on the back of his hand with a kick, and then turned over and kicked again, but Hu Zhenchong ran an arrow through the sole of his foot, and Bai Ji did not intend to admit defeat. He adjusted his body and rushed towards Hu Zhenchong again, bringing him closer, and kicking his legs after shaking a move and a blow. Hu Zhenchong's speed was too fast, leaving a burst of afterimages that appeared below Bai Ji, and a heavy punch hit him in the chest, and Bai Ji was knocked to the ground and spat blood. Although he failed, he was also recognized by the head of the sect, and at this time, Tianrafang found that Bai Ji's neck was red and his face was unusually pale, and at this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared and surrounded Tianrafang. As soon as Tian Ruming got the yellow nameplate and became the team leader, he was surrounded by a group of people, and the person at the head was Gao Wang Yi of the superior sect of the Machuan sect. This person is also a first-class master, and the others are also quasi-first-class masters at the very least. The Demon Dragon Regiment that has been obtained this time can also reach the first-class masters, and they have seen the bravery of the heavens, so they choose to join his group. Tianru told them that he was not only looking for team members who passed the third stage of the assessment, but a partner who would work together to overcome everything when they encountered difficulties in the future. This is tantamount to declaring war on the other minor sect leaders, and when they hear this, some people begin to retreat because they don't want to participate in the competition for the little sect masters. At this time, only 3 people were left, and the 3 of them knelt on one knee and resolutely chose to be loyal to heaven. Counting the 3 of them, there were already 7 people in the group, and he planned to teach them the 7 demon swords in person. On the day of his personal practice, he took the Demon Dragon Regiment as ordered, and with the help of the inner rice machine to regulate the body's drug resistance, his internal strength cultivation has exceeded 1 jiazi. He fell out of the image of Bai Qi fighting, zooming in on his face and neck. At this time he clenched his fists and was more sure of one thing, and the sword demon sect on the other side, Tian Lucan, also defeated the martial arts sect leader and won the yellow nameplate. In the cafeteria of the Demon Dao Pavilion, Bai Ji was eating, and when he saw that the demon sect Tianjing Yuan wanted to invite him to join, he ruthlessly refused. The previous sword demon sect Tianlu Chan had also invited him, but he didn't like these arrogant people. His purpose was only to become stronger, and just as he was concentrating on eating, another person sat opposite him. He said impatiently that I have no interest, and Tianru is not angry and flat. If you don't talk to me now, you may die later. Hearing this by Ji's eating action, he froze instantly, and then put down the dishes and chopsticks with a bang. You are not a candidate for the small sect leader of the 6 major sects, but you are even more arrogant than the first 2. Do you think you can let me join you in that way? Seeing that this day was fateful and knew that he had misunderstood, he went straight to the point and said directly, I feel that you seem to be poisoned. When I watched you fight before, my face was pale and red spots appeared on my neck. This is Bai Ji thought of the same group of poison demon sect leader Tian Kangjian, but he has always been on guard against her. How can he still be poisoned? Seeing Bai Ji's unfortunate face, Tianru called Dr. Bai, who was eating, to examine her, and they came to the infirmary, and Dr. Bai asked Bai Ji to smell a special cigarette, and after she smelled it, she coughed violently and had a faint pain in her chest, which was sure that it was indeed poisoned. The reason why she has not been able to find out is because she is slightly poisonous, and it is not very obvious every time she inhales a little. At this time Bai Ji is more sure that it was Tian Kangjian who did it, and in order to compete for the leader of the second stage of the assessment, she beat Tian Kangjian violently, but fortunately, she found it early, and she only needs to take the antidote for 7 consecutive days to cure it. And the reason why Tian Ruming was able to find out was because her mother died of medium and slight poisoning, and she was also slightly poisoned at that time. And now she finally found the source of the poison. So Tian Ruming decided to find the little sect leader of the poison demon sect, Tian Kangjian, but just in this matter, a voice came into her mind. What would you do if someone insulted your mother? And that person could be your mother's murderer. Just when Tian Ru was ordered to find Tian Songjian, the little sect leader of the poison demon sect, a voice came into her mind. It turned out that Tian Wu was recuperating in the infirmary. She told Tian Ru Ming the location of Tian Songjian. Tian Ru said before leaving, if this is true, I will send that kid to the bed next to you as a reward, which made Dr. Bai and Bai Ji look cowardly. Tian Ru came to the woods opposite the martial arts hall, and sure enough, he found that Tian Songjian was picking poisonous weeds. Tian Ru Ming said directly without nonsense, the slight poison in Bai Ji was done by you, right? Tian Kangjian heard her say that it was slightly poisonous and instantly laughed. Yes, how could you not know that it was slightly poisonous? Your dirty mother was still because of micropoison, and before she finished speaking, Tian Rafeng punched her in the face and with a bang. She was actually knocked out of a big pit by Tian Kangjian, and at this time she had not yet reacted, and she was seriously injured by a punch with a face of misfortune. At this time, she looked at Tian Rafeng, who was walking slowly, and felt the murderous aura of spiritual power from her. All like this, Tian Songjian was still comforting herself. The Demon Dao Pavilion had regulations, and she didn't dare to kill me. Tian Songjian punched Tian Songjian, but she was caught by her. Tian Ru was destined to work hard. only to hear the sound of cracking bones. But at this moment from the other hand of Tian Songjian came out of a lot of green poison. Tianru hurriedly retreated, but at this time it was too late. She inhaled a large amount of poison, and her face and hands touched the poison, only to see that her face that touched the poison began to rot, revealing the white bones of Sansen. Tian Songjian saw that. Her poison succeeded, showing a smug smile. But the next second she seemed to see a monster. Tian Rumming's original rotten skin was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at this time, Tian Songjian was fell to the ground by the greed in front of her. Looking at Tian Rufang's eyes full of fear, she desperately kowtowed and begged for mercy, hoping that Tian Ru would spare her life. Tianru's mother died of medium poison. How could she let go of Tian Kongjian so easily? She stepped on her palm, and finally all the limbs of Tian Kongjian were twisted into twists by Tianru. At this time Tian Kongjian regretted dying. She shouldn't have given the white chicken micropoison. She remembered the first time she heard micropoison when she was a child, when she saw her mother give micropoison to a masked girl, and her mother died of illness less than a year after that. At this time, Tian Songjian couldn't speak clearly, and when Tianru saw what she was muttering in her mouth, he asked the machine to analyze it. It was not our poison demon sect that killed your mother, but the wives of the other 5 major sections. Through the analysis of her expression, Tianru Ming concluded that she was not lying. But when she asked her if she was involved, the analysis turned out to be lying. So Tianru Ming still chose to abolish her dantian. Tianru ordered to send the half-dead Tian Songjian to the infirmary. At this time she was seriously poisoned, because she practiced poison skills, and a lot of toxins were gathered in the dantian. And now the dantian was ruptured and the toxins were all over the body. If not detoxified in time, she would definitely die. However, there are too many types of toxins in Tian Kongjian's body, and Dr. Bai took out the detoxification pill made by his master and gave it to Tian Kongjian. This pill can only delay the onset of toxicity. Tian Ruming didn't want Tian Songjian to die here. She asked the internal management machine to analyze the blood toxin of Tian Songsword, get the type of poisoning, and then prepare an antidote decoction. Dr. Bai saw that Tian Ruming was boiling the decoction and tasted it in the past, and there was no problem with the prescription at all, so he couldn't help but make Bai Dafu think that Tian Ruming had studied medicine before, but if he wanted to detoxify, he had to know what poison he had in. Tian Ruming directly said the type of poisoning by Tian Songsword, and asked Dr. Bai to believe him this time. There is no way but to choose to believe in Tian Ru fate. Tian Songjian drank the decoction after the state instantly improved a lot, and finally Dr. Bai still reminded Tian Ru that it is a big deal to abolish the dantian of the dancer, and be careful of the revenge of the poison demon sect. Those who survive in the demon sect are not necessarily strong, but they must be smart people. After listening to what Dr. Bai said, he left the infirmary thoughtfully, and when he didn't go far, the white rooster chased after him. He shouted that Tian Rumming was just about to speak, and the little brother of Tian Rumming came, and he surrounded him and asked long and short questions. Seeing this scene, what he originally wanted to say was swallowed back by the white chicken. After returning to the dormitory, Tianru told everyone what had happened, and everyone was worried that the Demon Dao Pavilion and the Poison Demon sect would find trouble. Tian Ru didn't regret abolishing the dantian of Tian Songsword, but he couldn't wait to think of a perfect plan before he started. The next day, Li Yinming, the owner of the Demon Dao Pavilion, called Tianru to his office. Although the Demon Dao Pavilion did not stipulate that the dantian could not be abolished, but the dantian was equivalent to the life of the dancer. If it was not dealt with, I was afraid that this situation would happen. So he decided to take back the yellow nameplate of Tian Ru Ming, and thought about it for 5 days in the face of the cave in Jujing, so that he only had 1 day left to get the yellow name tag again. No one was disturbed in the cave. Tian Ru Ming could concentrate on practicing martial arts. Just as he was resting after practicing martial arts, the stone door of the Jing cave was opened, and a murderous figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. And as soon as the palm of his hand was raised, Tian Ru Ming felt that he was lifted by an invisible force. The man was locked in a closed room, but he accidentally found that there was a secret room, which actually contained the heavenly demon sword and bow created by the heavenly demon patriarch, and there were still some traces on the ground, which were like stone tablets. The steel, heaven was destined to think of the blue jade stone on the library building, and he asked the Nemi machine to display the image of the blue jade stone, and then match these traces, and it all matched. At this time, he noticed that there was a thick table in the middle of the main hall, which was engraved with the 4 big characters of the heavenly demon sword and bow, and the traces were carved by people with their fingers. There are some holes below, connected like a dragon ascending to heaven. Tianru counted a total of 24 points. Except for the sword and bow representing the heavenly demon, there are 24 stones. He can't think of any connection. At this moment, he thought of the dragon ascending to heaven composed of these 24 points, and then suddenly looked up, and the dazzling strong light made him unable to see clearly. Could it be that there was a secret hidden behind this strong light? He asked the Nemi machine to adjust the light, and what caught his eye was a dense night pearl, and each night pearl was engraved with very small words, and the sky was like a fate to figure it out instantly. So he asked the Nemi machine to scan all the night pearls, extract the Chinese characters engraved on them, and then display them with 3D images, and finally the Nemi machine screened out 24 beads for him. The words engraved on these beads may be the heart formula. When he connected the 24 beads together, the mirror and the shape of the dragon flying in the sky were exactly the same. Tianru enlarged a bead and carefully looked at the heart method engraved on it, and found that the inscription on it was the same as one of the 24 styles of the heavenly demon sword bow move. These 24 beads are the moves of the heavenly demon sword bow. He asked the Nemi machine to transfer the mantras and moves engraved on the night pearl to his mind in the order, from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, and after the transfer was completed, Tianru began to cultivate, only to see that he was wrapped in sword chi, and every move and style was carried with powerful power, and the powerful sword chi made several holes in the surrounding ground, and before he knew it, an hour had passed, and he did not feel any fatigue at this time, but his body was full of strength. Only then did he understand why it was called the heavenly demon sword bow, because he had integrated his moves and mental methods, all thanks to the grandfather of the poison demon sect Tian Songjian. After Tian Songjian was sent back to the poison demon sect after the abolition of the Dantian, his grandfather Bai Wu saw that his grandson was beaten so badly, so he thought about revenge, but killing was not allowed in the Demon Dao Pavilion. So he discussed with the owner of the Demon Dao Pavilion to let him see the sky alone, and promised not to take his life during the Demon Dao Pavilion. Li Yiming also wanted to buy time for Tianruming and agreed to his request. Bai Wu saw Tianruming and used a strong internal force to lift him in the bow, and then grabbed Tianrufang's neck with his hand, but Tianruming's expression did not have a trace of fear, but his eyes were full of determination. Seeing that he was so arrogant, Bai Wu didn't fight out of his anger, and then pushed out with a palm, and with a snort, Tianru hit the stone wall behind him heavily, and then Bai Wu's palm sucked again, and Tianru Ming returned to his hands. But he saw that the viciousness in Tianru Ming's eyes did not diminish at all, and Bai Wu understood that if this person did not come out in the future, it would become a big disaster. Before leaving, he gave Tianru a black pill, and then pushed him away with the palm. Tianru Ming snorted and hit the stone wall behind him again. After the white mist left, he asked the Nemi machine to analyze the pill he had just eaten, but he didn't expect this pill to have a similar effect to the demon dragon group, but taking it would dissipate the internal force in the body. The old man of Bai Wu is really ruthless, so that Tianrufate will fail the assessment in the 3rd stage, be eliminated by the Demon Dao Pavilion and leave the Demon Dao Pavilion, and then he can be allowed to survive and not die. However, he didn't know that Tianru's destiny had an inner rice machine. So he asked the inner rice machine to separate the poisonous ingredients, and after a while, some black viscous substance that exuded a foul smell oozed from Tianru's body, and then he began to absorb the pharmacology of the pill by cultivating the heavenless heart method. With the end of the exercise, he felt that his internal strength had increased by half a jiazi, but he didn't expect that the poison demon sect was not here to harm the heavens, but to give a big gift. At this moment, he felt a breeze blowing behind him. He looked at the stone wall that had been broken by himself before, walked in front of him and knocked it with his hand, and knocked out a hole in the stone wall in one fell swoop. So Tianru found the secret room and found the Tianluo sword palace inside. These dazzling night pearls were actually engraved with top-level swordsmanship, and Heaven Ru ordered to transfer these swordsmanship moves to his own brain through the Nemi machine, and then began to cultivate wildly. Today is the fourth day of the detention cell, and the members of the group are meeting in the woods, and there are only 6 people left in their group. Previously, Tianruming was locked up in a confinement room after losing the name brand, and 2 people chose to leave the group, but Bai Ji finally chose to join the Tianru Destiny group, and she got another name tag from the head of the sect after joining. Now there are 4 in the hands of the Sword Demon sect Tianlucan, 2 in the Sword Demon sect Tianjinyun, 2 in the 4 or 5 sects Sima Zhua, and in addition to 7 people, each has a nameplate, and in the end, only the name card of the head of Hu Zhenchang is left in the hands of the sect leader has not been snatched away. At dinner time, Bai Ji planned to go to the practice room to practice. She had a yellow brand on her body, and everyone was worried about being robbed. So Su Feng and Wu Zhong accompanied Bai Ji to the practice room, while Gao Wangyi and the 3 went to eat. As soon as Bai Ji and the 3 of them arrived at the door of the practice room, they were blocked by the leader of the 6 groups and a leader. They wanted to snatch the name brand in Bai Ji's hand. Although Bai Ji's martial arts reached the top level, but they couldn't stop the siege of 30 first-class masters, so they had to give the name brand to Su Feng first, and let the 2 of them run first with the name brand. After taking the name card, the 2 of them ran away with ducks, but Su Feng's light skills were too weak, and he saw that the people chasing behind him were getting closer and closer, so Wu Zhong took the name card, and the 2 ran away separately, and Su Feng came to the canteen to find Gao Wangyi and them. When Gao Wangyi heard this, he took the lead and waited for the practice room, and when they arrived, he saw Bai Ji surrounded by a group of people in the distance. Gao Wangyi fell to Bai Ji's side, and the person in front of him was Tian Luchan of the Sword Demon sect. He thought it was the famous brand that Tian Lu can snatched, so he wanted to make a move, but was blocked by Bai Ji. It turned out that Tianlucan happened to pass by and saw someone doing something to Bai Ji, and he had always wanted to take Bai Ji as his subordinate, so he started to help, but he was not Tian Liuchan's opponent at all. Now that the yellow brand has arrived, he left with his subordinates, Tian Luke, and asked Bai Ji to think more about it before leaving. He was not in a hurry, and after they all left, everyone hurriedly went to see Wu Zhong, who was injured and fell to the ground. Before he ran away with the yellow nameplate, he was chased by those people in the end, and Wu Zhong insisted until the last moment in order to protect the nameplate. In order to get the name tag, those people broke all of Wu Zhong's fingers, and their legs were also broken, and Bai Ji was also attacked and cut his thigh during the battle. Su Feng picked up Wu Zhong and sent him to the infirmary. The name tag was snatched away, and now they can only wait for the fate of the day to come out tomorrow and then make plans. In the early morning of the next day, the 2 sect leaders came to Jujing City to release Tianrufang, and as soon as they opened the stone gate, they were shocked. The sharp eyes and the strong body did not look like a person who had been locked up in the dark for 5 days. The first thing he did when he came out was that he asked how many yellow brands there were, and in the hands of the head coach who learned about it, he chose to go directly to the head coach Hu Zhenchang for a competition. When Tianru came out of the confinement room, he was able to fight with the head of the demon sect martial arts, just because he found a secret room in the confinement room and learned the heavenly demon sword and bow created by the heavenly demon ancestor. For the sake of the yellow brand, he immediately challenged the head coach Hu Zhenchang. The Demon Pavilion Square Tianrufang and Hu Zhenchang fought opposite each other. The eyes of both of them were full of determination. The battle was about to break out, and Tianrufang appeared in front of Hu Zhenchang in a flash. The speed shocked Hu Zhenchang in his heart, but he was still full of confidence, because he knew the knife techniques used by Tianru Ming well. But when the 2 sides collided together, he saw that Tianrufang was using a sword technique instead of a sword technique. And when he saw the move clearly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These are a few moves of the sword dance of the 7 demon sword. Seeing that Tianrufang's use of the 7 demon sword is so skillful, Hu Zhenchang decided to take this battle seriously. He used the 4 moves of the 7 demon swords at the same time, and everyone only saw that the moves in the hands of the phantom were constantly changing. At this time, Tianrufang's expression was solemn, and he used the heavenly demon sword to attack hard, only to see that his momentum around him skyrocketed, and his body was as fast as lightning, and the 2 sides planned to draw the net to compete inseparably. In the process of fighting, Hu Zhenchang found that the sword moves he used were too strong, and he was afraid that he would not be able to resist if he did not use the true qi of the body, and at this moment, Hu Zhenchang was struck by a sword qi of heaven, and everyone was stunned. Hu Zhenchang used 10 layers of skill to defeat the sword qi that entered the body, and then only heard a muffled sound. He expelled the sword chi that invaded the body, only to see that the momentum around him was increasing rapidly, and he wanted to use all his strength to compete with Tianru. But at this moment, he looked like a while, and then the momentum around him quickly recovered, and he handed over the yellow nameplate to Tianru with a smile. Hu Jinchang admitted that he had lost, and at this moment Bai Ji suddenly shouted to Tian Rufang. Tian Rufang saw Bai Ji, also wondered why he called him, but his next behavior surprised Tian Rufang. Bai Ji pounced and said with a smile, "Thank you very much. I can save my life from the poisonous hands of the poison demon sect. You are suffering because of this. How can I not be moved?" And at this moment, Bai Ji's face suddenly turned red, and Bai Ji, as a subordinate, will work even more desperately to assist Tian Gongzi, and it is also a cold sweat to make Tianyi fate. On the other side of the roof, Li Yinming and Hu Jinchang were talking. Just now he sent a message to Hu Jinchang to ask him to stop, and they all recognized the sword technique used by Tianru Ming like the heavenly demon sword technique used by the sect leader. The heavenly demon sword technique is a peerless sword technique created by the heavenly demon patriarch, and it is the first sword technique of the demon Dao that can only be passed on to the sect master. Li Yiming has been accompanying the sect leader all year round. He has seen the heavenly demon sword technique, and the sword technique used by Tianru Ming is very similar, but it feels even more powerful. They couldn't help but think of the clear jade left by the heavenly demon patriarch, but in the end, the two of them still didn't understand it, so they could only save their lives in advance. After Tianru accepted Bai Ji, everyone was about to leave, but this was a beautiful girl who suddenly called Tianru, came to Tianru's body and said, "I was deeply moved by the story of your sacrifice for your subordinates. If you accept me, I will swear to the death to serve the Son of Heaven." Immediately afterwards, he accepted Chen Guo, the son of the Chen family, and he saw that there were several fewer debaters in the previous ancestral garden. And where were the others? There were many people here, and the king of Gao led them to the grove and told them all about what had happened in the past few days. 2 people left, and Wu Zhong was seriously injured by He Yiming in order to protect the famous brand. This time, Tianru Ming did not impulsively go directly to them for revenge, but was more calm. He looked at the serious expressions on everyone's faces and said, "Since he owes that kid a large debt, then pay him back as it is." The 3 of them made an appointment to snatch the name brand of heaven, but they didn't think that they would rebel at the beginning. Bai Ji's name brand was robbed before. Tian Lu Can was the mastermind behind the scenes, and it was he who asked Yu Pingxue to instigate He Yiming to snatch Bai Ji's name brand, and then he took the opportunity to recover Bai Ji. Because Yu Pingxue was deeply injured and sent to the infirmary, Gu Ran came to Tian Lucan to fulfill his promise instead of him. Unexpectedly, he used the excuse that he did not recover Bai Ji, saying that they failed to complete the task and could not give them the name tag. Now let them snatch the famous brand of heaven again, and let Lian Bo go with them, and promise them that as long as they grab the famous brand, they will be accepted as subordinates. Gu Ran was shocked when he heard this majestic figure, and they found He Yiming again, because he and Tianru had a hatred, and soon they reached a cooperation. In the grove, they found Tianru Ming, and at this time, Tianru Ming was thinking about how to find He Yiming for revenge. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to send it to the door, and Tianru Ming looked at He Yiming with a smile, which made He Yiming very unhappy. "You're still laughing. You kid can't figure out the situation? What a stupid guy." And Tianru said in a calm tone, "This sentence should be said by me." At this moment, Gu Ran, who was standing behind, suddenly shouted at He Yiming and put down the sword in his hand. He Yiming and the others saw Gu Ran and them facing their swords towards them, and they both showed flustered expressions. It turned out that 2 hours ago, the heavens were destined to find the guys who robbed them of their name brand yesterday. Yu Pingxue said very arrogantly, "There are many of us," and when Tianru heard it, he smiled, so he had to give Yu Pingxue a punch gently. Before he started, Tianru Ming had been silently controlling his strength, but it seemed that the control was not enough, and he fainted to death with just one punch. Su Feng grabbed Gu Ran's collar tightly. "Where is the name tag you snatched by breaking Wu Zhong's fingers?" Gu Ran replied, "In He Yiming's hands." Su Feng was annoyed and ashamed, and his fist kept hitting the man's face, but he was finally stopped by Bai Ji. They learned from Gu Ran that they had snatched the famous brand with He Yiming before, and they were all instructed by Tian Lucan, and Tian Liucan's purpose was to get Bai Ji. Bai Ji originally had a trace of gratitude to Tian Lucan, but she didn't expect all this to be a trap. Su Feng became even more angry after hearing this, and threw Gu Ran to the ground, his fist hitting like rain. At this moment, King Gao stopped Su Feng as soon as he spoke, and he asked Gu Ran, "Do you believe in the agreement with Tian Lucan? Do you think he'll really give you the yellow nameplate?" At this time, Gu Ran himself began to suspect that he actually didn't believe in Tian Lucan very much, but Yu Ping Shua always insisted. At this time, the companions around him also began to discuss. There are 19 of them, and one brand is not enough at all. If only one brand is given, they will definitely fight. Lucan must know these days. Gao Wangyi continued, Tian Lucan is playing you like this. Don't you want to take revenge? Due to Gu Ran's rebellion, their original advantage of being large no longer exists, and Lien Bo knew that there was only a dead end if he continued like this, and he tried to persuade Gu Ran to continue to cooperate with him. Tian Luchan has promised to take you as his subordinates. Why don't you believe it? And Gu Ran asked directly, will he give us 2 yellow name tags? To take 19 of us as subordinates, you need at least 2 name tags. When Lien Bo heard this, he understood the reason for their betrayal, and I can't propose to Tian Luchan Gongzi to give you 2. After speaking, I secretly thought in my heart that I was just proposing, and Tian Luchan Gongzi could refuse. So he wasn't lying. Just when he was proud, Tian Ruming appeared behind him and slashed out with a hand knife. Lien Bo dodged in a hurry, and at this moment, He Yiming also stabbed at Tianrafang with a sword. But before the corpse sword arrived, it was tightly grasped by Tianru's destiny with his hand, and then with a force, the wooden sword broke inch by inch. Just as he was shocked that the wooden sword injected with 70% of the internal force was broken by Tianru's destiny, he was kicked in the back, and it turned out that Bai Ji saw him kick over. At this time, everyone stood together, and Yiming was not Bai Ji's opponent, and was finally kicked down by Bai Ji, while Lien Bo directly put down the wooden sword in his hand, and knelt down with a shout, begging Tianru to let him go. And at this time, he thought to himself, no matter how angry you are, the opponent has already kowtowed and surrendered. Can you still do it? To his surprise, Tianrafang grabbed his hair, and then suddenly forced, and he had a close contact with the emperor. At this time, he said viciously, you will not let you go if you treat me like this. He hoped to use the power of Tian Lucan to make Tian Ruming jealous, but he was wrong again. Tian Ruming pressed his head on the ground again and rubbed it. So Lien Bo fainted, and at this time everyone else was subdued. He Yiming was pointed out for disobedience. Tian Ruming walked over and picked up his hand, and with a click, his fingers were broken violently. Because he couldn't shout out after being pointed, his face was swollen red, and seeing Haiming's painful expression, Tianru decided to give him another one, and one finger was broken off with a click. At this time, He Yiming's eyes were full of viciousness and murderous intent, and Tianru saw that he didn't know what to do. So he directly rewarded him with a big mouth, and then ordered everyone to say, cut off one of the legs and fingers of all the ancestors of He Yiming. He Yiming actually practiced the demon sect's attack reverse acupoint demon skill, which would lose 10 years of life if used once, and the user instantly gained powerful power by reversing the meridian acupuncture points throughout the body. Tianru used the reverse cave demon skill, only to see the green tendons on his body burst out. The momentum around his body skyrocketed. His eyes were blood red, and then he jumped towards Tianru Ming. At this critical moment, the white rooster hit the door with a roundabout kick, and Yiming's figure only paused slightly, but the white chicken's legs trembled under the strong rebound force, and when everyone's jaws dropped, the momentum of the surge in Yiming was grabbed by Tianru's wrist, only to see him draw an arc in the air, and then was thrown to the ground heavily. Then he slammed a fist into his head, which sent his head deep into the ground, and the others were all stripped of a leg and finger. Now that they know that the mastermind behind the scenes is Tian Lucan, they plan to take revenge, but now there are not enough people, and the top master is only Bai Ji, and Gu Ran on the side suddenly said, if there are not enough people, we will also help. But even so, the top-level combat power is still not enough. What did the Heavenly Destiny strategy think? Ready? Let's go to Tianlukan now to settle accounts. At this time, Tianlukan was practicing the 7-demon sword formation with the team members. He and Eugene discussed the issue of sword moves together, and suddenly a group of people came in the distance, each carrying a person, and the face of the person walking in front was wrapped in cloth, and it was impossible to see who it was. Hearing that the sound was the sound of Lianbua, everyone stopped and threw the person they were carrying on their shoulders to the ground, and it turned out to be the White Rooster and the High King, and one of them was also masked. Tian Luchan pointed at the masked enemy and asked, "Who is this guy?" Lianbo replied that it was fate. I saw the Mingjia knife in Tianlukan's hand, and then slowly approached Tianruming, brushed and cut Tianruming's handkerchief. He proudly tore off the face of Tianruming's face, but when he saw his face clearly, his expression was instantly stunned. Tianru was destined to learn peerless sword moves from the Qing dynasty, so he abolished the Tiansong sword, and he didn't want to be taken back from the team leader's nameplate and locked up, but he accidentally found the secret room in the Jinbi room, learned the heavenly demon sword skill, and came out to first defeat He Yiming, and now he came to Tianlukan to settle accounts. On the same day, Lucan took off the mask and saw his appearance clearly, and his expression was instantly dumb and numb, and it turned out to be Lian Bo. Without waiting for him to think about who Lian Bo was just now, the man punched him directly in the face, and the powerful force made Tian Lucan fly out of 66 meters, and everyone asked loudly when they saw this, "Lian Bo, what are you doing?" At this moment, Gao Wangyi and Bai Qi, who were originally lying on the ground, stood up instantly, and Gao Wangyi punched Eugene Yuan as soon as he got up, and until now they have not reacted, thinking that Lian Bo betrayed them. When Lian Bo took the cloth off his face, they saw that it was fate. Lian Bo's voice was changed by him through the Nami machine, and at this time, Chenwei on the side saw that Tianru was planning them, and directly raised her fist and rushed towards Tianru. Tian Rufong dodged the punch sideways, ripped off the yellow nameplate on his chest, and finally sent him away with another punch, so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. At this moment, the machine prompt came, and the 60 meters behind were emitting powerful energy, and Tian Rufong hurriedly turned around and shouted at everyone, and his fists fell down. Just when everyone just lay down, a sword flashed from above everyone, and Tianru directly used the heavenly demon sword bow to resist the sword chi, and the sword chi collided with each other and made a loud bang, and when the smoke dissipated, Tianlukan walked slowly. At this time, seeing the sky as like destiny is no longer what it used to be. When I first saw him outside the practice room, he was just a milky kid, and Tianlukan regretted that he didn't cut off his arm at the beginning. At this time, his face was full of seriousness, and this time he was bound to abolish one of his hands. At this moment, Tianlu Chan moved, only to see him suddenly disappear in place, and the speed was so fast that everyone only saw the afterimage of the place, and the next second he appeared above the heavens. The second type of the phantom knife technique was slashed again, and Tianlu Qin's strength was above him, so he could only use all his strength to deal with it, and in the end he chose to use the sword technique. Tianlu Qin originally thought that he would use sword techniques, but he didn't expect him to use sword techniques. Seeing him use sword techniques to resist, Tianlu Qin was not worried. His knife moves were changeable, and they were not ordinary sword techniques that could be resisted. When he was triumphant, the sword of heaven suddenly appeared to block the blow, which really surprised him. Tianlukan said nonchalantly, "You better use the butterfly dance knife technique. Don't use that lame sword technique. Do you think I don't know that swordsmanship?" Hearing this, he was shocked in his heart. Did he also know the sword-breaking technique on the Qing Imperial Stone? But the next words made Tianru breathe a sigh of relief. "You learn to teach the leaders to use the 7 demon swords in a different way, so it is useless for me." Tian Luchan stretched out 5 fingers, and in just 5 moves, I will cut off your arm. Tian Rufong heard the smiling face. "Then let's make a bet, and make a bet on the yellow name tag in my hand." Tian Lucan covered his face and laughed. "But I have 4 famous brands, so I feel like I'm losing. As long as I win, give me your subordinate, Bai Ji, as well." Tian Ru Ming looked at Bai Ji in the distance. Bai Ji chose to believe in Tian Ru fate. She nodded slightly. This time, Tian Lucan asked Tian Ru to strike first, only to see Tian Ru Ming use a sword break to rush towards Tian Lucan, and Tianlu can still thought that it was the seven-demon sword. She used the fourth type of the magic sword method to change the sword, and as the fight progressed, Tianlu felt more and more wrong. How did the seven-demon sword become so powerful? Many moves were very strange and tricky, and it was becoming more and more difficult to resist. It can't go on like this. She quickly pulled away and used the fifth form of the illusion sword technique. But before she could use it, Tenru Destiny had already appeared in front of her, and before she could react, the sword chi instantly wrapped her in it, only to hear a scream. The sword chi left a scratch on her body. Tianru Ming grabbed an arrow and stabbed her shoulder, and then jumped up. One arm flew out. Tianlu snapped the acupuncture point on the shoulder to stop the bleeding, and the surrounding subordinates saw that they wanted to step forward to help. Tianru Ming directly put the arrow against Tian Liutzan's other arm, and I cut off her other arm with one more move. After Tian Liutzan's arm was cut off by Tian Rumming, at this time she was still immersed in the swordsmanship used by Tian Rumming just now. How could the Qi Demon Sword have such a taste? Until now she still thought it was the Qi Demon Sword, and Tianru Ming told her, if you still think that it is the Qi Demon Sword, it means that with your level now, there is still a long way to go about the sword moves. After hearing this, Tianlu was shocked. Once upon a time she said something similar to Tian Rufang. Tianlu was completely defeated this time. She asked her subordinates to give the yellow name brand to Tian Rufang, and after saying this, she fainted due to excessive blood loss. Ujinbi viciously handed over the name brand to Tian Rufang, and said, wait and see. One day I will avenge today. Tian Rumming took the name card and directly punched Ujinbi in the abdomen. Ujinbi covered her stomach, lying on the ground and vomiting blood. We have already kept the agreement. What else do you want to do? And God is like destiny and smiled. I didn't say that handing over the yellow name tag is over. I just learned a trick from Tian Lucan. Don't leave any trouble. Ujinbi heard it and said viciously, you are really a vicious guy. Your opponents have already lost. You still have to do this. Heaven gave him a big mouth, ordered everyone to arrest all the others, and broke their arms and legs, and heard the horror on the faces of those people, and then heard only bursts of howls of pain. Tian Ruming gave Guran 2 famous brands, and he was very surprised after taking the famous brands. He didn't expect that Tian Ruming would give them 2 famous brands. In this demon sect where the weak and the strong eat, can still be so extraordinary. After weighing the power, Gu Rant's group of people knelt down in a plop, and we wanted to swear allegiance to the Son of Heaven. On the other side of the Demon Dao Hall office, He Yiming used the reverse cave demon Bao and hadn't woken up yet. Li Yiming used internal force to suppress the reverse cave demon Bao, and then He Yiming suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Li Yiming asked in the past, where did you learn the reverse cave demon Bao? He Yiming was still pretending to be confused, and said that he didn't know what he meant. Seeing that he didn't know how to lift Li Yiming's bearded hand, He Yiming was wrapped in internal force and suspended in the air. Only to see him move his fingers, He Yiming's arm was condensed into a twisted shape. Li Yiming said slowly, your kid has practiced the reverse cave demon Bao at a young age, which shows that your sect is also the object of suspicion. Doesn't it matter if the Jiwu sword sect is destroyed? Then he only heard a click, and He Yiming's legs also became twisted, but he still didn't say a word, and Li Yiming grabbed his neck. Jiwu sword sect is actually one of the 2 hidden dark sword sects of the sword demon sect. Hearing this, He Yiming was shocked in his heart, and then he clenched his teeth, and then blood flowed out of his mouth. Li Yiming hurriedly broke his mouth. But it was too late. He Yiming committed suicide by swallowing his tongue in order not to be discovered in secret. At this time, on the other side, because Tian Ruming defeated Tian Lucan, there was an endless stream of people who came to join, but when Tian Ru said that he was going to build a new heavenly demon god sect, some people chose to leave. Most of the people who left were affiliated sects of the 6 major sects, but there were also some people from the smaller sects who stayed. At this moment, a voice came, heaven is like destiny, can you talk? Wait to see the people who come to you. The person next to him hurriedly said, the Lord must accept him. This person is actually the first beauty of the heavenly demon god sect. I saw him slowly tear off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his original face. Before he came to join the Tenru Destiny group, Xiaoming next to him strongly recommended that he must be accepted, because he was the grandson of the 9th elder of the 12 elders of the demon sect, and when Kuei had no choice but to join Tenru Destiny, because he refused Tianlucan's invitation several times, and then his hands and legs were broken. Then he went to join someone else's group. They all rejected him because of broken arms and legs. But there were also people who didn't dislike him and wanted to accept him, but in the end they all regretted it. It turned out that all this was Tianlucan's hands and feet behind his back. At first, he just wanted to be the master of Tianrefang, but Tianruming wanted loyal subordinates. And before coming to the Demon Taoist Pavilion, his grandfather had always told him to remain neutral, and he hoped that Tianruming could give him a 3-day inspection period, but Tianruming refused his request. When he said this, Tianruming asked Nami Machine to conduct a facial scan to see if he was lying, but the system prompted that a face scan could not be performed, and a closer inspection found that his face was covered with artificial skin, and then Nami Machine scanned him as a whole, and the result was, gender female. Tianruming pointed at Wen Kuei blankly, "You are a girl." Frightened, Wen Kuei hurriedly interrupted Tianru's words, expressed his willingness to follow Tianru's fate, and then took him to a secluded place. Wen Kuei is from the Demon Dragon sect. The 6 major sects have always wanted to take the Demon Dragon sect as their subordinates. His father died in the line of duty, his mother died after giving birth to him, and his younger brother due to difficult childbirth, and his twin's younger brother was born with a disability. However, outsiders don't know that they have always sent a matchmaker to marry Wen Kuei before. If the marriage is successful, the disabled younger brother will be sent to the military attaché road, and the 6 major sects will use all means to put him to death, and finally the Demon Dragon sect without an heir will be swallowed by them, thus breaking the evenly matched relationship between the 6 major sects, so he can only disguise himself as a man to enter the Demon Dao Hall for his younger brother. Only if good results are achieved, the 6 major sects will not dare to start easily. At this moment when Kuei suddenly took out a bottle, it was time to put on a mask and apply adhesive. He slowly ripped off the mask on his face, and when he saw his true appearance, Tianru's heart was beating hard, because it was inconvenient to break his hands and feet. So he asked Tianruming to help him hold the mask. He smeared it, and after getting it, when Kuei put on the mask from his heart and asked, "What room does child live in?" Tianrufang pointed, "Room number 7 of the temple pavilion." When Kuei turned his head and said, "From today onwards, I will be the owner of child, and I have to move my luggage to the accommodation." Hearing this, Tianruming seemed to think of something. His face was dumb and numb, and the injuries of the other side of Tianwu police had all healed, and he snatched a yellow name tag from the head of the Demon Bone sect Han Ping, and at this time he still regarded Tianruming as his biggest opponent. As more and more people joined, Tianru divided his subordinates into 6 groups, the first group leader Gao Wangyi, the second group leader Bai Ji, the third group leader Hu Shuanghua, the fourth group leader Zhao Ming, and the fifth group leader Gu Ran, who was still in charge of the previous 12 groups. At this point, Tianru has the greatest power in the Demon Dao Pavilion. In ancient times, how much modern technology existed, Tianru Destiny could instruct dozens of people to practice the Qi Demon Sword at the same time, and he could also accurately point out the steps of everyone, just because he had nanomachines. He scanned people through nanomachines, and then set the comparison model as the Qi Demon Sword, so that the nanomachines could tell God that their movements were not in place through scanning and comparison, and God is destined to point out everyone's mistakes and correct them. When Kuei, who was watching from the other side of this series of operations, called it incredible, and originally wanted to help him watch that he had done something bad to remind him, but now it seems completely redundant. With the careful guidance of Tianru's fate, people's comprehension of the Qi Demon Sword became deeper and deeper. Originally, I thought that everyone in the 7 days would be able to cast the Qi Demon Sword perfectly, but the moves of the Qi Demon Sword were changeable in the back, and some of them with weak foundations had to spend more time. Some groups were short of personnel before, and they have all found the personnel in the past few days, and there are 2 who have the strength of the team leader, Kai Ziqian of the Shuman sect, and Yu Xiaozhen, Hu Shuanghua's good friend of the Demon Hunting sect. During this time, Gao Wangyi and Hu Shuanghua also reached the level of top masters, and as there were more and more top masters under him, Tianruming decided to select the top 6 strengths, and then give them the title of 6 swords. These 6 people are the 6 white swords that will compete with the 6 major sects in the future, and through the competition of the 6 of them, Bai Ji finally became the first sword, the second sword Gao Wangyi, the third sword Hu Shuanghua, the fourth sword Kai Ziqian, the 5th sword Yushaojin, and the 6th sword Wenkue. On the morning of the 3rd stage of the assessment, the Great Protector suddenly came to the Demon Dao Pavilion, and the day before yesterday the head of the meeting had a meeting, and the elders proposed to change the rules of the 3rd stage of the assessment, and finally the sect leader also approved. Li Yiming didn't understand that the sect leader had been suppressing the 6 major sects during this time, so how could he agree to their proposal this time? At this time, the Great Protector took out a letter from his arms. Li Yiming read his expression, and then burned the letter. In the great sect of the Demon Dao Pavilion, the 3rd stage of the assessment began, and at this time, the sect leaders came with a group of people whose hands and feet were bound and their heads were covered. Li Yiming said that there was a change to tell everyone before the exam, and then he saw that the sect leaders sent a batch of real swords, and the previous assessments were all made with wooden swords. At this time, everyone suddenly became nervous. The previous assessment content was to use the Sword Demon Sword formation to defeat the martial arts sect leader, and after the change, it was also to use the Sword Demon Sword formation to defeat the enemy. However, the enemy is the people who are being imprisoned in front of him, and they are all prisoners of the Martial Arts League and the Cult Alliance. The passing criterion for this assessment is to kill them with the Sword Demon Sword formation, and these people will be released if they win, so they will fight to the death. The first game started with Sima Zhuang's group, and everyone set up the 7 Demon Sword formation to prepare to meet the enemy, and the man saw that they were all immature guys. They were also stunned, and they used the 7 Demon Swords and Sword 3 to attack the man at the beginning. In the face of such a multi-directional attack, the man was not wrong. His body flashed to resist the attack, but he was still slashed by the vertical sword. At this time, they began to change the sword formation, and in the process of changing, 2 people made a mistake and collided together, and the man also found a flaw and stabbed them with the sword. Just as the long sword was a millimeter away from their throat, the man's figure froze instantly, and his body was pierced from behind by the vertical long sword. The second game was Tian Wujin's group, and his opponent was a master of the evil faction, and the evil man struck first before they could change their sword formation. Although they formed a formation in time to defend, one of them had his arm cut off, and the others retreated in fear of death. The cult master seized the gap and successfully destroyed the sword formation, but Tian Wujin took advantage of his unpreparedness and punched him in the back with the floating demon empty fist, and then the rest of the people used the 7 demon sword to end his life. After a few more desperate battles with the prisoners, it was finally the turn of the fateful group to play, and the prisoners who fought against them were physically strong and facing their chests, and as soon as they entered the field, they looked around, as if they were looking for something. The head of the sect unlocked the prisoner's acupoint, and then sent a message to Tianruming to ask him to be more careful, and after setting up the sword array, the man saw Tianrufang, and then he suddenly laughed with a smile on his face, and the peerless master who used the secret magic skill was actually defeated by Tianrufang using the heavenly demon sword skill in one move. The assessment of the 3rd stage of the Tianruming team began, and the man looked around as soon as he came up, but when the man saw Tianrufu, he showed a weird smile. As soon as the long swords of the 2 sides came into contact, the long swords in the hands of the members of the Tianru Destiny team broke inch by inch, and Li Yiming also showed a surprised expression when he saw it. This person's skill is by no means more than the level of top masters. And Hu Zhanghua, the head of the sect on the side, also hurriedly drew his sword and rushed over. But at this moment, I saw the man casually grabbing a left wing and throwing it at Hu Zhanghua, who was rushing over. At this time, Tianruming understood that their purpose this time was him, and the man roared and rushed towards Tianrufang, and at this time, Tianruming did not have a trace of fear in his eyes. The first form of the heavenly demon sword skill was used, and the man fell to the ground in response, but at this moment, the man who had fallen to the ground stood up again with a surge of momentum, and the other team members covered their ears and spit blood. Seeing that Tianrufang was standing there quietly, it turned out that the Nami machine had activated its automatic defense to help him block the Ingong. Seeing that Tianru's fate was not affected, the man rushed to Tianru's fate again in annoyance. But just as the 1,000 troops were attacked, a figure appeared between the two, and a knife swung out the man's arm and broke it. When he saw that the person who came turned out to be his master Yiming, the man wanted to continue struggling, but he saw a flash of the knife, and the meridians of the man's whole body were cut off in an instant. At this time, the man wanted to blow himself up. Yiming slapped his palm on the top of his head, and the man fainted, and at this time, Li Yiming on the other side also killed 7 prisoners, and then a group of masked people appeared out of thin air and took all those prisoners away. The third stage of the assessment will continue. Yiming left the competition venue with a flash, and there was a group of people standing neatly outside the Demon Dao Hall. Yiming shouted loudly, "Let's go. Go to see the compound of the demon sect." The whole group of the Tianru Destiny team successfully passed the assessment. Due to an accident, the later assessment rushed back to practice with the head of the martial arts sect, and those who passed the third stage of the assessment became the superior warriors of the demon sect, and the weapons handed in when they entered the museum were returned to them. At this time, Li Yiming announced the content of the fourth stage of the assessment. In 4 years, no matter what martial arts are used to defeat the martial arts leader, it will be passed, but each person only has one chance to assess, and if you want to defeat the martial arts leader, you need at least the top level. As soon as everyone disbanded, Tianruming was stopped by the head of the sect Chang Wenru. Chang Wenru took Tianruming to a secluded place, and suddenly said, "Number 7 Tianruming challenged the head of the sect to the fourth stage of the exam, and it turned out that she wanted to take revenge. Before, Tianruming injured her in the infirmary for 28 days, making her lose face in front of everyone, and at this time, Tianru was not afraid of her, because Chang Wenru had just reached the top level, and Tianru was confident that he could kill her within 10 moves. Chang Wenru rushed with a knife. Tianruming raised his knife to resist. When the two sides just contacted, Chang Wenru showed a look of surprise. A blow of her searching skill. Tianruming didn't move at all to resist, but her wrist was shocked and trembled slightly. Chang Wenru used her peerless Shangqing knife technique, and Tianru's fate used the stacking 5 knife method to return to the circle and reduce. Chang Wenru's blow injected with knife chi was also easily blocked, and then took a closer look at Tianru's long knife was also infused with knife chi. At this time she knew that Tianru's strength and her were at the top level. This time, Tianru didn't give her a chance to attack again, and the 6th form of the 5-knife stacking method was used, and the long knife in Chang Wenru's hand was knocked away, and just as Tianru was slashing at her face door, she suddenly shouted loudly, "I throw in the towel." At this time, the long knife was still a millimeter away from her head, and Chang Wenru continued, "If you win, I'll tell the pavilion master that you've passed the 4th level of the crusade." But when Tianru put away the long knife and turned to leave, Chang Wenru, who had originally raised her hands, suddenly pounced from behind, and Chang Wenru screamed 3 times and lowered her head in the last second. But the next second she pounced on Tianru from behind. Tianru, who had been on guard for a long time, turned around and hit her directly in the chest with a heavy punch, which turned out to be reminded by the machine just now. Gathering a large number of drinks at Chang Wenru's hands, Tianru slowly approached Chang Wenru and stepped on Chang Wenru's abdomen. She has been desperately begging for mercy, and said that she will tell the owner that Tianruming has passed the 4th stage of the assessment, and Tianruming will definitely not believe her nonsense. As soon as she used her strength, she stepped on several of Chang Wenru's ribs and grinded them to the office of the museum, and the injured Chang Wenru was brought to Li Yiming by fate. Li Yiming was very relieved to see the way Tianru dealt with it this time. This time he knew that the Shun clan had only broken Chang Wenru's ribs, otherwise it would definitely cause other sect leaders to attack. In this way, Tianru successfully passed the 4th level assessment and won the title of team leader, obtained a magic dragon group again, and arranged a separate dormitory for her, and she could also go to the demon sect to make a weapon of her own. Next, Li Yiming told Tianruming about the assessment content of the 5th level, and the 5th level must pass through the Wind Demon Cave and reach the super top level of perfection. And no more than 10 people passed the 5th level assessment in each period. After passing the assessment, the day after passing the assessment, he came to the library as he was supposed to do, and Bai Ji and the others also recited cheats on the 3rd floor. She came to the blue jade stone. The sword marks on it were more complex than before. She asked the nano machine to scan and store it, and then began to frantically scan the martial arts cheats through the nano machine. After scanning 179 first-class martial arts cheats on the 3rd floor, she came to the 4th floor, but when she saw the blue jade on the 4th floor, she found that a corner was missing, and the traces of the sword were deeper and rougher. Tianru was also very curious, but in the end, He let the nanomachine scan it first, and then go to the practice room to analyze it. The top martial arts stored on the fourth layer were all top-notch martial arts, and a total of 245 cheats were scanned. The next morning, she came to the blacksmith. This person is Shanxiang, the descendant of Master, who will use swordsmanship and knife techniques as fate of the heavens, and finally she chooses to let Shanxiang help her build a long sword. Shanxiang asked her to use his swordsmanship so that he could build her a sword that would be satisfactory to her. But when she finished reading the swordsmanship used by Tianru, she said directly, "It seems that it is impossible to cast a sword. The man has 6.4 billion nanorobots in his body, but he almost killed himself." Tianru passed the assessment and obtained 2 demon dragon groups. Taking 1 demon dragon group can increase the power for 20 years. Others are taking 1 by 1, and Tianru eats the 2 together. As soon as she finished eating, the nanomachine showed that there was a large amount of energy swimming in her body, and she immediately used the heavenly demon sword attack heart attack method to absorb the medicinal power. But unexpectedly, her big cone Shuin couldn't withstand the sudden tyranny of the energy in her body, and the nanomachine started emergency repair. Tianru thought to herself if she shouldn't use the heavenly demon sword to attack the heart method, and use the heaven heart method to absorb it. But before she could use the heaven free heart method, the acupuncture points in her body burst open one after another, and the severe pain made Tianru almost faint. Fortunately, there are nanomachines that have been accelerating cell division to repair wounds. After 2 hours like this, Tianru lay on the ground exhausted, surrounded by blood. This time she knew she could no longer eat 2 demon dragon groups at once. She checked her body and found that she had increased the internal force of Yujiazi. Not only that, but the internal force ran more smoothly in the meridians. It turned out that her acupuncture points had become thicker and stronger due to repeated rupture and repair. Just now, Tianru went to the blacksmith to find Oyezi's descendants, but was told that she couldn't help her build a long sword, just because the sword moves she used were too powerful, and the long sword made of ordinary materials couldn't withstand it at all, and the minimum use of cold iron forging was fine, but cold iron could only be provided to people at the level of the group leader. In the end, there was no way to choose to build a knife, and Tianru used the butterfly dance knife method again, and Fanxiong let her take it half a month later, and then Tianru came to the personal practice room to take the magic dragon group. After absorbing the demon dragon group, Tianru smiled excitedly. She tried to condense the sword chi again. This time the sword chi was more powerful, the distance of the release was longer, and there was an internal force as the foundation. She asked the nanomachine to transfer the heavenly demon sword bow and the destruction sword move engraved on the Qingyu stone on the 3rd floor to her. But when she wanted to transfer the 3rd move of the heavenly demon sword bow to her body, the nanomachine told her that her body had reached its limit and could not be transferred. However, Tianru still wanted to try the 3rd move, the heavenly demon sword bow, and when she just used the first form, the muscles in her whole body burst because she couldn't withstand the powerful energy, and the nanomachine quickly helped her repair her body. Looking around carefully, just the sword chi generated at the beginning of the accumulation was enough to leave deep marks on the ground, and one could imagine how strong she was at cracking the 3rd move of her broken sword move. After her body recovered, she tried the 3rd move of the breaking sword move, and the sword moves were more changeable to use, and the combination was also very complicated. Ordinary swordsmen should be the limit when they practice to such an extent. She transferred the Qingyu fashion moves on the 4th layer to her brain, and when the transfer was completed, Tianru felt that something was wrong, and she used the virtual figure to make the 2 moves fight, and the swords in the hands of both sides shattered together in the end. Could it be that the 4th sword-breaking move failed to defeat the heavenly demon sword bow? How cool would it be to have modern technology in ancient times? Tianru relied on the nanomachine to prepare 245 top-level martial arts cheats, so she wrote down all the top-level martial arts cheats she had written down, and then distributed them to her subordinates. Everyone got a few top-notch martial arts cheats, and they weren't the same. Due to the particularity of the internal power method, she asked the nanomachine to refer to the heavenly demon sword bow and other internal strength methods to generate a unique book of the movement method. Tianru tried it, and the power was no less than that of the heavenless heart method, and in this way, everyone got the top martial arts cheats and internal strength heart method, Tianru told everyone to cultivate more, and she herself planned to go into retreat and practice. When I came to the retreat room, there was a jar full of but pills in it, so I began to practice and retreat in a planned way. Practice moves in the morning, battle virtual figures in the afternoon, and practice mental techniques in the evening. On the 7th day of the Heavenly Rufang Retreat, Tian Wuyan, a candidate for the minor sect leader of the Xin Demon sect, defeated the martial arts sect leader and passed the 4th stage of the exam. On the 10th day, Wen Kuei defeated the head of the martial arts sect and became the 3rd to pass the exam, and the 4th was Tian Jinyun of the Sword Demon sect. Tian Ru was destined to retreat for 2 months. Tian Wuyan and Tian Jinyun also began to retreat and practice, and Wen Kuei also wanted to retreat and practice, but in order to guide everyone's martial arts, he postponed the time. Subsequently, Bai Ji also passed the 4th stage of the exam, and the Heavenly Demon sect was ordered to retreat for 4 months, and the Floating Demon sect Tian Wujing passed the 4th stage of the exam, and immediately retreated and cultivated. Gao Wangyi and Yu Xiaojun also passed the exam, and in the 5th month, Hu Shuanghua and Kai Ziqian also passed the exam, and then some of them passed the exam one after another, and some failed to pass the exam. Tianru's subordinates re-evaluated and selected the new 6 swords. Wen Kuei became the 1st sword, and Bai Ji became the 2nd sword. After 2 years of retreat, most of the people passed the 4th stage exam, and 19 of the 34 men were eliminated. When he was 2 years and 4 months old, Tian Weian was the first to pass the 5th stage assessment of the Wind Demon Cave, and then Tianjing Yunwenqi and other 6 people also passed the 5th stage exam, while the pock-faced Tian Wujing failed to pass the 5th stage assessment. When they were in retreat for 4 years, they competed again to select the new 6 swords. Gao Wangyi became the 1st sword, the 2nd sword Wen Kuei, and Bai Ji the 3rd sword. In the past 2 months, the Demon Dao Pavilion retreated in the square of the cultivation hall, and Tianjing Yun blocked Wen Kuei and Su Feng's way. He wanted to say that Wen Kuei was his subordinate, but Wen Kuei had rejected him many times. Tianjing Yun never gave up. He made a bet with Wen Kuei to compete. If Wen Kuei won, he would let them go, but if Tianjing Yun won, Wen Kuei would have to become his subordinate, and Su Feng on the side shouted loudly, "You are too much." As soon as the words fell, the 3 subordinates of Tianjing Yunshin suddenly raised their swords and rushed towards Su Feng. Just when Su Feng thought that he was dead, the 3 people who rushed towards him suddenly stood still in the air, as if they were wrapped in an energy. At this time, a person slowly walked out of the cultivation hall, and the man kowtowed to the Heavenly Demon Patriarch, but unexpectedly, he triggered the mechanism and obtained a treasure map. Tian Ru found a secret room in the confinement room, and obtained the Heavenly Demon Patriarch's inheritance of the Heavenly Demon Sword and Bow. In order to thank the Heavenly Demon Patriarch, he kowtowed in front of the stone pillar, and the next second seemed to touch some mechanism. The main hall began to vibrate, and the night pearl at the top crackled and fell, and when the vibration stopped and the smoke dissipated, the shape of the night pearl falling on the ground was exactly what the dragon had ascended to the sky before, and the night pearls that fell down were exactly 24, each of which was engraved with the Heavenly Demon Sword Bow. Tian Ru was destined to pick up a purple vessel to check. There is an undulating line behind each night pearl, and the lines behind these night pearls are spliced together to form a map. The purple vessel looks like a treasure map, but I don't know where it is. He had the nanometer scan the map and store it, and then destroyed the pearls of the night. 3 years later, as soon as Tian Ruming came out of the retreat room, he saw his men being bullied, only to see the 3 people who rushed towards Su Feng suddenly stopped in midair, and then were thrown heavily to the ground. Tianjin Yun saw the misfortune on his face. Tian Ru was destined to be able to reach the air. He asked his subordinates behind him to go up together, and at this time, Wen Kuei and Su Feng on the side did not stand idly by. In the face of a full number of people, Tian Ruming lifted his hand casually, and several people instantly rose into the air, and then saw him push it out with a palm, and those people instantly flew out of 66 meters and fell to the ground, and Tian Ruming slowly walked out. At this time, none of those people dared to step forward again, and they were all shocked by what they had just done. At this time, Di Sun Jinbiao, who saw the demon sect, suddenly said, "Tiangongzi will end here. Let's admit defeat." Tianrafate took a step towards him expressionlessly, and the championship continued. "If you push us into a hurry, everyone will die together. even if it is Tiangongzi. Before he finished speaking, Tian Rufate appeared in front of him in an instant and punched him hard in the abdomen. At this time, on the other side, when Kuei and Tian Jinyun were on par, and to Tianjinyan's surprise, when Kuei's thin body actually used such power in the demon dragon palm. In a hand-to-hand, the internal force condensed, and when Kuei's hand suddenly dissipated, and Tianjin Yun grabbed a sword from the Phoenix system and stabbed at Wen Kuei. Just as Wen Kuei closed his eyes and accepted his fate, he couldn't feel the sword piercing. He secretly opened his eyes, and at this time the long sword was only 1 centimeter away from him, but it was grabbed by Tian Rumming with one hand, only to see Tian Rumming's figure flicker, and the next second it appeared behind Tian Jinyun. At this time, Tianjinyan's arms were already separated from his body, and Tianrafang stepped on him. Tianjinyan's face was full of fear, and he kept begging for mercy, but it was too late at this time. An hour later, in the office of the Demon Taoist Pavilion, the head of the sect told Li Yin to come out of the Earthview room tomorrow as he was ordered, and saw him take things from the air. Li Yiming was full of disbelief, and in a short period of time, he had reached the level of a peerless master. But at this moment, Li Yiming was taken aback. He felt an aura that was no less than the strength of the elders, and then there was a knock on the door. It turned out that Tianrafang had come to him to participate in the 5th stage of the assessment. At the door of the demon cave, the head of the sect came to the assessment site with Tianru's destiny, and the content of the assessment was to pass through various traps in the dark by relying on his senses alone. As soon as Tianrafang entered, he asked the Nami machine to turn on the night vision mode. But before he could take a few steps, the stone slab under his feet suddenly sank. Tianruming suddenly felt dangerous and quickly dodged to dodge, which can be said to be too late. Countless long swords shot from above. There was no way to use the heavenly demon sword bow. Those long swords shattered instantly, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to walk forward, he stepped on a stone slab under his feet, and then a boulder fell in front of him. Tianru hurriedly used the light bow and rushed over at the last moment when the stone wall fell. There were too many mechanisms for him to dare to walk around at will. He asked the machine to scan and analyze the stone slabs on the ground, and after avoiding the problematic stone slabs, he came to a fork in the road, and he walked towards the passage where the wind blew. But just after taking a few steps, Tian Rufate seemed to think of something, and his body froze instantly, and he asked Nami Machine to call up the map he got in the secret room 3 years ago, compare it with the Sealing Demon Cave, and conclude that it was exactly the same as the route of the Sealing Demon Cave. This red dragon is actually drawn by a peerless magic sword. Tianru came to the depths of the Sealing Demon Cave according to the treasure map, and the end was blocked by a boulder, and the boulder was engraved with a big crazy word. Looking at the font like it was engraved by the heavenly demon patriarch, there should be something sealed in the demon sealing cave, and through the boulder Tianru heard the sound of gurgling coming from inside, and could feel a strong tacit understanding. Time is limited, and he is not allowed to think too much. Tianru ordered to use the 5th move of the butterfly dance knife technique, 5 consecutive slashes to cut at the boulder, and there was a loud bang, only causing shallow scratches to the boulder, and there was no way Tianru had to use the strongest move, only to see a powerful sword chi erupt around him. The 4th move of the heavenly demon sword bow was used, and the sword chi gathered at the tip of the knife and rotated rapidly, only to hear a loud bang. The boulder was punched out of a hole, and the long knife in his hand was also unable to withstand such a powerful energy, and it broke inch by inch, and then a foul smell came to his face. At this moment, the machine prompt came, and there was a regular plasma energy running in front of him, and then he saw a pair of blood-red eyes in the hole, and the next second, Tianru's body seemed to have been hit by something, and it hit the rock wall behind it. Tian Rufang's face was full of surprise. He didn't resist this blow, and then he saw a behemoth appear in front of him. It turned out to be the dragon, and before he could think about it, the dragon opened its mouth and bit him. Tian Ruming hurriedly dodged and dodged. In this small space, the huge body of the dragon was about to collapse the cave. Tianru had no choice but to lead him to the stone chamber to fight. When he entered the stone chamber, his feet were full of some black liquid that emitted a foul smell, and at this time, the dragon also got in, opened his blood basin and rushed in. This slimy liquid made him unable to use light power, and there was no way to use the heavenly demon sword bow to slash at the dragon. In the next second, Tian Rufang's face turned black, and the heavenly demon sword bow failed to cut through his body, but at this time, he found something wrong. The dragon was swimming in the water. The water did not make a sound at all, and the water level did not rise after such a huge body came in. He asked the nanomachine to scan and analyze the dragon, and was told that it was a shadow phenomenon. And at this moment the dragon rose up at him again, and the sky dodged it, and the dragon's huge head made a hole and hit the ground directly, and strangely did not see a splash, only to hear something crack on the ground. The results of the analysis showed that these images were composed of the energy released by the 24 pieces of iron, and then the nanomachine marked the position of the iron pieces to Tianru destiny, and when he saw this Tianru fate, his heart was instantly shocked, because the position of these iron pieces was exactly the same as the direction of the basic move of the heavenly demon sword bow. Tianru once again used the fourth move of the heavenly demon sword bow to slash towards the position of the iron piece. The two sides touched together, and the powerful energy really shook from time to time. But the energy dissipated, the dragon disappeared, and only some iron pieces were suspended in the air, and the next second these iron pieces suddenly began to move, only to see those iron pieces connected together one by one, and finally formed a long sword. The sword was engraved with the heavenly demon sword, and when Tianru had grasped the long sword, he felt that countless demonic chi poured into his body, and he was slowly shrouded in darkness. When she opened her eyes again that day, she was already in another space, and there was a white dragon in front of her. But in the next second, a voice flashed, and a sword cut off the feet on the dragon's head, and the head and feet of the dragon eagle were cut off, and the vitality was greatly injured. She rushed to the man angrily, and the man also raised his sword and rushed towards the dragon, only to see the sword chi in the sky wrapping the dragon, and the dragon's head was cut off in the next second. Tianru saw that the sword technique used by the man was the third move of the heavenly demon sword bow, but the power she used was far greater than that she used. The man inserted the sword into the dragon's body, and countless black energy was absorbed by the long sword, and at this time, the man seemed to have discovered the destiny of the heavens, and slowly turned his head to look at her. The man participated in the assessment and accidentally obtained a magic sword, but he didn't expect that there was a dragon sealed inside. As soon as Tianru grabbed the magic sword, he lost consciousness and came to another dimension, where a dragon was traversing. At this critical juncture, a man suddenly appeared, slashed the dragon with a sword, and sealed the dragon's primordial spirit in the long sword. But at this moment, the man suddenly looked at Tian Rufang, and with a burst of suffocation, Tian Rufang suddenly woke up. It turned out that he suddenly fainted at the moment when he held the sword, and was poured a few mouthfuls of black liquid, and the demonic chi inhaled in his body was also integrated with the internal force. At this time, Tianru's fate has come in for half an hour, and he has to go out within an hour, or he will fail if he doesn't take the assessment. He looked at his hands, where his wrist was covered by a black scale, and the sword was nowhere to be found. He used internal and external forces to destroy the black bracelet, but there was no reaction at all. But when he injected that black demonic energy, the black bracelet instantly turned into a long sword. He used that long sword to use the heavenly demon sword bow, and the black sword chi emitted smashed the stone wall made of light imperial shur to pieces. The long sword was not damaged in the slightest, and it could fully withstand the power of the heavenly demon sword bow. But he withdrew his demonic energy, and the sword turned back into a bracelet. I fainted and drank a few sips of black liquid, and I felt hot all over my body. Namijichi told him that it was caused by accidentally eating the black liquid to promote metabolism and expel the waste products in the meridians. Only then did God know that the black liquid was the blood of the red dragon, which could help eliminate impurities in the body. He picked up the scabbard and packed some of it to his men. As soon as he filled the scabbard, the earth suddenly shook, and then the ground in front of him suddenly sank to form a deep pit, and the red dragon's blood also flowed down with the ground. When the blood drained, there was an extra dragon horn on the ground. At this time, outside the Wind Demon Cave, Hu Zhonghua, the head of the sect, had been waiting for the heavens to come out, and it had been almost an hour. If he doesn't come out again, he will go inside and take a look. At this time, the door of the Wind Demon Cave opened, and Tianru came out of it covered in blood, and came to the office of the Demon Dao Pavilion after packing up the materials on his body. At this time, Li Yiming was already waiting for him, and seeing goodbye to heaven gave people a little more model. Sect leader Hu Zhonghua had already told him about the situation of Tianru's destiny passing through the Wind Demon Cave. Tianru passed the 5th level of the assessment, obtained the title of group leader, and obtained a demon dragon group again, as well as a well-crafted dagger of the heavenly demon god sect. After taking the things, Tianru asked about the assessment content of the 6th level, and Li Yinming said that the 6th stage of the assessment was to challenge one of the 12 most powerful elders in the sect. Li Yinming smiled evilly. Do you have an elder you want to challenge? This time, Tian Rufate didn't make a choice directly. He had to go back and think about it before making a decision. Tianru was ordered to leave the office of the Demon Dao Pavilion and come to the 5th floor of the library building, where he had to learn the last trick of the heavenly demon sword and bow to deal with the next battle with the elders. There are very few cheats on the 5th floor of the library building, and the Heavenless Heart method and the Butterfly Dance Knife method taught by the master before are also here. He came to the Qing Imperial Stone and asked the nanomachine to scan and analyze the luck points on the front, but when he walked to the back of the Qing Imperial Stone, the flax froze instantly. Tianru found a small hole in the Qing Imperial Stone, but because of this, he entered the highest realm of the 5 people, and the weapon was round, just because this small hole contained the mystery of the sword move of the heavenly demon ancestor. Tianru came to the back of the Qing Imperial Stone, but there was nothing. So Tianru ordered the nanomachine to scan the Qingyu Stone and found a small hole in the stone wall. Looking at the small hole in front of him, Tianru fell into thought. Could this small hole be the sword stone of the heavenly demon sword bow? At this time, he thought of the other side of the Qingyu Stone, and there was indeed a small hole in the same position on the front, and the sword power generated from the sword moves alone was concentrated together, and then it exploded in an instant, and it penetrated through the Qingyu Stone. If you add an inner bow or steel to it, the steel will shatter completely. At this time, Tianru was even more sure that there was no broken sword move found on this stone tablet. Not that there was no heavenly demon sword and bow move, but that he could not crack this move. At this time, Tianru seemed to understand the mystery of the heavenly demon patriarch sword, so he sat in front of Qing Yushi. The heavenly demon sword and bow in his body operated on his own. The sword chi burst out all over his body, and the powerful energy fluctuations attracted the guards of the library. Take them to see the situation clearly, and immediately form a Dharma protection formation to guard the side of Tianru. At this time, Tianru was completely immersed in his own guts, surrounded by colored energy, and ordinary people were fused with 3 kinds of energy, and then opened up the 2 veins of Rondu, which is what people call the 3 flower gathering points. And Tianruming is not only the gathering point of the 3 flowers, but also accompanied by the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, and fire. After these 5 elements of vitality are inhaled into the body, I saw that the epidermis of his body began to crack. With a banging sound, the energy around Tianruming slowly restrained, and in this way it completed the rebirth and reached the weapon trend of the 3 flower gathering point. At this time, he was looking at the sky like his fate, and he couldn't feel the breath emanating from his body. He used his internal force to destroy the small hole in the history of the Qing dynasty, and the rest of the time, he let the nanomachine start to scan the cheats of the 5th layer, and he scanned all the martial arts cheats of the 6 major sects, and after returning to his residence, Tianru's subordinates congratulated him in unison on passing the 5th level. At this time, Tianru Ming took out the dragon blood he got before, and a strong stench came to his face. Everyone covered their noses with a look of disgust. Tianru thought for a while. If it was the red dragon blood, it was difficult to explain. So he said directly, "It was in the Wind Demon Cave and went the wrong way, and I found it by accident, and everyone drank it." Hearing this, everyone was scared, and Tian Rufang explained, "I happened to drink this water before, but I didn't expect that the waste accumulated in the meridians of the whole body was discharged from the body, and my luck was much smoother, so I brought everyone a cup." Just when everyone was hesitating, Su Feng was the first to stand up, only to see him close his eyes and drink it. There was no reaction at first, but after a while, Su Feng directly began to dry up, and after a while, Su Feng felt a little more relaxed, and his luck was smoother. Seeing that the effect was so significant, everyone else endured their noses and drank it, but Hu Shuanghua and Wen Kuei did not drink. This knife is made of dragon horns. The knife is as bright as autumn water, cold to the touch and exudes cold. The sky is like a destiny to hand over the dragon horn to the descendants of O Yezi. O Shanxiong saw the material and immediately lit up his eyes, and promised to complete it in a month. Tian Rufang left the blacksmith shop and came to the office of the Demon Dao Pavilion. He told Li Yinming that in the 6th stage, he was going to challenge the Great Elder to learn the Demon Sect martial camp, and the Great Elder was one of the best masters in the Demon Sect, so he could wait for 7 days before the 6th stage assessment began. Li Yinming found Tianru's fate, and he used his internal force to isolate the voice and said, "Something very important has happened in this sect, and the Great Elder is not in the Demon Sect. Only the 4 elders from the 9th elder to the 12th elder." Tianrefang was very disappointed. The elders of the top 6 sects were not there, and they couldn't fight with them. But at this moment, Li Yinming suddenly said, "The sect master of the Poison Demon sect has been demoted to the 12th elder," and he smiled slightly when he heard this fate. "Then I will choose the 12th elder." The next day, the Poison Demon sect received an application for a challenge from Tianru's destiny, and everyone held a meeting to discuss whether to fight, and everyone suggested that the sect master refuse to accept the challenge. That night, suddenly Mrs. Wu of the Xian Demon sect visited the Poison Demon sect, and at this time, Tian Tsong, who was lying on the bed, saw Mrs. Wu. Her dress and figure were the same as the masked woman she had seen when she was a child, looking for her mother to ask for a slight poison. The next day, Li Yiming received a reply from the Poison Demon sect, and agreed to the challenge of Tianrefang. On the morning of the assessment, Tianruming came to the blacksmith shop. Her knife was forged, and at this time Danxiang was sewing a scabbard for her. The arrival of Tianruming startled him. He picked up the long knife that had been built. The blade was as bright as autumn water, and as cool as Bailujianjia. O Shanxiong picked up a piece of bone and put it down gently. When he didn't touch the blade, he directly divided it into 2. And the handle of the knife was engraved with the 3 words of the White Dragon Knife, and the Demon Dao Hall shouted. At this time, Tianruming was already waiting for the arrival of the sect master of the Poison Demon sect in the middle of the venue. Li Yinming and Sima Yi, the sect master of the 9 Elders Division and the 5 sect masters, as witnesses. At this time, the sect master of the Poison Demon sect in the distance walked slowly, and the enemies were very red when they saw each other. Li Yiming had just finished saying that the battle began, and in the next second, the sect master of the Poison Demon sect raised his dark iron staff and rushed towards Tian Rufang, which could instantly melt the poison of the boulder, but it had no effect on Tian Rufang. Just when Li Yiming announced the start of the assessment, Bai Lu, the sect leader of the Poison Demon sect, was ready to sneak attack Tianrufu, but he still underestimated Tianru's fate. But he didn't know that he had already learned the light skills of the sect leader's personal guard on the 5th floor of the library building. Since Tian Rufang's body is so agile, Bai Lu plans to abolish one of his feet first. He aims at Tian Rufang's legs, and the internal force gathers on the dark iron staff to form a steel weapon, hitting Tian Ru Ming like a cannonball, booming, stirring up the smoke and dust in the sky. And at this time, Tian Ru Ming has jumped up the height of the cane. He pulled out the White Dragon Knife in the air, and the second move of the stacked 5 swords technique returned to the circle stacked well, and collided with Bai Lu's Shintai staff, and with a bang, both sides were shocked back a few steps, and the people watching the battle on the sidelines covered their ears with the stinging pain of the eardrums that hit the sound of the impact. There was a slight crack on his dark iron staff, but the thin knife of Tianru's blade was not damaged at all. Not only that, I thought that he had just reached the peerless level, and his combat experience should be insufficient, but he was like a warrior who had experienced 100 battles. In the battle just now, Bai Lu had already injected 10 success powers, but the internal force injected into the knife by Tianru did not suppress him at all, and at this time, he couldn't help but think of what the 5th lady came to say to him before. 6 days ago, the 5th lady came to him and asked him to accept the challenge of Heaven's fate, and he was not going to agree, but the 5th lady said that he knew the whereabouts of the miracle doctor, and as long as the person still had a breath, he could save the mystery. Bai Lu's grandson Tian Songjian has been lying on the bed since he was abolished Dantian. He was tempted by his grandson. At first Bai Lu still didn't believe what he said, until the fifth lady took out a token of a miracle doctor. Bai Lu agreed to the request, kill Tianru's fate. Until now, Bai Lu finally knew the reason why the fifth lady was looking for him. Tianru's destiny had this level of strength. If it wasn't for the three elders or above, there should be no one to compete with him, and because of this, Bai Lu wanted to let Tianru's fate die here. I saw a large amount of black gas suddenly coming out of his body. Li Yinming and Sima Yi on the stage were also surprised when they saw it. He actually wanted to use poison. More and more black smoke has enveloped most of the venue, and Tianrifeng did not panic at all. He did not retreat and counterattacked, and rushed towards Bai Lu, who was wrapped in poison. At this time, Bai Lu was also quite surprised. He didn't expect Tianrifeng to dare to rush towards him. He immediately mobilized the poison to attack Tianrifeng, and the poison wrapped him in an instant. Everyone thought that Tianru's fate was about to be over, only to see a knife chi suddenly burst out of the poison, and Bai Lu, who was frightened, hurriedly raised the hanging iron rod in his hand to resist, and in the next second, Tianru's fate directly rushed out of the poison and punched Bai Lu. At this time, Bai Lu saw something that he couldn't believe in his life. Bai Lu resisted the sword chi raised by Tianrifeng, but he couldn't dodge his fist. Just now, he saw something that he couldn't believe in his life, only to see that the flesh and blood on Tianru's face that was corroded by poison was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at this time, the people outside the venue couldn't see what was going on inside because of the heat of the poison. At this moment, they only saw a figure flying out of the poison and slamming it on the ground, and when the smoke cleared, they saw that the person who flew out was actually Bai Lu, the sect leader of the poison demon sect, and Tianru was standing there unscathed. At this time, Elder Sima Yi also opened his mouth widely, and his face was full of disbelief that Heavenly Rufate had actually blocked Bai Lu's poison. When he fought against the Wulin League before, he had seen the poisonous bow of the sect master of the poison demon sect, and the people who died under his poisonous bow were piled up into a hill, and after the peerless master of the Wudong faction, Yuming Zhenren, encountered the poisonous bow, there were not even bones left. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, Li Yinming couldn't believe it, and at this time, Bai Lu, who was knocked down, stood up again. He was still immersed in the scene he had just seen, with a look of misfortune. At this moment, Tianru moved. He used the ultimate meaning of the butterfly dance knife method. The butterfly dance was full of joy. Bai Lu wanted to raise the Shintai staff to resist, but when he stretched out his hand, he found that the Shintai staff was not by his side. At this moment, Bai Lu gritted his teeth, and there was a loud sound all over his body. Countless poisonous gases seeped out of his body, and the toxicity became even stronger, and the nanometer machine had been speeding up cell division to repair the damaged skin. With Bai Lu roaring, the whole body exuded a powerful energy, and the sky was shocked and retreated at this time. Looking at Bai Lu again, it had completely changed. The skin around him turned black and became a poisonous person. The skin became invulnerable, and the poisonous gas emitted could instantly melt the boulder, which was only possible by refining the poison to the 8th layer. The knife just now made Tianru Ming realize that the white dragon knife was no longer enough to cause harm to him. So Tianru Ming inserted the white dragon knife into the ground, mobilized the internal force, and shook a burst of smoke and dust. At this time, Tianru ordered to instill the demonic chi into his wrist, and then the heavenly demon sword appeared in his hand, and the strong demonic chi made Bai Lu feel several times cold. At this time he felt a strong danger, so he planned to strike first, and threw the condensed energy in his hand like a cannonball to the sky, only to see that the black sword chi in the sky instantly split his energy group. In the next second, Tianru appeared in front of the white mist, and he once again moved his bow with both hands to prepare to resist. It can be said that it was one night, and the black sword chi instantly enveloped him, and his body with shoulders like a rock was like paper paste under the black sword chi, and then there were bursts of painful roars. Then Tianru was beheaded with an arrow, and finally the poison demon sect master Bai Wu. From summoning the heavenly demon sword to beheading Bai Wu, it was only a few breaths of time, and at this time, everyone's vision outside was blocked by smoke and dust, and they didn't know what was happening inside. When the smoke cleared, Tianru Ming stood there with something in his hand, and when he looked closely, it was the top of Bai Mist's head, and saw that this crowd was instantly stunned. Even Li Yinming and Sima Yi couldn't believe that Tian Rumming actually killed Bai Mist, the sect leader of the Poison Demon sect. At this time, Tian Wuyin in the crowd clenched her fists, her teeth rattled, and she turned away without looking back. After this battle, Tian Ru also realized that she was not strong enough, and she couldn't defeat the White Mist with the stacked 5-sword mage alone. Everyone would have a killer weapon, and she had to become stronger. The path of revenge for her mother has just begun, and the heavenly demon god cult is hiding a big secret. After Tian Rumming obtained the 6th-stage assessment, when he came to the office of the Demon Dao Pavilion, Li Yinming used his internal force to isolate the sound, and suddenly knelt down on one knee, which made Tian Ru Ming look puzzled. Li Yinming asked very solemnly, "Have you been moved by the heavenly demon patriarch?" Tian Ruming continued to pretend to be confused. Li Yinming saw that she still didn't admit it, and then took out her Dharma Protector identity token from her arms, and swore to support Tian Ruming Gongzi in the battle for the little sect leader. This series of actions made the heavens like fate, and I don't know what to do. Tian Ru said to me, "I'm really sorry. I don't know how to trust the sect leader's cronies will protect her Dharma." Li Yinming was also very relieved to see that Tian Rufang was so cautious and continued. "Although I am the left protector of the sect leader, I can't strictly support anyone, but aside from these, I have something that must be considered. We, the Dharma protectors, have identified the person who has received the true inheritance of the heavenly demon patriarch as the next sect master." Then Li Yinming told Tian Rumming a secret, and now the heavenly demon sword technique passed down from generation to generation by the sect leaders is not the real heavenly demon ancestor sword technique. He was also shocked when he heard this heavenly destiny, and then Li Yinming continued to explain to Heavenly Destiny that the earliest heavenly demon divine sect did not have 6 major sects like it is now, nor would it cultivate many descendants, and the previous sect leaders would take the name chosen by the altar life of the god and demon sect. The child of the god girl became a little sect leader, until 500 years ago. The new sect leader went on a pilgrimage to the Tian Shan Mountains, and all 5 people in the group died. Li Yinming said, "Ji Dao God." He was also shocked when he heard this fate, because he had heard this name, the sword demon known as the peerless swordsman of this sect. The only swordsman he couldn't win was Ji Dao God. At that time, the sect leader and the god gave birth to a girl, from the heir to the sect leader to teach the heavenly demon sword technique all the successors. Soon after the death of the sect leader, the great elder also died of illness. In order to clean up the mess, the first elder sword demon was recommended as the deputy sect leader, and soon the demon sect settled down. However, the most important thing is to find the heavenly demon sword technique, because there is no way to know the internal strength and luck of the heart, so there is no way to restore the martial arts. At that time, the sword demon Gong entered the secret room of the confinement room for the first time. Although the sword marks left on the blue jade stone could be seen in the sword moves, but without internal strength and luck, he would not be able to perform those moves. The sword demon Gong stayed in it for 3 years before he came out. He used the stone tablet to lock and engrave and his own understanding to create a new heavenly demon sword technique. After being unanimously recognized by everyone, he passed the sword technique to the daughter of the sect leader, and also moved the blue jade stone to the Demon Dao library. Tianru suddenly asked, "Then why did you leave sword marks on the stone tablet?" Even at the expense of destroying the ancestors' experience, Li Yinming explained that the ancestors' sword marks were all left on them, and the damage of the blue jade stone was inevitable. Because not long after, one of the 5 masters at that time, Star Monk Kongendashi, was also killed by the extreme sword god 2 years later, and then 2 years later, the extreme sword god killed Lu Zongqian, one of the 5 masters. The extreme sword god was eyeing the 5 masters, and 3 of the 5 masters were killed, and his fame skyrocketed. At this time, among the 5 masters, only Wudong's sword Immortal Qingming Zhenren and Deputy Sect Master Sword Demon Gong remained. Although Sword Demon Gong was a rare swordsman, he had seen the corpses of people who had been killed by the extreme sword god before, and the scar marks on those corpses contained great power. He didn't have the confidence to defeat the extreme sword god with his current strength, and there was no way for the elders to let him start studying the sword moves against the stone tablet engraved with the ancestors' sword marks. 4 years have passed, the extreme sword god appeared in the demon sect of the 100,000 Great Mountains. He first defeated the Wudong Sword Immortal, and then fought with the Sword Demon Gong for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally ended in a draw. However, the Sword Demon Gong also made a great sacrifice. He lost the most important right arm of the 5, and since then, the extreme sword god has never appeared in the rivers and lakes. Some people say that he has exhausted his true chi and died, and after that incident, the Sword Demon Gong retired from the position of deputy sect leader due to the loss of his right arm. The 16-year-old daughter of the former head of the sect took up the position of head of the sect, and although she ascended to the position of head of the sect, she did not have the power of the head of the sect, so she began to implement the sectarian system, which continues to this day. And she has 5 husbands in her life, 2 of whom are disciples of the Sword Demon sect, which is the origin of the Sword Demon sect and the Xian Demon sect. The remaining 3 are the disciples of the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder, which are now the Sword Demon sect, the Poison Demon sect, and the En Demon sect. In addition, the Sword Demon Gong established the Demon Dao Pavilion for 2 purposes. One was to find the heir who had really obtained the true inheritance of the heavenly demon ancestor. He believed that one day, there would be a person in the heavenly bloodline who could unlock the secret, and for this reason, it was necessary to protect the confinement room and the Wind Demon Cave. So he established the Demon Dao Pavilion again. When the true heavenly demon patriarch appeared, he would be elected as the sect leader, and just like that, 500 years would pass. Until Tianruming appeared, Li Yiming had fought with the sect leader. He recognized the heavenly demon sword technique, and before Tianru had used the heavenly demon sword technique in the 3rd stage of the assessment, he had already determined it at that time. At this time, Li Yiming asked solemnly again, "Have you inherited the experience of the heavenly demon patriarch?" Seeing Tianru's affirmative reply, Li Yiming directly and solemnly deducted Tianru's head, and Tianruming asked, "I said before that there were 2 purposes for establishing the Demon Dao Pavilion. So what is the other one?" Li Yiming did not answer, but directly took Tianru to the underground treasure house of the library building. There were 3 sect leaders guarding it all day. They had 2 keys on them, and Li Yiming had one on him, and only 3 people inserted the key in it at the same time, and then turned it at the same time to open it. Tianru Ming put some scratched skin and a broken arm on the stone platform, and when he saw this Tianru Ming, he immediately guessed that this broken arm was built in the Demon Palace, and those skins were the guards of the sect leader back then, and these scratches were caused by the Ji Dao god back then. Tianruming closed his eyes and felt the knife marks on it, and in his mind he used the butterfly dance knife technique and these knife skills to practice, and his butterfly dance knife technique couldn't even resist a move, unless it was a sword move that used the heavenly demon to build a meritorious service. In addition to these, there were 3 cheats in it, all of which were written by the Demon Palace back then, and one of them was an analysis of the sword moves of the Ji Dao Divine Sword. Li Yiming told Tianruming a secret again. The battle between the Demon Palace and the Ji Dao god did not reach a tie, but the Ji Dao god suddenly disappeared during the fight. I don't know where he went, and then the Jian Demon Palace waited for him for 4 days, but it never appeared. So the 2 ended in a draw, and finally until the death of the Jian Demon Palace, the Ji Dao god did not appear again. After saying that, Li Yiming handed over the key to the treasure house to Tianruming, then turned around and left. Tianruming picked up the 3 cheats and let the Nami machine start scanning, and when he got the 24 swords, Tianruming was stunned. This is a sword technique obtained by re-improving the sword-breaking technique based on the comprehension of the destruction sword technique. This sword technique is the peerless sword technique created by Jianmo in order to compete with the Ji Dao god, but through the deduction of the heavens just now, this peerless sword technique is not the opponent of the Ji Dao god at all, because the sword move of the Ji Dao god that was felt through the deduction before is comparable to the power of the 4th move of the heavenly demon gong. After scanning the 3 cheats, Tianru asked the Nami machine to display the knife marks on the arm through the virtual image, and generated a virtual figure to use the 4th move of the heavenly demon sword skill, which allowed the 2 virtual figures to fight. In the end, although the heavenly demon sword skill defeated Ji Dao god's sword move by 1 stroke, he was shocked back by his sword weapon by 3 steps. In terms of subtlety, the heavenly demon sword skill is even more powerful, But in terms of power, the sword moves of the Ji-Dao god are stronger, and Li Yiming also hopes that he can study the move to crack the Ji-Dao divine sword move. But he is wrong. Tianru has a machine of that rice, so he has a sword technique that is comparable to the heavenly demon sword skill. On the 7th day of Tianru's fate to pass the assessment, at this time, everyone has entered the Demon Dao Pavilion for 3 years and 7 months, and now only one person has passed the 6th stage of the assessment, and 7 people have passed the 5th stage of the assessment, and among the candidates for the little sect leader, the most powerful sword demon sect Tian Lucan was eliminated, and the sword demon sect Tian Jinjian was cut off his arm. 5 of the 6 people failed to make it to the end, and the remaining candidates were only Tian Ru Fate and Tian Wu Yin, and there were only 5 months left in the Demon Dao Pavilion, and the battle for the ultimate little sect leader began. Tian Rumming successfully learned the first move of the Ji-Dao Divine Sword method when he was practicing, although he only extracted the knife marks on it, and there was no luck to be killed, but after more than 3 years of the previous Nami machine, through a large number of analysis and research of the stored martial arts, he studied a set of luck that can be applied to any martial arts moves. After a day of practice, she was a little hungry, so she came to the cafeteria to eat, and when she was eating, the man was very nervous and sweating a lot, and a man on the side had been paying attention to her. Tian Ru ordered to find a place to eat and began to eat, and soon a bowl of rice was wiped out by her, and on the other side, Tian Rufang's subordinates were on the way back, and Tian Wuyin's men led people to stop it. At this time, Tian Rufang, who had eaten dinner, came to the grove and was also blocked by 4 men, who were the grandsons of the Sword Demon Sect, the Eam Demon Sect, the Sword Demon Sect, and the Poison Demon Sect. The minor sect leader candidates of these 4 major sects were all beaten into ruins by Tianru's fate, and they came to take revenge. Before Tian Ru went to the cafeteria to eat, Bai Zhaju of the Poison Demon Sect had already secretly poisoned him, and at this time he was waiting for the poison in Tian Ru Ming's body to take effect. He said arrogantly, "You can meet your men in the infirmary in a moment." Hearing this, Tian Ru's heart tightened. If Tian Wuyin made a move, those subordinates would be in danger. Tian Ru ordered to pull out the white dragon knife, and he wanted to fight quickly. The Eam Demon Sect roared at Roji, raised his long sword and rushed towards Tianrufu. With a wave of the white dragon knife, the long sword in Xiang Roji's hand was cut in 2, and the next second, 7 of his right arms were cut off by Tianru. At this time, Bai Zhaju of the Poison Demon Sect also looked disdainful. He obviously ate his poison. How could he still use his internal force? Tian Rufang suddenly stretched out his hand, and drops of black liquid dripped from his hand. If he made a sizzling sound on Xiang Roji's body, in fact, he felt something was wrong when he was eating. So he had a nanometer machine analyze the food and collect the poisons in a centralized manner. At this time, Tian Ru didn't talk nonsense with them, and a flash appeared behind them, slapping Pu Yangkong of the Sword Demon Sect with a palm. Seeing all this, the Sword Demon Sect Championship began to regret a little. The injury that was beaten by Tian Ru Ming before was not healed. Tian Ru Ming slowly walked in front of Pu Yangkong and stepped on his head directly. Tian Rumming's operation scared the 2 of them half to death, and at this time, Tian Rumming was looking at the 2 of them with murderous anger, and Bai Zhaju still wanted to threaten him with the 6 major sects. But Tianru didn't eat this set at all, and with a casual lift, Sister Duan, who landed beside Xiang Roji, directly penetrated the chest of the Sword Demon Sect Championship, and then walked towards Bai Zhaju with a murderous face. Afterwards, Tian Ru Ming ran into the white machine people who were looking for him, and everyone was relieved to see that Tian Ru Ming was fine. At this time, Tian Ru asked slowly, "Haven't you been attacked by Tian Wuyin's men?" Gao Wangyi's face was surprised. "How did the Lord know?" "They stopped us, just said something to try to win us over, didn't do anything, and then just left." Hearing that this day was fateful, I fell into deep thought. The guys of the 4 major sects wanted to kill me, and they also prepared traps to attack me in advance. But the guy from the Demon Sect just said a few words and left. Didn't they want to win over Gao Wangyi at all? They were just delaying time. In the practice room on the other side, Tian Wuyin's subordinates were reporting to him what happened tonight. It turned out that they wanted to use the hands of the 4 major sects to kill Tianru's fate, let them fight with each other, and finally sit back on their own. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the practice room, and the head of the sect, Hu Zhonghua, stood at the door with the head of the sect. Hu Zhonghua pointed a knife at Tian Wuyin and said, "I received an order to escort the two of you to the hall master." Tian Wuyin and the others were taken to the suburbs, and it was a mess here. Li Yiming asked directly, "This matter was done by the two of you." Hearing this, Wuyin hurriedly explained, "Qin Yun and I have been staying in the practice room all the time, and we don't know what's going on here." Li Yiming pointed to the building site, and at this time his whole body was black, as if he had died of severe poison. Tian Wuyin saw that it was not Tianru who died, and he immediately panicked, and then Li Yiming took them to another place. The championship was pierced through the heart by a sword, and that sword was the epithetical Yin sword of the building. At this time, Tian Wuyin suddenly felt that something was wrong, and at this time, he designed the championship and fought to the building site to die. Not far away, there was another person who fell on his stomach, and this person was in the Xuanma sect's Ro Xinyan Palm Cloud Mirror 8 styles, and finally was killed by Kai Bao and thrown into the furnace. At this time, Tian Wuyin realized that this was a trap, because there was a secret book of Ro Xinyan Palm on the 5th floor of the library building, and he was not very worried. But when he saw the body of the White Snake 9 of the Poison Demon sect, his face changed instantly, and he couldn't believe it, because the White Snake 9 was hit by the sword and the palm technique at the same time and died, and this left shoulder and right palm was the exclusive technique of the Xian Demon sect. In the 3-stage assessment before, Tian Wuyin had used it, and Tian Wuyin knew that this was a ghost caused by Tianru's fate, and he didn't believe in the unique martial arts that he had only used once before. Tianru learned it after reading it once, and no amount of explanation under this evidence was pale, and Chen Yun on the side knew that if Tian Wuyin was eliminated, his fate would also be miserable. He put the blame on the White Snake 9 of the Poison Demon sect, saying that the White Snake 9 proposed to kill Tianrifang together, and they felt that the means were too despicable to participate, and they didn't know anything about what happened here, but Tianrifang had more motives to kill. In front of these evidences, Li Yiming didn't believe his words, and this was discovered by Heaven and his subordinates. Then report to Li Yiming. At this time, Tianruming came from a distance, and everyone was in a hurry to meet Elder Tianruming, but Tian Weian and the two were indifferent, Li Yiming said in a lifetime, and he didn't hurry up to salute Elder Tianruming. Under Li Yiming's deterrence, the two of them reluctantly saluted to Tianru. Tianruming asked to see the corpses of several people again. Xiang Ro was only cut off by the Sword Demon sect Pu Yangkong with a knife, and then was poisoned by the White Snake 9 of the Poison Demon sect. Jing Biao was killed by the Yin Demon sect Xiang Ro only with the blade of the skin Yin sword through the heart. Hu Zhonghua on the side continued, after Fu Yangkong was hit by the Ro Xin palm of the first Xian Demon sect, he was trampled on his head and died. At this time, Li Yiming glanced at Tian Weian, and White Snake 9 was hit by the right sword and left palm of the Xian Demon sect, and died due to internal injuries and excessive blood loss. Tian Ruming glanced at Tian Wuyin and the others and continued, "If I killed them according to what you said, then I can't understand the Poison Palace and this series of martial arts. How can I see that they are all 5 people who killed each other in the process of quarreling?" At this time, Tian Wuyin figured out the intention of Tian Rufang. He didn't just want to eliminate Tian Wuyin, and when these corpses were sent to their respective sects, they would only judge the murderer based on the scars on the corpses. The real purpose of Tianru's destiny was to make the 5 major sects fight each other, and at this time, Tian Wuyin knew that he had been tricked, and it was too late. The two of them were caught by Li Yiming and locked up in a confinement room when the Poison Demon sect received the body of White Snake Jiu. At this time, the Poison Demon sect was still during Bai Wu's funeral, judging that the Xian Demon sect did it according to the scars on his body. The people of the Poison Demon sect have endured the Xian Demon sect for a long time, and Bai Wu had refused the challenge of Tianru's destiny before. Since the 5th lady came to Bai Wu once, he changed his mind, and he also appeared at Bai Wu's funeral. At this time, someone suggested that now is no longer the best time for a sneak attack, and the young sect master decided to hold a funeral for White Snake 9 first, and secretly ordered the people of the Poison Demon sect scattered in the sect to gather before the early morning of tomorrow. The people of the Poison Demon sect were dressed in white and attacked the Xian Demon sect late at night, but when they came to the Xian Demon sect manor, there was no one inside. At this time, the young sect master of the Poison Demon sect realized that this was a trap. It could be said that it was too late. The rain of arrows in the sky was shooting towards them, and they suffered heavy losses without defense, and then a large number of martial artists appeared around, and everyone in the poison demon sect was surrounded by heavy surrounds, and they could only fight to the death. At this time, a white-haired old man appeared. His martial arts were so strong that no one in the poison demon sect could get close to him, and there were corpse marks everywhere he passed. And soon he found the young sect master of the poison demon sect. But the young sect master was not his opponent, and he had been hit by several arrows in a few rounds. At this time, the fifth lady walked out slowly, and when the two people of the poison demon sect saw the fifth lady appear, they jumped up and rushed towards her, only to see the arrow flash, and the heads of the two people slipped off their bodies, and the young sect master of the poison demon sect was pressed to the ground by the old man. The fifth lady walked towards him slowly, and as soon as he opened his mouth to insult the fifth lady, he was beheaded by an arrow, and at this time, all the people of the poison demon sect who came to sneak attack were annihilated. On the third day of Tianhuan being locked up, his subordinates fell into chaos, and now the demon Taoist pavilion has become the world of Tianru's destiny, and the original Tianhuan subordinates have withdrawn from the museum. And some people who were previously neutral chose to join Tianru's destiny, but Tianrifang, who has always valued loyalty, has refused. Fortunately, Sima Zhua of the 4th and 5th sects and Li Xiqing of the Xie Dao sect chose to become Tianru's subordinates after Tianruming killed by Wu, and now Tianruming decided to leave the Demon Dao Pavilion in advance. There are two purposes for going out this time. One is to use other methods to find people who have joined the sect, and the other is that the sect leader and the 8 elders have already left the demon sect, and Tianru has only gone out with 5 of his subordinates. On the night of his departure, he came to the non-phantom sect manor, and the 2 guards at the door were wearing the same human skin masks, and after he identified himself, Bu Yihui, a woman covered in pink rouge, poked her head out of the door. The most mysterious sect of the heavenly demon god sect. Everyone in it wears human skin masks. No one has ever seen their true appearance, and these 7 people who look exactly the same are actually the sect masters. After Tianru Ming left the Demon Dao Pavilion, he came to the non-phantom ghost sect first, and it was the chief manager Lu Ruoyan who went out to greet them, but he could only let Tianru Ming take 1 person in, and finally when Kuei and Tianru entered the non-phantom ghost sect together. When I came to the hall, there were 7 identical people sitting in the hall, and I saw Lu Ruoyan signaling to the person who was sitting there, "Sect Master, I brought the guests." Tian Rufong looked at the 7 people in front of him. Not only did they look exactly the same, but even their breath was the same. At this time, when Kuei suddenly said, "This is different from the elders I have seen before, Tianru's fate is slightly rude. I am Tianru's destiny who has just become the 12th elder." When Kuei on the side also said, "I am one Kuei of the demon dragon Changzong. I met my uncle, and when I heard this, my suspicious expression was slightly paused, and then I smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a long time. I met with Brother Wen Yin before entering the Demon Dao Pavilion, and you managed that very well." At this time, when Kuei once again transmitted the message to Tianru, confirming that the man was suspicious of the elder, because only he knew that I was wearing a human skin mask. The purpose of Tianru's fate this time was to obtain the identity jade plate of the doubtful elders, because there were only 2 ways to become a minor sect leader. One was to obtain the support of the 12 upper-level sect masters, and the other was to get the approval of 3 of the 12 elders. The jade pendant is a symbol of the status of the elders, and offering the jade pendant is equivalent to acknowledging that person is the minor sect leader, and it also means swearing allegiance to him. Suspicion hopes that Tianru Ming can complete his 2 discussions. The first is insight. He asks Tianru Ming to find out the real sect master. These delicate human skin masks, even the hair is difficult to distinguish. Said with a suspicious smile, "Let's have a snack and chat." Just then Tian Rufate suddenly said, "I found it," and then suddenly turned his head to look at the manager Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan smiled embarrassedly, "It can't be me." Tian Rufang explained, "You asked me to find out the sect master himself, and you didn't say that it must be one of the 7. Lu Ruoyan on the side said, "Just based on that sentence, I actually said that I am the sect master, and your choice is too casual." But before she could finish speaking, Tianrifang suddenly slashed at her neck with a palm. Lu Ruoyan raised her hand to block this blow. She couldn't pretend to be a question and answer anymore. "How did you know?" When one Kuei greeted him before, There was an obvious pause in the man's speech, and at that time, Tian Rumming raised his vigilance, and the vocal cords of the voice transmission would vibrate slightly, but there was no trace of vibration in the angry man's Adam's apple. She asked the nanomachine to analyze the sounds in the house, and the nanomachine could capture different frequencies, and that's when she heard the sound of transmission, but she couldn't say it these days. Tianru explained that after Wen Kuei's greeting, the person paused in answering the question, and then I knew that someone had transmitted a voice to her, but there was no one in the smell whose vocal cords were vibrating, and it was not the person who transmitted the sound. Of all the people in this room, you are the only ones who can transmit sounds. Lu Ruoyan smiled slightly and introduced herself again. I am the sect Master Huani of the Flying Phantom Ghost sect. Since you have passed the first level of the exam, then we will directly start the second level of the exam. After speaking, a palm burst opened the sky like fate, and then a ghost shadow claw method grabbed her. Tianrafang just released the sword to resist, or was someone grabbed the gap and kicked out of the house? Tianru had seen the ghost claw method on the 5th floor of the library building before, but the ring wing was used more exquisitely, and there were no loopholes at all. Huani walked slowly. You won the poison demon sect master. Although he looked like an old man with a cane, he was really a monster, and he always wanted to fight him, but he never found a suitable reason. But since you won him, it's okay to fight you. At this time, the maid next to her handed over her weapon, and she pulled out her long knife. Her unique martial art was the Flying Phantom Ghost Knife technique. Seeing the opponent using a weapon, Tianru also pulled out the White Dragon Knife. The first beauty of the Heavenly Demon God sect turned out to be Yin Yun. She was the sect master of the Flying Phantom Ghost sect, and in order to cultivate the ghost sound skill, she had been close since she was a child. Just now, Tianru left the Demon Dao Pavilion and came to the Flying Phantom Ghost sect first. In order to become a small sect leader, she had to get the support of the 3 elders. If you want to gain the support of the Flying Phantom Ghost sect, you must first defeat the sect Master Huani. Both sides are masters of using knives, and Huani uses his unique technique, the Flying Phantom Ghost Knife technique. Tianru Ming pulled out the White Dragon Knife. The 2 sides of the knife chi collided and made a dang sound, and the High King Ibai outside heard the sound of fighting and thought that Tianru was in danger inside. The White Rooster directly knocked down the guards guarding the door one by one, and everyone rushed in, and at this time, the 2 of them were fighting back and forth. Elder Huani also mocked, with your strength, you still want to get my jade pendant? Tianru Feng's use of the butterfly dance knife technique could not suppress the attack of the ring wings, so he decided to use that move to give it a try. It was very strange for Huani to see Tianru Destiny suddenly change his moves. He had never seen such a strange move before. Tian Ruffate said lightly, I may not be able to control the strength. Please do your best. Seeing that the sky is like a fate, the ring wing decided to use it, and the flying ghost knife's trick flying knife ghost Heaven Heart Emperor. The sky full of sword shadows collided, making a dangling sound in the air, and finally the ring wing was defeated. The long knife in his hand was knocked away by Tianrafang, and then Tianruming slashed at him. In the face of this powerful knife, he closed his eyes directly, only to hear a loud bang. On the other side, the Gaowang Yizhong people who had just entered were blocked by the Flying Phantom Ghost sect's outer hall master martial arts generation, and at this moment they felt a strong fluctuation, and then the stone wall in front of them was split. The sword of heaven was earth-shattering, and the powerful sword chi split the ground into a deep ravine, and everyone was so frightened by the scene in front of them that they rushed inside. And the knife of Tianru's fate happened to fall next to Huani, and Huani was also shocked by the power of this knife, and directly knelt down on one knee and handed over the identity jade plate with both hands, swearing allegiance to Tianrafang. At this time, the High King Yizhong who rushed over happened to see this side, and everyone in the living room sat opposite each other, and Tianru wanted to see the true face of the ring-winged people, but they were refused. The Flying Phantom sect has been subordinate to the Dark sect responsible for assassination and intelligence management for generations, and no one has seen his true face except for the sect master. At this time, Tian Rufang thought of Huan Rua in the Demon Dao Pavilion. He wanted to accept him as a subordinate in the Demon Dao Pavilion before, but he was refused, saying that he would not join any forces without the permission of the sect master, but he had Nei Min to remember. and at that time he knew that Huan Ruo had brought human skin and face. At this time, Huani suddenly said, "I can't have children." Everyone heard the bewilderment, and he continued to explain. The Yin-Chi of our Flying Phantom Ghost sect's mental method ghost sound skill is very heavy, so in order to practice the ghost sound skill, he has to be purified since he was a child, and Huan Ruo is a child he adopted. Hearing the faint opinion of this Gao Wang Yi and Su Feng, after leaving from the Flying Phantom Ghost sect, Tian Ru returned to the place where he grew up. After he entered the Demon Dao Pavilion, Zhang Escort has been living here, and he walked into the courtyard and was cleaned clean. But when he walked to the door of the house that day, his figure instantly froze, because he did not feel the breath of Zhang Escort. Tian Rufong returned to the place where he grew up, but he didn't find Zhang Guard. He asked his subordinates to search the entire yard, and the yard was cleaned, but he didn't find Zhang Guard. He stood on a high place and began to let the machine scan the entire courtyard, and found a slight sword mark on a pillar. At this time, Gao Wang also walked over, saw the sword mark and said, Zhang Huwei was attacked. At this time, the Tianru sect on the side was full of murderous energy, and the only sects that used swords were the Sword Demon sect, the Xian Demon sect, and the Yin Demon sect, and the possibilities of these three sects were very high. At this time, King Gao also said, their target is not Zhang Guard, but the main army, you. If they know that you are out of the demon path, they will definitely find a way to get close to you. So King Gao also thought of a countermeasure on the other side. In the cell of the Xian Demon sect, Zhang Escort had been beaten all over with blood, and the red-hot falling iron pressed on his body at once, and the falling iron touched his body and made a sizzling sound, and Zhang Escort almost fainted. Mrs. Wu outside the cage asked sharply, did the sect leader teach that guy's martial arts? And Zhang Huwei was beaten at this time. His nose and face were swollen, and his speech was also vague, and he could only hear it vaguely, no. And Mrs. Wu did not believe what he said, and ordered her subordinates to continue the torture. At this moment, a subordinate suddenly came over and said, Tianru is destined to roll out of the demon path. Hearing this, Mrs. Wu smiled. Didn't she come out at this time to send her to death? In the inn, the three of them were eating quietly, and some people around them looked at them from time to time, and they were waiting for those people to take the initiative to approach. Gao Wangyi's previous countermeasure was to use Tianru's fate as a bait, and the other three people observed the movements in the three sects. At this moment, a transmission came to Tianru's ears, asking him to come to the demon sect manor alone in the ugly room, and threatening him to cut off one of Zhang's guards if he dared to bring a weapon. And Tian Rumming used the secret machine to find out that the person who transmitted the sound was the person at the door, but he couldn't see his appearance clearly. Tian Rumming slapped his palm on the table and stood up suddenly, and the figure of the tree in the hall also stood up suddenly. Tian Rumming glanced at the door. The person had already disappeared, and the next second Tian Rumming's figure flashed, and the few people in the inn were put to the ground. Tian Ruffong grabbed a man's neck and asked, which sect are you from? The man whined and said, God, what sect? Tianru's face sank. I advise you to invite it truthfully. I don't know what I will do. The powerful momentum directly scared the man to pee, and because the strength was too great, the man fainted directly, and the heavens ordered his subordinates to carry those people back to the residence, and after returning to the residence, a few people explained, they were entrusted by people to stare at the sky like that, and after checking their identity cards, they were indeed ordinary martial artists. After getting the accurate answer, Tianru ordered a few people to be knocked unconscious and locked up, and after a while, as soon as King Gao came back, he was responsible for observing the movements of the Yin Demon sect, and there was nothing unusual there. After another period of time, it has now exceeded the agreed time, but Bai Ji and Sima Zhua have not come back yet, and Tianru suddenly feels that the general situation is not good. On the other side, Mrs. Wu's residence, her subordinates walked in with the two of them on their shoulders, and then threw them to the ground to see their appearances, which was to monitor the Xian Demon sect. Seeing Bai Ji and Sima Zhua of the Demon sect, both of them were arrested by Mrs. Wu of the Xian Demon sect, and the ugly thing happened, and Tianru came to the manor of the Poison Demon sect alone. At this time, Mrs. Wu was waiting here for a long time, surrounded by ambush masters. Seeing Mrs. Wu, Tianru thought of when she was a child. Several ladies came over together, and forced her mother to sign a covenant that she could not cultivate internal strength. Tian Rufang asked directly, "Where are Zhang Huwei and my men?" Mrs. Wu smiled coldly. "The hostage that was finally caught. Do you think Mrs. Bin will hand it over so easily?" The eyes of the sky flashed, and Mrs. Wu was very unhappy when she saw her eyes, and ordered the subordinates next to her to abolish her internal strength first, and an old man next to her stretched out his hand and slowly approached. "If you want to save your guards and subordinates, don't resist and stay honest." And Tian Ru Ming said directly, "The person who threatened me with the sound in the inn before was you?" Hearing the old man's body shook, and then jumped up and slapped the dantian of Tian Ru Ming. Tian Ru Ming reached out and grabbed the old man's wrist, and then with a force, the old man's arm was easily twisted by her. Seeing that Mrs. Wu stood up suddenly, and Tianru Fate directly threw her a small box. When Mrs. Wu opened the box and saw the contents inside, her eyes instantly froze. Mrs. Wu opened the box. There was an eyeball inside. She asked immediately, "What do you want to do?" And Tianru Fate said lightly, "Shouldn't you ask me whose eyeball this is?" At this time, Mrs. Wu instantly thought of her son Tian Wuyan, but she still didn't believe it, because Tian Wuyan was in the Demon Dao Pavilion, and it was impossible for Zhuo Protector to let it go. But she didn't know that 2 hours ago, Tianrafang came to Jinbi City to find Tianwayan. At this time, Tianwayan's internal force was relieved. Tianrafang used internal force to bind her. Originally, she wanted to rescue Zhang Huwei, and this matter was over. But Tian Ru suddenly learned the truth about her mother's murder, so she found Tian Wuyan, who was very important to Mrs. Wu. And at this time Tian Wuyan was still very arrogant and said, "If you dare to touch me, the person named Zhang Huwei will die even worse." Before she could finish speaking, Tianru directly cut off her hands, but she felt that 2 hands alone were not enough to scare Madame Wu, so she decided to gouge out Tianwayan's eyeballs. At this time, Tian Rufang saw that Mrs. Wu still refused to believe it, and she threw her an identity tag. Seeing this identity tag, Mrs. Wu completely believed that the eyeballs were Tian Wuyan's. She said viciously, "What do you want?" Tianru said very calmly, "And let my men and Zhang Guard go." So Mrs. Wu planned to pretend to exchange hostages to rescue Tian Wuyan first. She ordered her men to bring Zhang escort and them over, and then asked, "Now can you tell me where the child is?" Tian Ruming replied, "My subordinates watched Tian Wu Yan and Wu Qingyin in the confinement room, and seeing that it was so easy to get Tian Wu Yan's whereabouts, she was ecstatic in her heart. She planned to save her own children first, and then kill Tian Ruming's men." Tian Rufang threw his identity jade plate to Mrs. Wu and asked her to take it to lead people, and Mrs. Wu directly ordered the old man around her to let her go to the Demon Dao Hall to save people, and secretly spread the word, asking her to kill all the others. Chasing all the way, the white-haired old man led people to the Demon Dao Pavilion, but found that today's guards were extremely lax, but he didn't think much about it, and rushed all the way to the confinement room on the mountain. And when he was about to reach the top of the mountain, he arranged for his subordinates to ambush in the middle of the mountain, and when he rescued Tian Wuyan, he was ready to sneak attack Tian Ru's men. As soon as the old man walked into the confinement room, his expression was instantly frozen. There was no Tian Wuyan inside, but the head of the sect Hu Zhonghua. The old man suddenly felt that he had been fooled, and hurriedly exited the confinement room, but when he came out and saw the scene in front of him, he was instantly dumbfounded. There were corpses all over the ground in front of him, and all the people who had left the ambush before were killed. Tian Ru saw the strange figure slowly approaching, and before he could see the appearance of the person who came, he was blocked by someone with an arrow, and at this time the fifth lady was anxiously waiting. Tian Ru saw the anxious fifth lady directly said her thoughts, "You want to kill all my men, and then rescue your own children." Hearing that the 5 ladies realized that they had been deceived, the Xian demon sect must be in danger, so they hurried back to the Xian demon sect. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and the person who came was Li Yinming, the left protector, and if you looked closely, it was the old man's head in his hand. Tian Ruming said at this time, "I have worked hard for the left protector," and the fifth lady on the side knew that Li Yinming had become Tian Ruming's subordinate, and she asked with anger on her face, "So a protector, when will the protector start to support the candidate who has not yet been determined to be the leader of the small sect? You are violating the rules of this sect." And Li Yinming said lightly, "Now that the battle for the little sect leader is over," the fifth lady was instantly speechless. and Tianru continued to say, "It seems that you still have hope. Do you think that if you get rid of me here, the rest of the people will have a chance to compete with each other?" At this time, the fifth lady is still hard-mouthed. "I advise you not to provoke this lady again. If I don't like it, I will guard it." Before the words were finished, one of his subordinates hurriedly ran over, shouting that something was wrong, and the outside of the manor was surrounded by unknown figures. Child's subordinates are all a little injured, but Child's healthcare life is a little dangerous. "I have called the doctor." Hearing that Zhang Hu's life is dying, Tianru is full of murderous energy, and the powerful coercion makes everyone tremble. The fifth lady still couldn't admit that she had lost. At this moment, Gao Wangyi and Su Feng came over holding Tian Wuyin and Chen Yun hostage. The fifth lady wanted to calculate the fate of the sky, but she didn't expect that she walked into the trap of the fate of the sky step by step. Looking at her son in their hands, the fifth lady knelt down directly to the sky with a bang, kowtowed. She begged the fate of the sky to let her son go. But at this moment, she secretly transmitted the message to Tian Wuyin, to remember today's shame, and to take revenge when your grandfather comes back in the future, and as long as I can save you, I, as a mother, can do anything. At this time, Tian Wuyin's teeth were clenched, and her whole body trembled, and the fifth lady said to Tian Ru Ming again, "Our Shin demon sect promised that it would never hurt Tian Ru Ming's son. Please be merciful." And Tian Ruming didn't say a word, just stared at Tian Wuyin quietly and walked in front of her, and suddenly said, "Let her go." King Gao heard the puzzle on his face, and Li Yiming on the side also thought that this was the end. Tian Ruming said again, "Let her go, you push aside." The fifth lady was happy in her heart at this time, and she succeeded, but in the next second, Tian Ru Ming used sword chi to instantly wrap Tian Wuyin and Chen Yun in it, and then only heard a burst of residual screams. Tian Wuyin and the two limbs were all cut off by the sword chi, and finally Tian Ru Ming slashed at Tian Wuyin's head with a sword. Seeing that the pair of five ladies were already crazy at this time, she ran over to stop it, but it was too late. Tian Wuyin's head slipped from her body, and everyone on the side was also dumbfounded. At this time, the fifth lady hugged Tian Wuyin's head and cried bitterly, and Tian Ru slowly walked in front of her. "Are you uncomfortable now? These are the pains I have experienced before, and now it is your turn to go through them." The people of the Shin demon sect on the side wanted to step forward, but they were blocked by a sword aura. Li Yiming said lightly, "Whoever dares to take a step forward, I can't guarantee that you will be killed." However, the old man beside the fifth lady still rushed to the sky, and in the next second, a figure appeared, and the old man was directly killed. At this time, the fifth lady gritted her teeth and said, "Why are you doing this? It is me who designed the trap. Why did you kill my child?" Heaven said lightly, "Because you killed my mother, and you still hope that I will be merciful." At this time, the fifth lady still wanted to quibble, so she took out a piece of paper from her arms and threw it to her, and when she saw the content on the paper, her eyes instantly froze. This is a letter written by Tian Songjian to Tian Rufang. The poison demon sect attacked the Shin demon sect before and lost 80% of its combat power. This time, I heard that Tian Ruming's subordinates were captured by the Shin demon sect, and Tian Songjian knew that this was an opportunity, and he wanted the Shin demon sect and Tian Ru Ming to fight. So he told Tianrafate what he saw back then, and the fifth lady was completely desperate at this time. She was unwilling to be stabbed in the back by the waist of Tian Kongjian in the end. He suddenly shouted, "Yes, I killed your filthy mother. But so what? Do you want to kill the children of your sect and kill me in the end? If a guy like you dares to do something to me, my brother is a great elder. He will never let you go. If you move a finger of mine, you and your men will all die without a burial." Before she finished speaking, she blinded her eyes with a sword, and a painful roar resounded throughout the courtyard, and the fifth lady shouted in her mouth, "My eyes, my eyes." Tianrafang said coldly, "You are not qualified to look ahead," and the fifth lady is still insulting Tianru's mother in her mouth. In the next second, Tianru directly cut off her tongue with a sword and said lightly, "You are not qualified to speak." The people of the Shin demon sect on the side said loudly, "Aren't you afraid of the great elder's revenge? This is not all the forces of this sect, and if the great elder knew about this, he would never forgive you." And Tianrafang said lightly, "The premise is that he has to know. I saw him wave his hand, and the door next to him was opened, and it was full of corpses of everyone in the poison demon sect, and Tian Kongjian was also among them. Tianru went on to say, "You guys fought with the poison demon sect, and then died together, and I don't know what he can know." Hearing this, everyone in the Xian demon sect was instantly dumbfounded, and Tianrufu said coldly, "Listen to my orders, and destroy them all." Tianru decided to kill all the people of the Xian demon sect, and in an instant, the manor of the poison demon sect was like a hell on earth, full of whales everywhere, and some people desperately wanted to run out. However, in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed, and the fifth lady couldn't see with her eyes, and could only hear the shouts of everyone in the Xian demon sect. Heaven stomped on the head of the fifth lady, and when the screams around him stopped, it was your turn to be a filthy woman. At this time, the fifth lady still couldn't believe that she was going to die. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live. As the last person fell under Li Yinming's sword, all the people of the Xian demon sect were killed, and Tianru ordered him to return the righteousness, let him find out all the poison of the poison demon sect, and then use it on the corpses of the Xian demon sect. In the end, Tian Rufong slowly walked up to the fifth lady and slashed her throat directly with a sword. The next day, when the poison demon sect and the Xian demon sect heard the news that all the people of the sect had been destroyed in a battle to the death, it spread in the demon sect city, and the streets were full of people discussing this matter. However, their spearheads are all directed at the Xian demon sect, because the poison demon sect has been destroyed, and these are all news that the non-phantom demon sect has returned to his subordinates to spread. In the courtyard of the non-phantom ghost sect, Tian Rumming was waiting anxiously at the door of the house, and at this time, the door of the house opened, and Dr. Bai came out of it, and Tian Rumming asked with a worried face, "How's escort Zhang?" Dr. Bai said, "You don't have to worry about the fact that her life is not in danger at the moment, but her teeth have all been pulled out, and it looks like she will have to drink rice cereal for the rest of her life." Hearing that Tianrufang showed a smiling face, King Gao squeezed people to congratulate in unison, and learned that Zhang Hui's life was not in danger, and Tianrufang did not rest for a moment. Now that the sect master and the sect master are not in the sect, they will definitely repay them by any means when they come back. So Tianruki must make all preparations before they return. Now the support of the two elders is still needed, and the 9 elders should be very persuasive to wait for Sima Zhuang to negotiate together. The remaining one can only go to the Demon Eye Sword sect, but the sect master of the Demon Eye Sword sect, Elder Lian Manhua, is a female elder. She has a unique personality. There is not a single dancer in the manor, only a few servants. However, I heard that he will meet with the sect master of the Sword Demon sect and the sect master of the Xian Demon sect once every few years, and Li Yinming said before that although he is a division elder, his martial power is above Li Yinming. Tianrufang squeezed people to the door of the Demon Eye Sword sect. Su Feng knocked on the closed door, and after a while, a servant appeared, and after Tianrufang revealed his identity, the servant went back to report. After a while, the servant appeared again and said, "I'm really sorry. The master said that if it weren't for the order of the Feng sect master, he would be gone." Tianru thought about it for a while, and decided to use martial arts to stimulate his dancing nature, only to see that Tianru Ming's body erupted with powerful energy fluctuations, which instantly scared the servant to the ground, and lasted for a while, and there was no movement in the courtyard. Helplessly, Tianru had no choice but to give up this trick, and then Tianru said to him, "You help me convey this sentence to Sect Master Lian. You and the Xian Demon Sect and the Sword Demon Sect are all the way." The servant went in again to pass the word, and Gao Wangyi on the side said, "Aren't you here to get Elder Shi's jade pendant?" "Why say that?" Heaven replied, "I want to see if he wants to be a bystander, or if he wants to be my enemy." In this October, a powerful aura suddenly came out, and Bu Yihui's servant came out to invite Tianrufang to enter, and when they entered the door, they saw a menacing woman looking at them. As soon as Tianrufang clasped his fists and saluted, Elder Shi said loudly with emotion, "You guy, whether you are a person from the heavenly realm or an elder, don't expect me to treat you well." It made Tianru Fade embarrassed, but in the next second, Elder Lian directly pulled out his long sword and pointed at Tianru Fade. "What kind of people all the way actually put me and the group of traitors from the Sword Demon Sect and the Xian Demon Sect into the same category?" Today I'm going to give you some color to see." Before he could finish speaking, Elder Lien had already raised his sword and rushed towards Tian Rufong. But when Tian Ru Ming saw the sword technique he used, his expression was instantly stunned. Without waiting for him to think about it, the long sword had already arrived in front of him, and Tianru was destined to raise his sword to resist, and the long sword collided with each other and made a bang, and at this time, even the elders were shocked. Elder Lien retreated and did not ask, "How did you crack my sword move?" But Tianru asked without answering, "How did you learn this sword technique?" Hearing this, the elder of the company tightened his heart. Did he know this sword technique? And then said loudly, "This is the sword technique of this sect. I don't know what you are talking about." Tianru said in a calm tone, "I heard for the first time that there were disciples in the Sword Demon Palace, and at this time, when the High King and the others on the side heard the Sword Demon Palace, they all showed surprised expressions. What kind of swordsmanship is that, the Lord?" Tianru said lightly, "The meditation demon sword, second only to the heavenly demon sword technique." Heard this High King was even more shocked. The sword technique that was lost 500 years ago. How did the Lord break the sword move with one sword? At this time, even the elder's heart was shocked. Could it be that he was an unknown heir? 10 Elder Lien Manhwa originally wanted to use the meditation demon sword to teach Tianru destiny, but he didn't expect to be cracked by him with one move. At this time, even Manhwa's heart was very complicated. He didn't believe that Tianru Ming knew that the meditation demon sword was taught to him by no name. However, in the end, he was denied by himself, because it was impossible for Nameless to teach him to someone who had nothing to do with the sword sect. Seeing the surprised expression of the 10 elders, Tian Rufong knew that he didn't know the true inheritance of the sword demons in the Demon Dao Pavilion. Tian Rufong asked again, "How did you practice this swordsmanship?" Lien Manhua suddenly said loudly, "The meditation demon sword is the sword technique of the sword sect. How did you know the meditation demon sword?" Tianru smiled coldly, "Yes, that's right. The meditation demon sword belongs to the sword sect, but you shouldn't be the sword sect either." Hearing this, Lien Manhua gritted his teeth in anger, and he rushed to the sky again in annoyance, and in an instant, the two were entangled together, and the powerful sword chi filled the entire courtyard. But at this moment, Tian Rufate suddenly discovered that the meditation demon sword used by Lien Manhua was actually different from what he knew, as if it made up for some deficiencies. At this time, Lien Manhua became more and more excited, and the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Tian Ru Ming has also been using the meditation demon sword to resist, only to see Lien Manhua's figure flash, dodging a sweep of Tian Ru Ming. Seeing that the meditation demon sword cannot pose a threat to Tian Ru Ming, Lien Manhua decided to use his whole cards. Seeing his starting hand, Tianru's eyes widened instantly, and before he could wake up from the shock, Lien Manhua had already rushed over. Tian Ruming hurriedly raised his sword to resist, and the powerful sword chi collided again. With the change of moves of the two sides, Tian Ruming showed a smile on his face, because he was very familiar with the swordsmanship used by Lien Manhua. At this time, Lien Manhua was even more shocked. The sword moves used by Tian Ruming were similar to his, but the order of the moves and the method of casting them were different. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong suction, and the long sword in his hand came out of his hand in the next second, seeing that he was about to crash into the long sword of the heavens. However, in the next second, the powerful suction disappeared instantly, and Lien Manhua fell heavily to the ground, and then a long sword was pressed against his neck. At this time, Lien Manhua was even more sure that the sword technique that Tian Ruming had just used was exactly the same as what he had seen in Nameless. Tian Rufong asked at this time, "Can you know how you practice these swordsmanship?" Lien Manhua closed his eyes and stretched out his arm. "I can't tell you that is the price of losing to you. I am willing to pay an arm." Seeing him so stubborn, he didn't know what to do, but it was definitely related to the nameless one in his mouth. At this time, Tian Rufong continued to ask, "Then do you have anything to do with the Sword Demon sect and the Shin Demon sect?" Hearing this, Lien Manhua frowned, and the sky continued, "Because I am inseparable from them." Hearing the following words of Tianru's fate, Lien Manhua realized that he was the seventh son. He had discussed the seventh prince at the meeting of elders before, so he knew something about the seventh prince. Manhwa explained to Tianru that 500 years ago, the sword demon had 3 descendants, and the sword demon wanted to accept the best of them as disciples of the sword sect, and the other 2 would be trained to become the guardians of the sect leader Tianwu Hua. However, Jing Chuan and 5 wolves were full of ambition, and the 2 relied on supporting their small and medium-sized sects to facilitate their marriage with the sect leader. The sword demon was extremely disappointed and angry at this, and he felt that his prestige would arouse the senseless ambition of the heirs, so he expelled the 3 of his colleagues from the Shermen. Because of those 2 people, Lin Hongxiu, who was only dedicated to inheriting the sword sect, was also implicated, but he did not give up. After the death of the Sword Demon Palace, Lin Hongxiu regarded himself as a descendant of the Sword Demon Palace and established the second sword sect. But because he was expelled from the Shermen, he failed to be recognized by the Council of Elders. However, the Council of Elders recognized the Sword Demon sect established by Jingchuan and the Xin Demon sect established by the 5 Fighting Wolves, saying that they were the descendants of the sword sect. Lin Hongxiu protested with dissatisfaction, but was imprisoned for 10 years on the grounds of insulting the sect leader's family. By the time he came out, the Sword Demon sect and the Xin Demon sect had already gained momentum, and he had nothing he could do. In the end, the Demon Eye Sword sect was established and determined to uphold justice, and made 3 long-cherished wishes. The first is to pass on the sword sect. The second is to completely recover the Mirror Heart Demon Sword of the Sword Demon Palace, and the third is to be loyal to the sect leader and the sect. It was also quite shocking to be destined for 10 days. I had heard Li Yinming say that the descendants of the sword demon were full of ambition, but I didn't expect that there were people among them who inherited the true inheritance of the sword demon, and the loyalty that had lasted for 500 years was really amazing. Tianru Ming put his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "The Demon Eye Sword sect is the real descendant of the sword sect." Lin Manhua didn't expect that what the sect wanted to hear for generations would actually hear it from Tianru Ming's mouth, and he was moved to tears. Heaven once again solemnly extended an invitation to the 10 elders, Lin Manhua, and promised that he would not let the 6 major sects gain or lose again, and would not let them do evil in their sect again. Lin Manhua looked at the sky in disbelief. "Can you really do it?" Su Feng on the side said loudly, "It is definitely not a lie. The Poison Demon sect has been wiped out, and now the 5 ladies and others of the Xin Demon sect are all dead." Hearing this, Lin Manhua was even more shocked, and at this time, Tianru Ming threw a heavy punch again. "If you follow me and swear allegiance to me, I will help you officially inherit the ruins of the Sword Demon Palace and teach you the martial arts of the Sword Demon Palace." This woman was 20 years younger in an instant, just because she had just entered the martial Dao extreme realm and completed her rebirth. Just now, Tianru was destined to show the Star Demon Sword and the 24 Demon Sword in front of her, and even Manhua burst into tears. At this moment, she seemed to think of something, and suddenly sat down cross-legged, what had been bothering her before, and then looked at the sword technique displayed by Tian Rufong. She instantly felt extremely clear, and she truly felt the true meaning of the sword demon. Surrounded by colored energy, Tianru saw that Lin Manhua had realized enlightenment in this life, because she had experienced it before, but at this moment, I don't know where a single target flew towards Lin Manhua. Tianru Ming is fast. When the dart is 2 centimeters away from Lin Manhua, it was controlled by Tianru Ming with internal force. At this time Gao Wangyi also found a suspicious person. One jumped at the person. The person still wanted to escape, but was still caught by Gao Wangyi. And at this time the other side of Tianru Ming also subdued one. Just after Gao Wangyi was stunned, and then checked the person who was caught, he had already committed suicide by taking poison. She hurriedly turned around and wanted to remind Tianrafang, but she didn't know that Tianrafang had already taken precautions. She controlled the man's mouth, pulled out a tooth tied with a poison bag from his mouth, and ordered her subordinates to protect Lin Manhua. And she smiled and untied the man's dumb blood and asked, "Who sent you?" The man was still hard-mouthed, so Tianru ordered her dumb blood again, and then wrapped her fingers with internal force, and then slowly broke in the opposite direction, only to hear a click of the finger and break. Because of the dumb blood, the man was in pain to death but could not make a sound. "I will break your bones one by one. If you change your mind, just move your eyes up and down, and then you will hear a burst of bone-breaking sounds. And at this time Lien Manhua has reached the final stage, completed the rebirth. The surface of the body is slowly breaking and falling off. With a dazzling light flashing, a beautiful girl appeared in front of her. Looking only in her 20s, I saw her still walking towards the sky, and then knelt down on one knee, wiped his eyes to see the sect master and envoy elder Lien Manhua, swore allegiance to the son of the heavens. In this way, heaven was destined to obtain the 5 highest subordinates. In the study of the sect, Lien Manhua told the sky how he learned to enter the new magic sword and the 24 magic sword. It was one night 8 years ago. He was practicing martial arts in the manor, and suddenly a black-clothed masked man appeared. He competed with the masked man, but he was defeated with only one move. And then the man said that if he wanted to pass on the sword sect, he would come to the peak of the 5 Sages Peak in the southwest of the 100,000 mountains in 3 days, and then disappear. 3 days later, Lien Manhua came to the peak, where he met the Sword Demon sect leader Jing Binji and the Shin Demon sect master Wu Jinyun. He didn't expect the man in black to call the two of them over, and soon the man in black appeared. They wanted to know who the man in black was, but the man in black didn't tell them, just asked them to call him Nameless. So the masked man taught the 3 of them the new magic sword. At this time, Lien Manhua protested. He thought that the Sword Demon sect and the Shin Demon sect were not the real descendants of the Sword sect, and they were not worthy of learning the new magic sword. And then the masked man showed another sword technique, and told them that this sword technique was the last sword technique left by the Sword Demon Palace, the 24 magic sword, and he would teach it to the person who practiced the new magic sword the most perfect 3 years later. After going back, Lien Manhua was able to get the true inheritance of the Sword Demon. He practiced hard, and when they met again at the peak of Wuxin Peak 3 years later, Jing Binji and Wu Jinyuan also practiced the new demon sword perfectly, and Nameless did not judge the high and low. So he gave them another chance and gave them 2 years again. If anyone makes up for the shortcomings of entering the new magic sword, he will teach the 24 magic sword to whom. But Jing Binji and Wu Jinyuan are also quite powerful, and in the end, the second time they still failed to distinguish the high and low, and there was no way to decide to change the method. Who can reproduce the first move of the 24 magic swords he cast before in 3 years? Amato Ki said that there is no luck to be absolutely in secret techniques or something. How can we practice the moves that we have only seen once? And Nameless told them that the sword technique does not need special luck to be extinct. As long as you have the will to inherit the true inheritance of the Sword Demon Palace, you will definitely be able to complete this move. Then Nameless drew his sword again and showed a move. The power of the sword technique was not inferior to the 24 magic swords, but Nameless trembled after performing this move, and his body looked quite tired. 3 years later, Nameless used this trick to test them. As long as they completed the first move of the 24 magic swords, they could crack this move, and now there is still half a month away from the 3-year covenant, and this matter is as fate is a difficult face. Who the hell is this Nameless? How could he know the 24 demon swords? If he has seen the cheats under the Demon Dao Pavilion, then he must be the one who has passed the 6th-stage assessment. But in the past 70 years, I haven't heard of anyone passing the 6th-stage assessment. And what is the sword move that can compete with the 24 magic swords? Tianru asked suddenly. Do you remember the sword move that Nameless used 3 years ago? Lien Manhua nodded affirmatively, and the two of them came to the cultivation room of the Demon Eye Sword sect. If Tianru Ming did not guess wrong, it can be confirmed with the sword moves that the 24 demon swords can be solved, and Tianru Ming used the first form of the heavenly demon sword skill, and Lien Manhua saw that his eyes widened. The trick used by Tianru Ming was exactly the same as that used by Nameless 3 years ago, and Lien Manhua asked in a silent voice, Child, how did you know about this trick? And it was used more naturally. Tianrafang didn't pay attention to Lien Manhua, but thought carefully. I heard that the heavenly demon patriarch carved the sword in the history of the Qing dynasty into steps, personally sorted out the sword moves, and left the secret book in the sect master hall. This can't help but make Tianrafang suspect that Nameless' true identity is the sect leader, but in that case, refining the 24 magic swords will explain differently, because if you want to learn the 24 demon swords, you must pass the 6th stage of the Demon Dao Pavilion assessment. Now that the sect leader is in his 50s, he is definitely not someone who has passed the 6th stage assessment of the Demon Dao Pavilion for more than 70 years. Although the pair of Nameless were refined into the heavenly demon sword bow, they were not perfect, and they had to meet Nameless in person no matter what. The future leader of the demon sect was forced to go on a blind date. The blind date was the daughter of the 9 elders, and Tianru had already had a heart. She would only marry her beloved. On the second day, after leaving the Demon Eye Sword sect, Sima Zhuang's injuries improved, and Tianru's party came to see Wuzong. As soon as the sect leader Sima went out to greet him and prepared a sumptuous banquet, Tianru said directly to the point, "Please, Elder Sima, support me to sit on the position of the little sect leader this time." Sima, he was struck by Tianru's fate so politely, and hurriedly stepped forward to help, and then he snapped his fingers, and then a subordinate ran out in a hurry, deliberately meeting a fair-skinned and beautiful woman, and slowly walked in. Elder Sima introduced, "This is my daughter Sima-ing, Elder Tian. If you want to become a little sect leader, of course I can support you. But trust this kind of thing must be built on a certain foundation, isn't it?" Hearing this, Elder Sima stared at Tianrafate with a smile on his face. "I heard that you are not married yet. Although the little girl has shortcomings, I don't know what you want to marry her." Hearing that, when Kuei on the side squirted out the water that had just been drunk in his mouth, and Tianruming was overwhelmed. Sima thought that Tianruming didn't have a crush on his daughter when he saw this. Continued to introduce enthusiastically, and only then did Tianrafu understand that there was a purpose for welcoming her so warmly. Sima, he is bent on getting the position of Tianru's wife, and only in this way can he break the situation that everything he does now depends on the eyes of the 6 major sects. He continued, "Since ancient times, in order to maintain a stable relationship, both parties will form a blood relationship through marriage." Hearing this, Rufu bowed his head and fell into contemplation. Sima, he continued, "If you sit on the position of the little sect leader, you will conflict with the 6 major sects. This should be clear to everyone else, if you want to deal with all of them. Elder Tian also needs the corresponding power." At this time, when Kuei saw Sima who could speak like this, and his heart was even more nervous, and Tianruming also said that Sima was reasonable, and at this time, everyone thought that Tianruming was going to agree to Sima Yi's request. Even Sima Yi smiled, but he didn't expect Tianru to suddenly say, "I just said that it makes sense. I want to know, if I don't get married, then the 9 elders won't support me?" Hearing this, Sima Yi's heart tightened. He didn't expect that Tianru would ask such a question at this time. If he gave a positive answer, he would be very ambitious, but if he gave a negative answer, he would miss the opportunity to match the two to marry under the pretext of supporting him. Just when Sima didn't know how to answer, Sima Zhuang on the side suddenly said, "The 9th elder has praised the sovereign since the 6th stage of the assessment, even if he is not married. He also thinks that the sovereign is the most suitable for the position of the little sect leader, so he arranged such an occasion." Hearing this, Sima and Sima Ing were instantly speechless, and Tianru asked lightly, "Is it Elder Sima?" And Sima didn't know what to say. "The heavens are like a fate. It seems that you and your son have different opinions. In that case, Elder Sima and I are not the same people." Sima thanked you for your warm welcome, and after speaking, he beckoned everyone to prepare to leave, and the happiest person at this time was when Kuei and Elder Sima shouted in a panic that Tianrafang said, "Do you know why I want to become a little sect leader? Where do you think the disadvantages of the 6 major sects that now hold power come from? The power of foreign relatives established through blood relations has created the current 6 major sects, and Elder Sima is the head of this sect, and you should be very clear about this. In order to correct this mistake and restore the religion to its original state." I stood up, and when I heard the words of Tianrafang, Sima was also shocked in his heart. I didn't expect Tianruming to have such a revenge. Heaven is ordered to bow down again and thank the elders for their kindness, but it seems to be far from what I thought. There is also something about weddings. I want to marry someone I like. When Kuei on the side instantly turned red when he heard the little face, and as soon as a few people walked to the door that day, Sima suddenly knelt down and said loudly, "I didn't think about it, and I hope you will calm your anger. The 4th or 5th sect master and 9th elder Sima is also loyal to the sun. Please accept my jade pendant." After Tianruming left from the 4th or 5th sect, he went to see Li Yinming. He wanted to inquire about who the person who passed the 6th stage assessment 70 years ago. Li Yinming wanted to know why Tianruming wanted to ask this person. Lian Manhua on the side told Li Yinming about his experience again. After hearing it, Li Yinming was also shocked. He didn't expect that there was another person who would be able to do heavenly demon sword skills. He was a little puzzled. 70 years ago, He passed the sixth-stage assessment of the Demon Dao Pavilion. He was the Taishang sect master, and he was known as the most powerful martial arts wizard in 500 years among the sect masters of the past dynasties. He had achieved numerous undefeated victories in the wars against the Martial Arts Alliance and the cult, and had also expanded the realm of the heavenly demon god cult a lot. Tianru fell into deep thought. His grandfather's whereabouts were unknown more than 20 years ago. So what is the true identity of the man named Nameless? There were two sets of peerless swordsmanship that Tianru only had at that time, and in order to practice these two sets of swordsmanship, he had to be able to enter and leave the sect master hall freely, and he had to pass the sixth stage of the assessment. At this moment, there was a sudden noise on the street, which woke the two of them from their thoughts, and when they looked out, it turned out that the sect leader who had gone out had returned. The pedestrians on the road were cheering loudly when they saw the sect leader returning, and at this time, Tian Rufang saw his master Yi Ming. One of his eyes was injured, his face was very pale, and then looked at the others carefully. The left arm of the 5 elders was gone, and the other elders were also somewhat injured, and the 7 elders were not their Kong Xinxiong of the famous sword sect. Tianru knew that this was going to be a big event. At this time, Wu Jinyuan, the sect leader of the Xian demon sect, was watching left and right on horseback, and did not find his sister and the disciples of the Xian demon sect in the crowd on the side of the road. At this time he had an ominous premonition in his heart, and a group of people appeared at the back of the convoy, and after a closer look, it was the envoy of the Wulin League, and Huan Yi on the side suddenly appeared and said, "It seems that things are becoming more and more interesting." Tianru asked blindly, "Do you know what happened?" Huan Yi replied, "I was already blocking the news, so I'm not sure. But this time this sect may work hand in hand with the Wulin League." At this time, Elder Wu was still disgusted that Bai Wu, the sect leader of the poison demon sect, was late, and at this moment, he only heard someone shouting. The 10th, 11th elder and the 12 elders were shocked, and all the elders sitting on the high chair frowned. They thought that Bai Wu would walk in with his cane, but when they saw the people who came in, they all showed a look of disbelief, only to see Tianru clasping his hands into fists, greeting the elders. "I am the newly appointed 12 elders Tianru." Hearing this, the elders still can't believe it. Tianru actually passed the 6th stage assessment, and these elders were full of killing intent towards Tianru, and everyone wanted to kill him. At this moment, Gao Wangxian of the Demon Spring sect took the initiative to greet Tianru, and then many sect masters saluted Tianru. Seeing that the elders were even more puzzled, what happened when they were not there? Just as everyone was talking, they suddenly heard a person shouting loudly. The sect leader arrived, and the sect leader Wu Jinyuan wanted to kill Tianru in front of the sect leader, and he never thought that a sword would be on his neck in the next second. Just as soon as the sect leader came in and sat down, Tianru found that the sect leader was breathless, and he should have suffered internal injuries. At this time, Yi Ming also saw Tianru sitting on the elder's seat, and felt his powerful momentum, which had exceeded his own level at this time, and he was very relieved in his heart. At this moment, Tianru felt as if he was being told by a giant beast, and he looked there, and the sect leader was looking at him, although it was well hidden, but there was still a look of shock in his eyes. The sect leader asked the 9 elders Sima Yi to report on the situation in the sect during his absence, and when he said that the Xian demon sect and the poison demon sect were fighting, and in the end, the poison demon sect was destroyed. When the Xian demon sect was also killed and injured, the main hall instantly became noisy, and several elders heard the description of the 9 elders' melee of those virtuous grandsons. They all looked unbelieving. They didn't believe that their children would do that, and Wu Jinyuan didn't believe that his sister would be so reckless and would break into the poison demon sect to fight them. Although the result was very clear, he still couldn't understand it. He was angry and used too much force, and directly crushed his bow. Seeing the changes in the expressions of several elders, Li Yiming knew that Tiangongzi's plan was successful, and those people would definitely not be able to get along like before in the future. At this time, the 9th elder Sima Yi continued. According to the rules of this sect, Elder Tianru passed the 6th stage of the assessment, so he became the new 12th elder, and took this opportunity to ask the sect leader to officially appoint Elder Tian as the 12th elder. At this time, Xiang Yusu suddenly protested loudly, but the sect leader ignored him, but let Tianruming step forward and officially appoint Tianruming as the 12th elder of the heavenly demon god sect, and promised Tianruming a request. Tianru's destiny said directly, "Please allow you to sit down as the little sect leader." Hearing this, the sect leader frowned, and at this moment, Elder Sima Yi, Elder Huan Yi, and Elder Lien Manhua stood up and expressed their support for Tianru's destiny as the little sect leader, and the sect leader asked lightly, "Do the three elders recognize the seventh prince as the little sect leader?" The three of them replied in unison, "We recognize that the son of Tianruming is qualified to become the little leader of this sect," and the sect leader didn't expect that Tianruming would gain 3 supporters so quickly, so he said, "Then we will officially make Tianrufu here." Before he finished speaking, a powerful murderous aura rushed to his face, and at this time, the furious Wu Zhenun wanted to kill Tianrufang, but at this moment, a sword was pressed against his neck, and it turned out that Li Yiming stepped forward in time to stop Wu Zhenun. Wu Zhenyuan said loudly, "Do you think Elder Bin doesn't know about your guy's treacherous schemes?" And Tianruming just glanced at him lightly, and at this time, the sect leader suddenly said sharply, at this point, feeling the momentum of the sect leader, Wu Zhenyuan had to grit his teeth and hold back. After a plop, he knelt down and said loudly, he was rude to the supreme sect master, and after speaking, he kowtowed, and the sect leader did not blame Wu Zhenyuan. Let him go back and do a good job. However, Wu Zhenyuan didn't move tightly, his body suddenly shook, and then he turned around and pounced on Tianru, and Wu Zhenyuan, the sect leader of the Shuama sect, suddenly turned around and pounced on Tianrufang. It turned out that just now, Tianrufang quietly transmitted the message to Wu Zhenyuan, admitting that Mrs. Wu and the disciples of the Xin demon sect were all killed by him. Hearing this, Wu Zhenyuan could no longer control the killing intent in his heart, and pounced on the sky with a murderous aura. Li Yiming on the side hurriedly stepped forward to stop it, but was hit by Wu Zhenyuan's soft, swirling cloud palm and flew out, and then he used all his heart demon sword tricks, and the sword ruthlessly attacked the sky like his fate. At this time, the sect leader and the others also watched quietly, and did not make a move. Tianrufang felt the sword chi rushing towards his face, which was far more powerful than the soul demon sword he was using now. The Tianru Destiny Alliance used the 24 magic swords to resist, and seeing the swordsmanship used by Tianruming, Wu Zhenyuan was also shocked. He didn't expect that Tianru would also have 24 magic swords. Wu Zhenyuan rushed to the sky again, only to see that his hands were condensed into swords, the left sword and the right sword. The right hand was devoted to the demon sword, and the left hand was a demon worship sword. Under this sudden change, Tianru couldn't deal with it, and the sword chi left several cuts on his body, and at this time, the Nemi machine was quickly repairing the injured place. And Wu Zhenyuan saw that Tianru was injured and decided to take advantage of the victory to pursue. He used his housekeeping skills. The right hand was dedicated to the magic sword trick, and the left hand was the first move of the 24 magic swords. This powerful move, even the sect leader is difficult to resist, and Tianru knows that he will definitely not be able to block this blow with the 24 demon swords. At this moment, he suddenly changed his sword chi to Daogang, and aimed at the weak point of Wu Zhenyuan's move, and the powerful sword gang instantly dispersed his 2 sword chi. Tianru Ming didn't give him a chance to breathe, and directly used the last move of the extreme sword divine sword technique, only to see a giant dragon slowly appear on Tianru Ming's body, and then suddenly rush towards Wu Zhenyuan. With a loud bang, Wu Zhenyuan fell directly from the sky in pieces, and the people around him showed a look of shock. Only Li Yiming saw that this was the sword technique of the extreme sword god. At this time, the Great Protector suddenly sent a message to Li Yiming and asked him to talk in detail in the future. At this time, after the Great Elder who was still thinking about it was killed, the next thing was how to turn the remaining power of Xin Demon Winter into his own. And the sect leader didn't take action before. He wanted to wait for the dangerous moment to make a move, but he didn't expect that Tianru's destiny was so strong, and he could slowly threaten the sect leader himself, and now he could only continue to observe. Xiang Yusu on the side said loudly, presumptuous, he actually murdered the Great Elder in front of the sect leader, and the sect master of the demon sect on the side, Jing Qing, was also reunited. That's right. Elder Tianruming didn't kneel in front of the sect leader to ask for guilt. Tianru Ming glared at them coldly, and then knelt down and said, because his life was threatened, he inadvertently made a rude act in the main hall, and hereby asked the sect leader for guilt. Seeing this, Xiang Yusu smiled and thought to himself, the sect leader hates others violating his authority the most. You kid is waiting to be punished. And at this moment, Li Yinming, the left protector, suddenly knelt down and said, Please punish you. You are incompetent. Your son's life is threatened. But you can't stop it in advance. That's why this happened. Xiang Yusu saw Li Yinming stand up, and his heart was even more depressed. Wasn't it just an elder? Has even the left protector become his person? The sect leader did not punish Tianru, but only warned him that there could be no next time. And Tianru proved his qualifications and was officially appointed as the little sect leader. At this time, Xiang Yusu and Jing Qing, the sect master of the demon sect, could only grit his teeth and hold back, and Tianru would definitely kill those guys one by one in order to avenge his mother. Since there were other important matters, the inauguration ceremony of the minor sect leader was not held. The sect leader saw that Tianru's body was injured, so he asked him to deal with the wound first, and there was no way to say that the rice machine had repaired the wound. He had no choice but to leave, and before leaving, he motioned for the elders to help him complete the meeting. When he returned to the Flying Phantom Ghost sect that day, he heard a good news that Zhang Huwei woke up. Tianru hurriedly ran to visit Zhang Guard. At this time, Zhang Guard's teeth fell out, his speech was slurred, and his dantian was also abolished. Thinking about Zhang Huwei, he sacrificed his whole life for himself, and he couldn't let Zhang Huwei spend his life so miserably. Tian Rufang asked Nami Machine if there was a way to repair the broken dantian, and Nami Machine told him that it needed to be analyzed, but now there was a way to replace the teeth. Hearing that this day was fateful, he immediately asked Nami Machine to transmit the information of dental implants into his mind, thinking that he would ask O Shanxiang and Mr. Bai to wait if he had time. Immediately afterwards, Tianru told Zhang Huwei the good news that he was sitting on the little sect leader, but he didn't expect Zhang Huwei to foam at the mouth and faint directly after hearing it. Just as Tianru thought that Zhang was guarding the fart, the sound of Nami's machine came, and he fainted due to the decrease in blood flow in the brain, which is a symptom that occurs when he receives a huge shock. Tianrafeng heard that he had lost a breath, and it turned out that he was overly frightened and fainted. An hour later, an elder came back from a meeting to tell the heavens that he had a fate, and voted at the meeting of the main hall to form an alliance with the decent Wu Linming. It is because An Huwei and Zhujiang were taken away before, not an alliance of evil sects, but a sect that has never appeared. Zhujiang is the domain of the heavenly demon god sect, with 9 branches stationed here, and Wuliming has 15 sects headed by the Nangong family located in An Huwei. However, not long ago, the 3 branches of the heavenly demon divine sect in Zhujiang were attacked at the same time, and the heavenly demon divine sect thought that it was the work of the decent martial arts Mingming. So they asked for help from the 2 branches in nearby Jiangxi and the other 6 branches in Zhujiang. But not long after half a month, the branch was all wiped out, and the heavenly demon god sect thought it was an attack by the decent martial arts Ming, so they prepared to start a war. But at that moment, the envoy group of the decent martial arts Ming faction came to the demon sect, and they wanted to kill them at that time, but they brought shocking news. Like Zhujiang, An Huwei, the territory of the decent Wu Linming, was also taken away, and even Nangong Xian, one of the 17 male lords, was killed in battle, and Wu Linming thought that it was the heavenly demon god cult, so he sent an envoy group over first. It wasn't until they arrived that they knew that they were attacked by a third party, and from then on, Wu Linming and the demon sect temporarily truced until they recaptured An Huwei and Zhujiang. So the demon sect sent its core combat power to recapture the 2 regions, but the result failed. The elders, including the sect leader, were all wounded, and the 7 elders slashed the sect leader of the Ming sword sect, Kong Xinxiang, to death, but the meeting did not say how they died in battle, because there was a common enemy, so they formed an alliance. Tian Rumming asked, "Did you find out the true face of that sect?" And an elder pondered for a moment, although they did not have accurate information, but they called themselves Jidao 6 or 5 Gates. How active is a decent woman, just drank a little wine, and came directly to sit next to Tian Rumming. Not only that, but also put his face to Tian Rumming, and gently touched Tian Rumming's hand with his hand, and the next second he suddenly attacked Tian Rufang, all because he was hypnotized. After the meeting in the main hall, the Great Protector found Li Yinming, and the person who was the true legend of the Sword and Demon Palace in Jiqing appeared, but he didn't react much, which made Li Yinming very strange. It turned out to be because of the Jidao 6 or 5 gates. The Great Protector continued. It was not revealed at the previous meeting of the main hall, but there was a master in the Jidao 6-5 gates, and it was he who cut off the arm of the elder who looked like a susu and took away the eyes of the right protector Yi Ming. When we arrived in Zhujiang, we were ready to attack at night, but as soon as we got there, we encountered an ambush, and those people seemed to be waiting there. Although those people had the advantage in numbers, this time the sect dispatched the core team, but it didn't take long for 3 more masters to use swordsmanship, palm techniques, and claw techniques. Seeing that it was the leader of the Jidao 6 or 5 gates, they killed the team leader and the group leader level masters without much effort, and there was no way for the elders to take action in person, but even the elders attacked together in 2 to tie with them. The 2 sides are on par, but with the death of the 7th elder Kong Xinxiang, the 5th elder Xiang Yusu lost his arm, and we fell behind, and in the end, there was no way for me and the sect leader to come forward to fight. I was fighting against a master with a sword, and after fighting him, I understood that the swordsmanship, claw technique, and palm technique had all reached the physical limit, and they were all derived from the same martial arts. After speaking, the Great Protector took off his shirt, revealing his body full of scars. Li Yinming was also surprised when he saw the wound. His wound did not look like a sword-stabbing wound. To be precise, it was cut by a sword, and the scar looked very similar to the sword technique of Ji Dao God. The Great Protector, who is known for his body technique, can't completely dodge that person's moves, and if that person uses the sword technique to perform it, it is estimated that the Great Protector will also end up with the Great Elder. In the evening in the Grand Banquet Hall, in order to welcome the distinguished guests of the Wulin League, the sect leader and all the elders were already sitting in the main hall. Buihui Wulin League 17 male lords, 6 male lords, Huashan sect head Renfeng Qingyun and 7 male lords Murong Jiang led the Wulin League people in, and the 2 sides saluted each other, and at this time, the sect leader's expression suddenly changed. It turned out to be a person in the martial arts. Li. When he met the sect leader, he was still wearing a veil, and the man was angry when he saw the sect, so he hurriedly took off the veil. It turned out that he was Zhuge Zhaoxi, the 2nd military division of the Wulin League, and he stood up and saluted with his fists. The little sect leader of the Heavenly Demon God sect and the 12 elders Tianru Ming saw all the distinguished guests of the Martial Arts League at this time. A man in the corner outside glanced at Tianru Ming silently, and when the first glass of wine was down, he only heard the sound of the cup hitting the wine jug, but Zhuge Zhaoxi suddenly stood up. He slowly approached Tian Rufang, sat down beside him at once, and slowly put his face close to Tian Rufang. Seeing this, Tianru Ming was very puzzled. Could it be that the alcohol came up? So Tianru ordered the nanometer machine to analyze his face, and his pupils constricted his eyes, suspected to be hypnotic, and at this moment, the sound of a wine glass and a wine jug colliding came. Immediately afterwards, Zhuge Zhaoxi suddenly shot at Tianrufang. Tianru Ming easily blocked the blow. Zhuge Zhaoxi once again gathered his hands and rushed to Tianrufang. The first beauty of the Wulin League wanted to stick to Tianrufang. Tianru Ming looked down on him, but he was angry and picked up the chopsticks on the table to insert Tianrufang. Fortunately, Tianru Ming quickly blocked the blow, but he did not stop, and his hands gathered his chi and rushed to Tianrufang again. At this time, a man in the corner outside saw this scene, thinking that his plan was going to succeed, and showed a strange smile, but he didn't know that the machine had told Tianrufang that the method of using electric shocks to solve hypnosis was fate. When Zhuge Zhaoxi just approached, Tianru slapped a palm on his head, and let the Nami machine give him an electric shock, and after a burst of electric shock, Zhuge Zhaoxi fell to the ground weakly, completely unaware of what had just happened. At this time, the man in the corner saw that the plan failed, so he was ready to implement the second plan. He touched the wine bottle with the wine glass again, and made a dang sound, only to see Morong Yu, the young head of the Morong family, suddenly took his body for a while, and then suddenly picked it up and pounced on the sky. "You guy dare to touch Miss Zhuge, I will kill you with my own hands." Before he could get close to Tianru, he was subdued by an old man, and then he was knocked unconscious by elder Lian Manhua. At this time, Tian Rumming realized that the hypnotist was on the scene, and it was definitely not a person, and he asked the Nami machine to adjust the hearing so that he could hear the sound of transmission, and at this time, the man saw that the second plan also failed. Using the third plan to his accomplice Transhin, he instantly locked the two of them according to Transhin's fate, and he instantly appeared in front of a man and reached out to choke his neck. Don't play tricks on me. What's the third option? At this time, the people of the Martial Arts Alliance saw that Tianru ordered to move their guards, so they stepped forward to dissuade them, but Tianru Ming did not pay attention to him, and directly turned his head and asked Zhuge Zhaoxi, "Is this person your warrior?" Zhuge Zhaoxi was still confused at this time, but he didn't know the guard, and he was confused when he heard him say that he didn't know everyone, and the man dared to communicate with his companion at this time, wanting to use the third plan to cause chaos, so as to help his companion find the sword demon's miscellaneous. Hearing the remnants of the sword demon Tianru, he was also shocked in his heart, and at this moment, someone suddenly snapped his hands, and in an instant, the figures around him were swollen, and then someone started to hit the people around him, and for a while, the decency and the demon sect were in a mess. At this time, the man's companion shouted loudly, "The group of filthy guys of the demon sect attacked us, we can't sit still," and suddenly some people were moved by him, and at this time, the elders also confronted the decent high level, and at the moment of 1,000 troops, Tianru suddenly appeared to stop them, and said loudly, "Those people were hypnotized, and Zhuge Junqi's strange behavior seemed to be a trap for the murderer." Hearing this, Feng Qingyan of the mountain sect was also stunned and asked in his heart, "Then what should I do next?" Tianru said to me, "You go and control your respective subordinates, so that those who do not have illusion skills do not interrupt anymore, and I will solve the other illusion skills." Tianru ordered to stop the inside story of the Wulin League and the elders, so he jumped to the roof. He asked the nanomachine to scan those people, and then distinguish the hypnotized person. When he touched, the nanomachine would help him electric shock. After a crazy electrotherapy, those who were hypnotized instantly woke up. At this time, Tian Rufong saw the man, and the next second he appeared in front of him, grabbed the man's neck, and then pressed the man to the ground with all his strength. The man wanted to punch back, but was easily blocked by Tianru, and then broke the man's wrist in response. Feng Qingyun, the head of the Huashan faction, was also shocked and sighed that the people of the demon sect were ruthless, and the heavens were destined to mention the man like a chicken. "What is the origin of you guys?" The man did not answer, but his mouth was squirming as if he was going to do something. Seeing that Tian Ruming used his internal force to open the man's mouth, and then pulled out a tooth tied with a poison bag from it, and seeing that the man was not going to speak, Tian Ru decided to deal with the one they said in their mouths first. On the other side, there were corpses all over the outside of the Demon Dao Library, and the door of the underground treasure room was also forcibly opened. At this moment, there was a sound of the frame hitting the clear jade in the treasure room, and with the sound of the frame, the two guards outside were incomprehensible, followed by a loud sound of the frame, and I saw the clear jade make a clicking sound, and then cracks slowly appeared on the surface. At this time, the left protector Li Yiming led his subordinates to rush towards the Demon Dao Pavilion, and his subordinates came to report that the Demon Dao Pavilion had been attacked, and they didn't wait for him to arrive. Hearing a huge popping sound, Li Yiming felt that the general situation was not good, so he used his internal force to make up for it first. When he came to the library, he looked at the corpses everywhere with a shocked expression. At this time, the two men were walking away from the library building, and when they saw the two, Li Yiming suddenly thought that the samurai he had seen in the ranks of the martial arts league before, and now he looked at the aura exuded by the man again, which was definitely not the level of the escort samurai. At this time, the guards also arrived one after another, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they all showed shocked expressions. Li Yiming stopped the impulsive guards and asked in a voice, "Is the underground treasure vault your target?" The man also graciously admitted, and the man motioned for the other person to take the things away first, and he would be in charge of the back. Seeing that the man wanted to go first, Li Yiming commanded his men to rush forward, and at this moment, he saw the man take a sharp breath, and then whistled at the rushing guards, and the sound of adding internal force was like a note. Everyone dropped their weapons to cover their ears, but there were also people with strong internal strength who were not affected and had already rushed in front of the man. But in the next second, the man's body flashed, and the man's head rotated 360 degrees on his body. At this time, another guard stabbed an arrow straight into the throat, this arrow wrapped in a thick arrow chi, but it was easily clamped by the man with 2 fingers. The man quickly retreated in the shape of an arrow, but when he just stabilized his body, the man appeared in front of him instantly, and then a punch directly pierced his chest. At this time, the man once again ordered his subordinates to go first. Li Yiming rushed with an arrow. He couldn't let the man run away with something. But this seemingly powerful blow was easily blocked by the man. At this time, the man was stunned and did not move, but Li Yiming was shocked back and raised his palm. At this time the man said unremittingly, "You guy is also a waste. It is rumored that the people of the demon sect have superb martial arts, and they are at this level." Li Yiming asked, "What are you guys coming from?" The man didn't answer, but directly struck with a punch. Li Yiming hurriedly swung an arrow to resist, only to see the man's figure change rapidly. "Is your real strength at this level?" In the face of these attacks, Li Yiming blocked them, and at this time he already felt that the man was stronger than him in all aspects, and the defense alone was not enough, so he had to take the initiative to attack. So he used the secret technique of the red flame arrow technique, extinguishing the arrow with fire, and seeing such a powerful blow, the man smiled, and now he has a look. The man swung his fist excitedly to meet him, often colliding with the fist and making a thumping sound. As the fight between the two sides continued, Li Yiming showed a shocked expression. At this time he was already very difficult to resist the man's attack. Because of the man's boxing, the direction of the attack always surprised him. At this moment, I saw countless fist shadows hitting Li Yiming. In the face of this powerful blow, Li Yiming couldn't parry, and was hit by the fist shadow, and then the man punched him with a heavy punch. Li Yiming was knocked out 66 meters and slammed into the wall behind him, causing a puff of smoke, and the left protector of the heavenly demon god sect was beaten by a mysterious person, and finally was seriously injured by a heavy punch. The left protector Li Yiming used his sword to support himself from falling, and spat blood heavily. According to the fight just now, he knew that the man was the person of Jidao the woman, because he felt the knife moves from those boxing moves, and the man also admitted that he was Sixian, the master of Jidao the woman's Dao fist gate. At this time, Li Yiming was bent on telling the sect leader about the situation here, but his body couldn't move now. Sixian slowly approached Li Yiming, only to see him condense his internal force into his fist. Just as he was making his move, a black unknown object rose towards him, and he grabbed the unknown object and showed him the object in his hand. His eyes were stunned. It was the head of his hand. Then the voice of heaven came. "Are you the one in their mouths?" Li Yiming also exclaimed in surprise when he saw that the sky was like his fate, thinking, "Little sect leader." Hearing this Sixian look at the heavens, he was quite angry at this time. But he knew that the little sect leader appeared here, and the inner city banquet hall plan must have failed. So he decided to kill Li Yiming and quickly retreated. But before his fist fell, Tianrafang had already appeared between the two of them and raised his sword to block this punch. Sixian was also surprised. He didn't expect him to block this punch so easily, and then he punched Tianru Ming in the face again, and at this time, Tianru knew that he must not take half a step back. If he was suppressed, then Li Yiming in the back would die. He relied on the strength of his body to take the punch, which shocked Sixian even more. He had never met anyone who could block his punch with external force alone. Tianru was destined to receive this blow, and the powerful force instantly shocked his internal organs, and the corners of his mouth slowly flowed blood, and he let the machine quickly repair the damaged organs in his body, and at this time, Li Yiming also regained his mobility. Tianru ordered him to pick up something and go to the sect leader. Li Yiming took the thing and jumped up. How could Sixian let him go so easily? A dodge appeared on Li Yiming's side, and then smiled weirdly, not thinking that the next second would appear between the two of them. Sixian still didn't plan to let go of Li Yiming. He retreated to avoid Tianru Ming, and then punched Li Yiming. Tianru Ming relied on his body to block this punch again, and then swung out the sword chi of the tree sword. Sixian was also quite puzzled at this time. Didn't he suffer internal injuries before? The power of the move has not diminished at all. At this time, Sixian was ready to get serious. He was ready to use his 10-layer skills to fight quickly, and he was full of powerful rights and interests to hit the sky like his fate. The speed and tricky direction of the attack made Tianru unable to defend against it, and he could only quickly retreat to dodge the blow. After standing firm on the day, he asked, "What is the relationship between you and the Jidao god?" Cician was annoyed. If you knew that person, then sure enough, the demon sect was the old enemy of the sect. At this time, I only heard a sound of footsteps outside. The guard warriors had already surrounded the demon gym, and Cician knew that it was impossible to leave here safely, so he wanted to leave here as a hostage. "Heaven is like fate," is a slight smile. "Can you catch me?" Cician rushed towards Tianru's destiny again, and the whole shadow of the sky instantly enveloped Tianru's destiny. From Zhongtian Rufang, he saw the second move of the Jidao Divine Sword technique, and he perfectly integrated the moves and fist techniques. Tianru Fate used the fourth move of the 24 magic swords, and the heavens responded to the sword life, and the powerful sword chi and fist chi collided and made a dangling sound. As the fight continued, Tianru felt that the 24 demon swords could no longer resist his attack. Cician was punched in the chest, and he quickly blocked the punch with his sword in front of him. At this time, Tianru's fate was already quite laborious to deal with, and he swung several sword rays again to wrap Cician in it. In the next second, Cician broke through the sword and bowed to the sky, and with the continuous fighting, the long sword of the sky finally couldn't support it and shattered inch by inch, and finally Cician punched him hard. At this time, Cician smiled proudly. "The sword demon's swordsmanship will not work for this seat. And now it seems that the demon sect can't win against me. Don't make senseless resistance. Follow me obediently." At this time, Tianru Ming suddenly threw away the long sword in his hand, and the wound on his face began to heal rapidly, and Cician's sword shape was also shocked. He couldn't let Tianru Ming fully recover, so his fist was wrapped by the fist again and rushed towards Tianru Ming. The weapon made by Tianru Ming with Xian Tai was shattered by a punch. He threw away the broken sword in his hand, and then saw the black Ling Tian on his wrist change rapidly, slowly forming a sword. It was the Heavenly Demon Sword. He jumped up, and the Heavenly Demon Sword bow made the fourth move, and at this time, Cician felt the momentum of Tianru Ming and panicked in his heart. In this case, he could only rush forward. The black, demonic aura emitted by the Heavenly Demon Sword made him lose his movements, and at this moment, the Heavenly Demon Sword pierced through his body, and he still couldn't believe that there was such a powerful sword technique. On the other side, in the great sect arena of the Demon Dao Pavilion, the sect leader and his party had already arrived, and Li Yinming happened to meet the sect leader here. He was seriously injured and coughed violently. Now the little sect leader is fighting with the enemy of Jidao the woman in front of the library building, and after speaking, he pounced and fainted, and the great protector hurriedly stepped forward to check, making sure that there was no danger to his life but fainted. And at this time the sect leader was about to go to the library building, but was stopped by the great protector. Since the sect leader's injuries have not fully recovered, the great protector decided to go first. The sect leader asked the 4 elders and the 10 elders to go together. When the great protector arrived, he happened to see Tianru Ming use the Heavenly Demon Sword bow to kill Cician, and noticed the black sword in Tianru Ming's hand. And after killing Cician, Tianru quickly put away the black sword in his hand. At this time, he noticed the great protector in the distance, and at this moment, the 4 elders and the 10 elders also arrived, and when they saw the scene, they were incredible, and the 10 elders ran to Tianru Fang's side with their hats and asked if they were injured, and the great protector also appeared in front of him in a flash, and he didn't mention what he just saw, but just asked if Tianru Ming was injured. At this moment, the sect leader also arrived, and Tianru hurriedly saluted the sect leader. The great protector is the right hand of the sect leader. He was worried that the big protector would tell the sect leader what he had seen before, and the sect leader asked, "What's going on?" The great protector replied, "When I arrived, the little sect leader had already killed the master of the Jidao 6th and 5th sects, and at this time, the sect leader saw Cician's wound, and the strength that could cause such damage to Tianru's destiny should not be underestimated." The sect leader came to the underground treasure room of the library building. When he entered it, the secret book of the sword demon had been burned by the intruder. At this time he clenched his fists. There was such a place hidden in the demon hall, but he didn't know it, and instantly felt that his majesty was despised, and on the other side, Tianru opened the package snatched from Xixian's hand. Inside was the sword demon's broken arm and the skin engraved with knife marks. The purpose of Xixian's trip was not the 24 demon swords. They were eyeing the sword marks of the Jidao god, which not only made Tianrafeng more curious about the 6 or 5 gates of the Jidao. Due to the sudden incident, there was chaos in the demon sect city that day. In order to ensure that there were other people mixed into the city, everyone carried out the search work all night. But except for the 4 people, no trace was found, and the people of the Wulin League on the side of the banquet hall were also temporarily controlled. At this time, Zhuge Zhaoxi remembered all the things before he was attacked on the road in order to meet with the male lord, and when he came to his senses again, he had come to the demon sect in the ranks of the martial arts league. Everything he did before was a secret operation, and only those people in the male lord's meeting knew that he was acting. So far he could determine that there were enemies in the 17 male lords of the martial arts league. Those who are in the illusion are not unusual. Just when he is at a loss, Tian Ruming came back. Tian Ruming used the heavenly demon sword to kill the Dao Fist Gate Master, then returned to the banquet hall to check the hypnosis event. By always had a doctor told Tian Ruming, he did not find anything abnormal in the food. Tian Ruming decided to check it himself. Then he noticed the wine jug on the table. He had heard the man knock on the wine jug to hint. When he picked up the wine jug, seemed to think of something, he asked the machine to scan and analyze the tableware. The problematic cutlery was placed on the table, and everyone was asked to return to their original seats. It just so happened that the tableware in front of the position where the person who had been hypnotized before was buckled on the table, and Tianrafeng picked up the tableware and let Dr. Bai smell it, and after smelling it, Dr. Bai instantly noticed that it was different, and there were psychedelic ingredients in it. On the other side, in the heavenly demon god sect leader hall, the sect leader was feeling the sword intent on the sword demon's broken arm, and the sword intent he felt on it was exactly the same as the person who injured him before. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cover his injured chest. Before, in Zhujiang, when he was about to kill the person who used the claw method, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. He had unimaginable martial power, and the sect leader was injured before he could hold 10 moves in his hand. The dignified demon sect master. How could the top 5 masters in the martial arts today suffer such a humiliation? In the sect leader's office, the great protector returned from completing the task. He threw the jade bottle that was quietly recovered at the banquet into the 100,000 mountains, and the great protector first discovered that the jade bottle was hiding poison. So the sect leader asked the great protector to throw away the jade bottle. In this way, it is impossible to find out the reason. The Wulin League's attack on the little sect leader has become a fact, and he wants to use this to put pressure on the Wulin League, so as to gain the upper hand in the alliance. At this time, Mr. Bai asked for a doctor, and he told the sect leader that the cause of the hypnosis had been investigated and brought poisonous tableware. Hearing the shocked expression of this sect leader, when he learned that it was the little sect leader Tianru's destiny to find out, his expression became even more serious, and he asked both Dr. Bai and Tianruming to stop investigating the matter. At this time, Dr. Bai understood why there were only wine glasses and no wine jugs. Those wine jugs were thrown away by the sect leader, and since the cause of the illusion was found, he could only let the people of the Wulin League go. In the kitchen of the inner city of the demon cult, Tianru was inspecting the wine jugs, when the great protector came over to ask him to stop the investigation and told him that he had thrown away the wine jugs. Tianrafeng felt that it was a pity. If he could analyze the wine bottle and come up with a way to deal with it, he would not be deceived by the enemy using the same method in the future. Through this matter, the little sect leader left a deep impression in the hearts of everyone in the Wulin League, and he did not choose to hide the truth, but chose to be careless. 3 days later, the demon sect and the martial arts alliance officially formed an alliance, and when the martial arts league was leaving, Zhuge Zhaoxi handed over the invitation to the martial arts conference to the sect leader Heavenly Shadow Sect, not the Phantom Ghost Sect. Everyone was discussing the contents of this announcement to the outer hall, and the contents of the previous meetings were announced, but the matter of Tianru's destiny to become a minor sect leader was not announced. According to the normal situation, it is to be announced together. After the sect master of the Xian Demon Sect was killed, an elder went to the Xian Demon Sect manor. but there was no one inside. It turned out that the sect leader made a lightning move and divided half of the power of the Shin Demon sect to the Sword Demon sect, and the other half to the Sword Demon sect. The purpose of the sect leader is to enhance the power of the Sword Demon sect and the Sword Demon sect to contain Tianru's destiny. He wants to keep Tianru's destiny in balance with the remaining 4 sects, and he has not announced that Tianru's destiny will become a small sect leader, which means that the remaining 4 sects have a chance. At this time, everyone recognized the true face of the sect leader. It turned out that the sect leader was not a friendly army, and the next step was to fight against the current supreme power of the sect. He wanted the demon sect to return to the time when the heavenly demon ancestor was founded, and Tianru's subordinates also said that no matter what the main army did, they would always follow the main army. Since the sect master wants to maintain the balance, then heaven is destined to break this balance. He asked Elder Huan Yi and Elder Sima to go to the Dream Sword sect together, while he and Wenkui Su Feng went to the Demon Dragon Palm sect, and King Gao also went to find some neutral sects to join. Tianru ordered his party to come to the Demon Dragon Palm sect, which was also Wenkui's home. Sect Master Wan Yin warmly welcomed everyone, but at this moment, a guard rushed over. The 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and the heavenly Wujin Gongzi were outside the gate, asking to meet immediately. Tian Wujin dared to rob his wife. Since the sect leader wanted the 4 major sects to contain Tianru's fate, they were allowed to compete for the position of the minor sect leader, so they elected Tian Wujin, who was in good health. In order to strengthen their power, they came to the Demon Dragon Palm sect to propose marriage, and happened to meet Tianru's party here, but they still saluted the little sect leader very politely. Although Tian Wujin was very reluctant, he finally saluted to the heavens. This is the purpose of the trip said by the 3rd elder Pu Zhurong. They had sent a matchmaker over before, and at that time, Elder Wen politely said that he would consider it carefully. Unexpectedly, this time he directly brought Tian Wujin to the door to ask for marriage, which made Elder Wen not know what to do for a while. At this moment, Tian Rufong suddenly stood up and said, "Marriage is a major event. Is the opinion of the parties very important?" And when he heard this, Elder Wen also hurriedly echoed, "Yes, I respect my child's choice." When Kuei on the side suddenly stood up when he heard this, only to see him slowly tear off the human skin mask on his face. When they saw his true face, the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and Tian Wujin all showed surprised expressions. Not only them, but Bai Ji and Su Feng were also surprised. The 4 elders only boasted that they would be blessed in the future, and they would be able to get married to beauties. And when Kuei said with a smile, "I just happened to see Tian Wujin Gongzi here, and I remembered it. When he was in the Demon Dao Pavilion before, he said a word, because I have always rejected Tian Wujin Gongzi." Child said that if he became a small sect leader, he would make our demon dragon Changzong disappear from this sect. Hearing this, Elder Wen instantly burst out with a powerful momentum around him. The 3 elders on the side also hurriedly explained that the son was young and frivolous, so he said the wrong thing. And Elder Wen directly locked on to Tian Wujin with his breath and ignored him. The 4 elders confronted Elder Wen with Tian Wujin behind him. Just as the 2 of them were about to make a move, the 3 elders appeared in time between the 2. "2 elders, please calm down. I can understand Elder Wen's feelings, but Tian Gongzi was not sensible when he was a student. What effect could a few casual words have? What's more, in the demon sect, which sect can easily move the demon dragon elder sect?" With that, he took out a token from his bosom. "If Elder Wen's granddaughter can be ransacked with Tian Wujin Gongzi, I will give this as a gift." When Elder Wen saw the token in his hand, he also had an opinion, and he sought medical treatment for his grandson's illness but was unsatisfactory. If he could have this token, he would be able to see God heal his grandson's illness, which is so exciting. Moreover, the 4 major sects together supported Tian Wujin as the little sect leader. Seeing Elder Wen's complicated expression, the 3rd elder continued to ask, "Do you agree with the marriage of your granddaughter and Tian Wujin Gongzi?" Just as Elder Wen wanted to agree, when Kuei grabbed Tianru's hand and said loudly, "I am already a member of the little sect master." Hearing this, the people around were instantly dumbfounded, and it also made Tianru's face red. At this time, when Kuei whispered in Tianrafang's ear, "I'm sorry, son. I can't think of any other way besides this method. Hearing this, Tian Rufate suddenly lost a sigh of relief, and at this time, Tian Wujin was so angry that his teeth rattled. Seeing that this day was fate, he took Wen Kuei into his arms and looked at Tian Wujin proudly. At this time, Tian Wujin was already on the verge of going berserk, and the murderous aura was released uncontrollably, feeling Tian Wujin's murderous aura towards Tianru. Elder Lien Manhua on the side flashed and appeared in front of Tian Wujin, holding his sword against his neck. The fourth elder didn't know the reborn Lien Manhua. He thought he was just an ordinary guard, so he scolded loudly, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Because Tian Wujin is now the only candidate with sound limbs, but Tian Wujin is not as calm as him, and directly uses his hand to pull away the sword in front of him. What shocked him was that he couldn't shake the sword in front of him, and the three elders at this time were already too scared in their hearts. Tian Ruming had dismantled Wu Jin Yuan in the sect leaders' hall before, and he was afraid that Tian Ruming would use this as an excuse to kill Tian Wujin. The two hurriedly knelt down to apologize to Tian Ruming, begging Tian Ruming to let Tian Wujin go, and at this time Tian Ruming was also very angry. He didn't plan to let Tian Wujin go. After hearing the order, Elder Lien Manhua was about to make a move, but at this moment, the three elders pulled out their knives and rushed over, and Tianru, who was known as the Young Cauldron Maker, cut off one person's arm again. Just now, Tian Wujin not only released his killing intent against Tian Rufong, but was also so arrogant in front of him. Tian Ru directly tried Elder Lien Manhua to kill Tian Wujin, and the three elders on the side, Jin Zhuang, hurriedly rushed over and split the sword in Lien Manhua's hand with one sword. How could Lien Manhua just let him go? He just wanted to make another move, but he was blocked by the three elders again, and the two sides were entangled together, and they continued to fight. The three elders were shocked in their hearts. The little guards around Tianrafeng were so powerful. Just as the two were fighting, a voice interrupted him. Elder Pu, stop it. Turning his head, at this time, Tian Ruming had already put the knife on Tian Wujin's neck, and Tian Ruming saw that the three elders did not stop immediately, and directly raised the knife and slashed at Tian Wujin. The third elder of Jin Zhuang hurriedly shouted, I will give up this marriage, please stop. Tian Ruming's knife stopped 3 centimeters behind Tian Wujin's neck, and at this time, Tian Wujin was so frightened that he trembled and broke out in a cold sweat, but Tian Ruming did not move the knife away. The third elder of Sword Village continued, if the little sect leader has any requests, please put the knife away. Tian Ru Ming smiled slightly, then hand over the token of the Sword Divine Doctor. And at this time, there was no way, in order to save Tian Wujin, the only sword power, the three elders gritted their teeth and handed over the Divine Doctor token to Tian Rufong. As a result, the token smiled at the corner of his mouth. The so-called politics can only be rewarded if you correctly understand what the other party wants, and then give it away. Hearing this, the three elders were taken aback. This is what he said when he communicated with the 4 elders before. How did he know? Without waiting for the third elder to wake up from the shock, Tian Ru continued, this token alone is not enough. Hearing that the movement of these 3 elders was not good, and in the next second, Tian Ru's hand fell, and Tian Wujin's right arm was cut off. Seeing the shocked faces of the 4 elders, one flashed over to support Tian Wujin's body, and saw the expressions of the 3rd elder and the 4th elder. Tian Rufong said coldly, do you have any opinions? The 2 of them could only grit their teeth and say no. Tian Wujin released a killing intent to the little sect leader. Even if Tian Ru is destined to kill Tian Wujin, there is no problem. In the end, the 2 had no choice but to walk away with the incomplete Tian Wujin Gray. After they left, Tianru directly gave the token of the Divine Doctor to Elder One. Elder One was so moved that he took the token and immediately swore allegiance to heaven. At the dinner table, Elder One asked about the marriage between Tian Ruming and Wen Kuei, which made Tian Ruming directly spray Su Feng on the side. Wen Kuei explained for a long time before he explained clearly. Although Elder One who learned the truth couldn't hide the regret in his heart, he was not disappointed. He felt that the 2 of them would definitely have a drama in the future. When Elder Wen's son was sent to the Sichuan branch, he was attacked by the evil sect and died, just as when Kuei's mother was about to be separated. But fortunately, when Kuei was born safely, and his younger brother was born stupid because of the long production time, and the brain was not deficient in oxygen, Tianru gave him the divine doctor token, which made him see hope again. As soon as Wenlu came over, he threw himself into the arms of his sister Kuei. When he saw Wenlu, he asked if the machine had a way to treat it. For accurate treatment, it is necessary to touch the patient's head beforehand. After getting Elder Wen's permission, Tianru Ming walked up to Wenlu and put his hand on his head. At this time, the machine quickly performed a scan and analysis and soon found the cause, which turned out to be caused by a blocked blood vessel in the brain. If you want to be cured, you need to use electromagnetic wave therapy. According to the prompt of the machine, Tianru put his hand in the designated position, and then a powerful electric current was sent out in an instant, followed by Wenlu let out a painful scream. Seeing this, Elder Wen thought that Tianru's destiny wanted to encourage Wenlu, so he rushed towards Tianru's destiny. At this time, Elder Lien Manhua appeared directly in front of him, blocking his way. You just believe the little sect leader. It just so happened that the electromagnetic wave treatment over there was over, and as soon as Tianru let go of his hand, he fell down greedily. Elder Wen held Wenlu, who was about to fall to the ground, and he asked the little sect leader all his life, "What are you going to do?" At this time, Wenlu grabbed Elder Wen's hand, and then shouted weakly, "Grandpa." Elder Wen was looking at Wenlu and found that his pupils had returned to normal. At this time, he realized that Wenlu had been cured by Tianru's fate, so he returned the token of the divine doctor to Tianru's fate. When I returned to the Flying Phantom Ghost sect, the sun had set, and an elder had not been able to see the sect master according to the Dream Sword sect, because the people from the Sword Demon sect and the Een Demon sect had arrived early. At this time, Tianrifeng noticed the New Year's worshipper of Elder Lien Manhua and asked him why he was inside. The man hurriedly saluted the little sect leader and said, "Someone from the Demon Eye Sword sect has invaded." It turned out that an hour ago, he was reading a book in the study of the Demon Eye Sword sect, and suddenly received a mysterious transmission. 10 days earlier, he opened the door and checked, but found nothing. Hearing this, Tianru Ming realized that the mysterious person was nameless, and the real Elder Lien Manhua on the side said, "If it is 10 days in advance, it will be tonight," and at this time, Tianru is looking forward to meeting Nameless. Lien Manhua came to the top of the 5 Sages Peak as promised, and at this time, the Sword Demon sect Jing Benji had been waiting here for a long time, and after a while, he appeared namelessly. When Jing Benji saw Nameless, he directly pounced under the cabinet and saw the shocked Nameless with a puzzled face. I saw Jing Benji open his mouth and say, "The Sword Demon sect master and second elder Jing Benji has seen the Taishang sect master 3 years ago. He saw the sword technique used by Nameless is very similar to the heavenly demon sword technique used by the sect leader. So he decided that Nameless was the supreme sect master, and at this moment, Nameless seemed to have discovered something, turned around, and a sword chi slashed out, and then a figure flashed out from there. It was Tianru's destiny who was hiding here in advance. At this time, the 5 people who are destined by heaven are already peerless, and the Nameless can actually find him, which shows that the Nameless 5 are higher than the heavens. Jing Benji saw that the person who came was Tianru's destiny, so he was sure that Lien Manhua had been wronged, but Lien Manhua did not admit that the appearance of Tianru's destiny had disrupted the Nameless plan, and he did not plan to continue to teach them the real 24 magic swords. Jing Benji was just about to chase Nameless, but was blocked by Lien Manhua, and Jing Benji was very angry at this time. He endured it for so long just to learn the complete 24 demon sword. At this time, his true nature was exposed, and he drew his sword and slashed at Lien Manhua. He thought that no one in the demon sect was stronger than him except for the sect leader and the great protector, but Lien Manhua easily blocked it, and he felt a more powerful skill than him from Lien Manhua's sword. On the other side, the distance between Tianrifate and Nameless is getting bigger and bigger, so he can't catch up with Nameless at all, so he asks the nanomachine to analyze Nameless' escape route. After getting the path, Tianru jumped directly from the top of the mountain, and only in this way could he catch up with Nameless. At this time, Nameless suddenly felt a powerful sword aura appear above. Lien Mao turned around and raised his sword to fight, and the wind made a loud noise, and the powerful impact made his feet sink deep into the ground. Nameless swung his backhand sword, and the powerful force instantly knocked Tianru's destiny out and slammed into the tree. As he gasped for breath, his body was covered in multiple fractured muscles, and he had the nanomachine quickly repair the cracked bones and muscles. At this time, Nameless did not intend to continue to escape, and directly slashed his sword to the sky. The 24 magic swords he cast were even more powerful, and in the face of this powerful blow, Tianru used the sword technique of the extreme sword god to respond, and the swords collided with each other. Defeated by his fate, he was once again injured internally, and the nanomachine quickly repaired his damaged internal organs. At this time, Nameless also saw that Tianru Ming was using the sword technique of the extreme sword god, and after the battle just now, he could conclude that Tianru Ming's internal strength was weaker than him. However, the sword moves of the extreme sword god were stronger than the 24 demon swords of the sword demon, and it was difficult to win quickly if it continued like this. So Nameless quickly retreated and prepared to pull away. And Tianru thought that he was going to escape, and directly used the third move of the extreme sword god. In the face of such a powerful move, Nameless directly let go of the sword in his hand, and the long sword that left his hand in the next second suddenly flew up, and the sword shadow in the sky instantly enveloped Tianru's destiny. Nameless directly used the Chi Desire sword to use the second move of the Heavenly Demon Sword Bow, but the power of the Heavenly Demon Sword Bow that had no luck did not fall at all. Just as Tian Rufong was shocked, Nameless suddenly appeared in front of him and stabbed him in the shoulder with the sword. Nameless used the second move of the Heavenly Demon Sword Bow with the Chi Desire sword, and Tianru was instantly wrapped in the sword shadow in the sky. Just as he was shocked by Nameless' strength, Nameless appeared in front of him in the next second, and then a sword stabbed into his shoulder. Tianru ordered the machine to quickly repair the injured shoulder, and at the same time sighed at the strength of Nameless, and now he had some doubts that this person was the supreme sect master. At this time, Nameless said coldly, "Now I feel the gap in strength. You are not my opponent, so don't follow me again. Otherwise it will not be a shoulder next time." And Tianru was not afraid of his threat at all, but his eyes became more determined. Seeing that the sky was like his destiny, he did not retreat in the slightest, so he used his sword again, only to see his fingers move slightly, and the sword danced in the air at his command. The fourth move of the Heavenly Demon Sword Bow was used, and in the face of this powerful blow, Tianru did not flinch and rushed forward with a gritted tooth, and the sword chi collided and made a dangling sound, and after a while, Tian Rufong's body was cut out by the sword chi several times. At this time, he really realized the power of the fourth move of the Heavenly Demon Sword Bow, and he knew that if he continued like this, it would be over. So he summoned the Heavenly Demon Sword. Seeing the Heavenly Demon Sword, the Nameless eyes were also slightly stunned. At this time, Tian Rufong's left hand Heavenly Demon Sword and right hand White Dragon Sword shot at the same time. The fourth move of the Heavenly Demon Sword Bow in the left hand, and the Extreme Sword Divine Sword technique in the right hand, the two energies collided together and made a loud bang. Due to the previous blow that fell from the sky, his arm had already been injured, and at this time it was already unbearable, and at this moment, the Nameless flying sword began to shatter inch by inch. Nameless then took out the short sword from his bosom to resist, but was still knocked away by the powerful impact, and finally slammed into the tree behind him. When he came back to his senses again, a sword and a sword were already on his neck, and Nameless was also quite shocked at this time. Tianru was destined to defeat him, a powerhouse in the Xian realm, with a peerless realm, and he used Wu Jinyuan's secret sword on his left shoulder and right sword. Heaven is like a sword to cut through the Nameless veil, but he doesn't know the person in front of him. Heaven is like a destiny and asked, "Who are you?" Nameless replied, "Little sect master, I won't run away. Just put away the sword around my neck." Hearing this voice, Tianru instantly knew the owner of the voice, the Great Protector. Tianru is destined to put away the Heavenly Demon Sword. What is going on with the Great Protector? You have to explain it to me clearly. Just as the Great Protector was about to speak, there was a loud bang from the top of the mountain, accompanied by powerful aura fluctuations, and at this time, Elder Lien Manhua was still on the top of the mountain. Heaven is like fate and shouts badly. Even the elders are in danger, Jing Binji actually cultivated the reverse cave Daluo divine skill, and after performing the reverse cave demon skill, his body is invulnerable. His skill has improved a lot in an instant, and even Lien Manhua, who has reached the peerless level, is not his opponent. At this time, Lien Manhua was injured in many places all over his body, and tried his best to avoid Imatoki's attack. Although Imatoji used the reverse acupoint magic skill to grow in size after the muscles were longer, but the speed was unusually fast, and before Lien Manhua could react, Imatoji had already appeared in front of him, and then a punch was thrown, and in a hurry, Lien Manhua raised his arm to block, and the powerful impact made him retreat a few palms. At this time, even Manhua stood up with difficulty, and the reverse acupoint magic technique used by Jing Binji was improved, and some side effects were gone. Unusually conscious, Imatoji once again grabbed Lien Manhua with a palm, and Lien Manhua used all his strength to use the 24 magic sword to resist. But as soon as the long sword touched the palm of Jing Binji's hand, it was shattered inch by the powerful force, and with the breaking of the long sword in his hand, Lien Manhua completely fell into despair. When he closed his eyes and waited for death to come, he didn't feel his body being hit. He opened his eyes and saw that Tianru fate appeared in front of him at some point, blocking this death blow for him, and Imatoji, who had used the reverse cave demon skill. He is very confident in his current strength, and he wants to take this opportunity to take out the desperate troubles of the heavens. After a short fight, Tian Rufong found that his moves could not help Imatoji at all, and the white dragon sword could not cause any damage to his body at all. The strange knife divine knife technique didn't hurt or itch on him, but it was Tianru who was hit by a heavy punch and hit the boulder behind him heavily. At this time, the Great Protector had just been fighting with Tianrafang, and he had already consumed a lot of internal strength, and it was nothing more than that, and Imatoji laughed and laughed wildly at Tianrafang. But at this moment, Imatoki's laughter suddenly stopped, because he felt a powerful demonic aura, which made him very uncomfortable. Immediately after that, the next second, Tian Ru Ming rushed out of the smoke and dust, only to see him holding the heavenly demon sword in his right hand. The fourth move of Tianru's fate was used, and Imatoji gritted his teeth, thinking that the small tricks played by Tianru's fate were not enough to be afraid of. So he used the star demon sword to meet him, and his invulnerable body was like tofu in front of the heavenly demon sword, and his body was pierced by the heavenly demon sword in an instant, and he fell down unwillingly. At this time, Tian Ru Ming was panting heavily due to the repeated use of the heavenly demon sword skill, and at this time, the Great Protector came to Tian Ru Ming, knelt down without pain and said, "The Great Protector of the Heavenly Demon God Sect, Maluoqian, meets the contemporary Heavenly Demon Lord. There is a highly poisonous centipede living in the heart of a man, and whoever controls the life goo can control his life." Tianru used the heavenly demon sword and demon chi to lure the centipede out of the man's heart. Just now, Tianru used the heavenly demon sword to kill Jing Binji, who used the reverse learning demon skill, and the Great Protector on the side saw the heavenly demon sword in Tian Ruming's hand, so he pounced and knelt down. The Great Protector of the Heavenly Demon God Sect, Maluoqian, meets the contemporary Heavenly Demon Lord. And Elder Lien Manhua on the side, he never dreamed that Nameless was actually the Great Protector, and he was also very familiar with the strange behavior of the Great Protector. At this moment, he seemed to think of something, and looked at the heavenly demon sword in his hand. When he saw the heavenly demon sword clearly, Elder Lien Manhua also knelt down. Heavenly Demon God Teacher Elder Lien Manhua paid a visit to the contemporary Heavenly Demon Lord. Seeing that the two of them were like this, the heavens were directly pressed, and I don't know what the two of them were doing. At this time, Elder Lien Manhua explained that because Tianru was the real heavenly demon, there was an ancestral hall dedicated to the spiritual seat of the previous sect masters on the north side of the inner city, and an altar for the spiritual seat and last words of the patriarch of the Kai school. On the altar, there is an inscription left by the heavenly demon patriarch before he ascended to the immortal, and the inscription reads, "Whoever obtains the true heavenly demon sword will inherit this title." This is a heavenly demon order that even the sect master can't refuse, but none of the sect masters in the past dynasties have inherited the title of heavenly demon, and even the heavenly demon sword inherited by the current sect master is an imitation. All the elders knew this fact, and Tianru couldn't help but wonder, if only the sect leader knew the true and false of the heavenly demon sword. Even if there was a heavenly demon order, he could be confused. Why did the elders know that it was fake? But they still acquiesced? Elder Lien continued, because it was rumored that the real heavenly demon sword was snatched away by the G-sword god 500 years ago, and this history was very shameful for this sect. So the sect leader and elders have always acquiesced and hidden the facts, and only Tianru knew that the heavenly demon sword had been in the demon ceiling cave all along, and the previous ones should have been imitations. At this time, the Great Protector interrupted Lotus Manhwa, and Elder Lien was partly wrong. The reason why the sect leader did not mention the heavenly demon sword was because of the heavenly demon order guardians, who had been playing an important role in order to prevent the sect leader who had assisted them for generations from violating the heavenly demon order. After all, they inherited the martial arts taught by the heavenly demon patriarch himself, and they have a strength that is no less than that of the sect leader, plus they have always played the shadow of the sect leader, so the other sect disciples don't know very well. After speaking, the Great Protector took out his Dharma Protector token, flipped over and engraved the 3 words of the heavenly demon order on the back, and the Great Protector was the guardian of the heavenly demon order. This is also the hidden duty of the Great Protectors of the past dynasties. Although the heavenly demon order guardians can restrict the sect leader, but the heavenly demon patriarch also restricts these guardians. These guardians are all planted with specially forbidden goo poison, and the goo poison is controlled by the Ling goo. If the internal force is injected into the Ling goo, the goo poison will instantly spread throughout the body, and the host will die. There is goo poison in the dantian and heart of the Great Dharma Protector, and the method of making Ling goo and goo poison is only known to the Dharma Protector, and when the new sect leader takes office, they will offer Ling goo to swear allegiance. At this time, Tianru knew that the original sect leader and the Great Protector were holding each other back in this way, but the heavenly demon guardians of the previous generations would only regard the current heavenly demon lord as the real protagonist. The Great Protector suddenly said, "Please inject the heavenly demon weapon into my body. Ling goo is only a temporary prohibition, and the real owner of the goo poison is only the heavenly demon lord." So Tianru was destined to input the heavenly demon weapon into the Great Protector's body, and with a burst of severe pain, the goo worms in the Great Protector's body were attracted out by the heavenly demon weapon. At this time, the Great Protector said solemnly, "The heavenly demon order guardian and Great Protector Ma Luoqian swore allegiance to the current heavenly demon lord, and until today, Tianru has obtained all the power of the Dharma Protector." The reason why the Great Protector pretended to be nameless and taught them the 24 demon swords was because 20 years ago, the sect master suddenly found the Great Protector the day before he disappeared, saying that he was going to a very dangerous place. If you can't come back within 10 years, let the Great Protector teach the martial arts of the Sword Demon Palace to those who are related to the Sword Sect. Before leaving, the Taishang sect master handed over half of the heavenly demon sword skill he had studied to the Great Protector and asked him to continue his research. This is also why the Great Dharma Protector will be the heavenly demon sword skill. The reason why the Taishang sect master did not teach the heavenly demon sword skill to the sect leader Tianyuzong was because he didn't like Tianyuzong. Tianyuzong was too cold-blooded and ruthless, but later he still passed the position of sect leader to Tianyuzong. The last thing the sect master said before leaving, if he didn't come back within 10 years, the demon sect would be in great trouble, and the danger of the heavenly demon god sect was really coming. The Taishang sect master had already learned of the existence of the Jidao woman, and his disappearance was inseparable from the Jidao woman. An elder Lien asked the Great Protector why he had advanced the agreed time, and the Great Protector just glanced at Tianrafang, which made Tianrafate at a loss. The leader of the sect leader's palace, the leader of the sect leader's guardian hall was reported to the sect leader by Xianzhang, and the person in charge of tracking the Great Protector was lost outside the West City, and the people who monitored the Flying Phantom Ghost sect and the Demon Eye Sword sect did not find that Tianru Fate and Lien Manhua had returned. After listening to the report, Tian Yozong closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, and at this time, a mysterious man appeared behind him and said, "Chess pieces can only be used as chess pieces. While there is no more chaos now, deal with it quickly, that guy from Jingbenji will definitely not come back alive. Tian Yozong thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to cut off his limbs first, and then the sect leader Tian Yozong activated the sect leader's order and ordered Li Yinming and Yiming to be arrested and imprisoned. On the other side, the three of them recovered their internal strength by meditating and pranayama, and in order not to be discovered, they buried Jingbenji's body in a remote place. When Tian Ruming returned to the heavenly demon god sect, the sky was already bright, and as soon as he came to the city gate, Tian Ruming felt that the guards around him were more stringent, and the guards at the gate looked at each other when they saw the little sect leader token. Heaven ordered the nanomachine to turn on the sound transmission eavesdropping mode, and only one of the guards said, "I'm back." He immediately sent a message to the sect master's hall. Tianrafang has always known that the sect leader is spying on them, and now it seems that the demon sect is about to change greatly. At this time, as soon as the Great Protector returned, he was brought to see the sect master by the leader of the sect leader's hall, Bei Xian. Sect leader Tian Yozong said directly to the point. Last night, the second elder Jingbenji went outside the city, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Not only that, but last night, the little sect leader and even elder Manhwa also disappeared from the city. Hearing that this great protector was full of cleverness, he didn't expect that the sect leader would not only monitor him, but also monitor them at the same time. Tian Yuzong suspected that Tianru had lured the second elder Jingbenji outside the city and then killed him. Because Tianru's destiny has always had conflicts with the 6 major sects, and the Great Protector only knew the true purpose of the sect leader at this time, he wanted to seize Tianru's destiny and then suppress him. In order to defend Tianru's fate, the Great Protector had no choice but to tell the sect leader some unimportant things, so the Great Protector secretly practiced Jingbenji. The matter of the demon sect's entry into the demon palace was revealed, and the Great Protector told the sect leader that because Jingbenji used the demon palace, his body became bloated, and he couldn't transport the body back by himself, so he came back first to report to the sect leader. Tian Yuzong arranged for the people who guarded the hall to go with the Great Protector to get Jingbenji's body back. After the Great Protector left, the mysterious man appeared from the corner again. In this way, you will believe that Ma Luoqian will definitely support that kid, and if it goes on like this, I am afraid that it will not act according to the plan. And Tian Yuzong was full of confidence. No, that guy had to do it. After speaking, he took out the key and opened the drawer in front of him, and took out a box from it, and the box contained the life bones. Tian Yozong didn't eat it immediately after getting the life bone, but first asked the demon doctor to help him analyze it, and it wasn't until recently that the result came, and then he swallowed the life bone in one gulp. On the other side, in the Huika room of the Flying Ghost sect, Tian Ru was discussing the changes in the demon sect with his subordinates, and as soon as he told Tian Ru Ming, the left protector Li Yinming and Yiming were both imprisoned, and Gao Wang and Bai Ji were also arranged by the sect leader to other places under various pretexts, and only 5 Su Feng, who was not high, were left behind. Elder Sima Yi was ordered to join the Hunan branch investigation group, while Elder Wanyan was assigned to the northeastern part of Jiangxi to build a defensive line to guard against the attack of the 65th Gate of the Sharp Knife. Elder Lian Manhua was not in the city before, and the guards of the sect leader hall searched for many times but did not find it, and when they came back, they did not bring anyone to put on a mask, so they all thought that Elder Lian Manhua had not returned. At this moment, the 3 of them suddenly looked out at the same time, making Su Feng look puzzled, and this matter was not in front of the door of the ghost sect, and was surrounded by a group of people. There is a highly poisonous centipede living in the man's heart and dantian, and this centipede is controlled by the Linghu, and as long as it injects internal force into the Linghu, the centipede will release the poison. The host was killed on the spot, and the leader of the heavenly demon god sect, Tian Yozong, swallowed Linghu in one bite, and just after confirming that Dahu Fama Luoqian supported Tianru's fate, he was ready to use Linghu to control Dahu, and then frame Tianru's fate through the incident of Jingbenji. In order to suppress Tian Ruming, the sect leader arranged the people who supported Tian Ruming to other places, so that no one was available around Tian Ruming. As everyone knows, Tian Ruming had made plans early and asked Elder Huai to prepare, and although Tian Ruming resented Tian Yuzong for ignoring his mother's death at that time, he never thought of colliding with her head-on. In the end, The sect leader used the sect leader's order and ordered Tianru to lead the Zhu Immortal Sword Regiment of the Second Dark Sword Sect to Fujin to resist the 6 or 5 people of Jidao. The Second Dark Sword Sect is composed of the Zhu Immortal Sword Troop and the Great Five Sword Sect, and it is the hidden power of the Sword Demon Sect. But 3 years ago, in the assessment of the Great Five Sword Sect, the prisoners were involved in cultivating the demon skill of reverse learning, and the entire sect was disbanded, and now the Dark Sword only has the Zhu Immortal Sword Troop. On the other side, the Great Dharma Protector and the Sect Master's Hall brought back the body of Jing Binji, and one of them took the body away alone under the pretext of cleaning up the body, but the direction he went was the location of the incinerator. Seeing this, the Great Protector wanted to stop it, but was stopped by the leader of the Guardian Palace, Bei Xian, saying that this was the intention of the sect leader so that he didn't have to ask again, and told him that the meeting of the Great Protector Hall had begun. The content of the meeting was to abolish the little sect leader, and the Great Protector realized that Tianru's fate was in danger, so he quickly came to the sect leader's hall, but he didn't see Tianru's fate in the main hall, and Tianru's subordinates were only present with an elder. As soon as he arrived at the sect leader's palace, the sect leader Tian Yoji asked the Great Protector to tell him about Jing Binji, but before he could speak, the sect leader said, "You said that you witnessed the little sect leader Tian Ru Ming sneak attack on the second elder Jing Binji and killed him. Is this true?" Hearing the sect leader's words, the Great Dharma Protector was full of doubts, and then the sect leader sent a voice and threatened, saying the answer that this seat wants, otherwise, the goo poison in your body will explode. The sect leader asked again. The little sect leader Tianru ordered to sneak attack the second elder Jing Binji and kill him. But is there such a thing? And the Great Protector ignored the sect leader's threat and said, the little sect leader did not sneak attack the second elder. Just when the Great Protector wanted to say something more, the sect leader directly injected internal force into the life goo in his body, wanting to kill the Great Protector, and didn't want him to talk more. But he didn't see the Great Protector poisoned to death, but continued well. And the little sect leader did not kill the second elder Jing Binji without authorization. The second elder practiced the secret science, and at this time, the sect leader's face was already very ugly, and before he could finish speaking, the sect leader, who was embarrassed and angry, directly raised his sword and slashed at the Great Protector. At this critical juncture, Elder Huan Yi on the side dodged to block the blow of the sect leader, and at this time, the Great Protector said loudly, the second elder practiced the secret demon attack and went crazy. It was the little sect leader who suppressed him. The sect leader Tian Yozong was annoyed and ashamed and slashed at the big protector, but was blocked by Elder Huan Yi. The sect leader was so angry that he gritted his teeth, only to hear Elder Huan Yi say lightly, "I am not Elder Huan," and then he slowly ripped off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his original face. It was Tianru's destiny. And he was also shocked when he saw the Tianrifeng's sect master, and looked at him with a look of disbelief. "Impossible. How did you end up here?" And Tian Ru Ming smiled faintly and said, "I am here to take over the position of sect leader," and on the other side, an elder pretended to be Tian Ru Ming, and the Zhu Immortal Sword Regiment has left the demon sect for more than 100 miles, and the leader of the Zhu Immortal Sword Troop and his subordinates glanced at each other, and decided to do it here. And then they pulled out the long sword on their waists. And Tian Ru Ming looked at them calmly. "What do you want to do?" The two of them roared and rushed on horseback, and the figure of Tian Ru dodged the cloak with a flash, and then a knife swung out to cut the man under the horse, and then slowly ripped off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his original face. And when he saw his appearance clearly, the head of the Zhu Immortal Sword Regiment knew that he had been fooled, and it turned out to be Elder Huan Yi. So he thought that Elder Huan disobeyed the order of the sect leader and ordered his subordinates to arrest him back, and Huan Yi, who had reached the peerless level, did not take them seriously at all. If he wanted to leave, these people would not be able to catch him at all. In the next second, the group of people suddenly let out a burst of roars, and then the muscles of the body began to grow, and all of these people used the reverse spin demon bow, and the situation became quite serious in an instant. The sect leader hall, everyone was still in the shock of doubting that the elder was Heavenly Destiny, and Heavenly Destiny used the internal sensitive machine to change the voice, so that they could not be separated. So the sect leader Tian Yozong suddenly said loudly, "Presumptuous, The little sect leader actually violated the sect leader's order and appeared in the main hall to hide his true face. "You kid is really going to rebel?" And Tian Rufong did not answer and asked directly, "Why did you wrong me and charge me with sneak attack and killing the second elder?" And the sect leader Tian Yozong asked the Great Protector to catch him on the grounds that Tianru violated the sect leader's order, and the Big Protector said directly, "I can't do it." And when I heard the answer of the Big Protector, the sect leader breathed in his heart, and then said angrily, "Look, the Big Protector Ma Luoqian is following the little sect leader, not this seat." Can you still believe what he said? Everyone was shocked after hearing it, and then they saw Tian Yozong snap his fingers, and 4 men appeared next to him in an instant, just when they wanted to grab the Great Protector and Tianru's destiny. There was a noise outside, and then the door was vigorously broken, and when I saw that the person who came recently was elderly in Manhwa, I saw that with a wave of his hand, the body of Jing Binji was thrown to the main hall, and when I saw the body of Jing Binji, everyone knew that he had practiced the reverse water demon palace, and he was more convinced by the words of the Great Protector. At this time, the sound of fighting outside did not stop, and the sect leader spread all the men of Tianru's fate, but he forgot that Tianru's subordinates who had stayed in the Demon Dao Pavilion, because after the left Protector Li Yiming was arrested, there was no one to manage the Demon Dao Pavilion, and before coming again, Tian Ru Ming let Su Feng go to the Demon Dao Pavilion. Therefore, the guards outside were all stopped by Hu Shuanghua and them, and none of them wanted to enter the main hall, and on the other side, an elder was not the opponent of the Cannon Bead Immortal Sword Regiment of the Reverse Water Demon Palace. He ran away while fighting, but when he ran and ran, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the people of the Sword Demon Sect and the Een Demon Sect. In the face of the flanking attacks from the front and back, Elder Huani knew that he couldn't run, and he was ready to burn his true chi to fight to the death. But at this moment, he heard someone shouting, and the Heavenly Demon Lord's Heavenly Demon Leader heard this Elder Yi's body for a while, and then he saw people from the Sword Demon Sect and the Een Demon Sect rushing towards him. Elder Huani looked at him blankly, and then those people passed by Elder Huan and did not attack him, but rushed directly towards the Cannon Bead Immortal Sword Regiment, and at this time, the Sect Master's Hall, the Sect Master's Majesty was seriously insulted, and he ordered the elders and Sect Masters in the main hall with the Sect Master's order. Immediately take down Tianru's fate, and after hearing the order, the 4 people around the sect leader jumped up and pounced on Tianru's fate, but before they could get close to Tianru's fate, they were blocked by the Sect Master of the Sword Demon Sect and the Sect Master of the Demon Suppression Sect. 2 hours ago, Tianru came to the Sword Demon Sect with a human skin mask, and he knew that if he came as a little sect leader, elder who would definitely not see him. When he tore off the human skin mask, Tian Ru Ming instantly felt that he was surrounded by heavy surrounds, and couldn't help but sigh at the reaction speed of the Sword Demon Sect. Tian Ru Ming hoped that the Sword Demon Sect could come to the rescue of an elder who refused his request on the grounds that he was a teacher, but several of them also sensed that there was something unusual about the sect leader. However, they couldn't do it just by letting them fight against the sect master, because it would be against the great cause, and at this moment, the whole house was filled with demonic energy. The strong demonic aura instantly attracted the attention of the guards outside, an elder who hurriedly stopped his men outside from rushing in, and then looked at the heavenly demon sword in Tian Rufong's hand with a look of disbelief. Sect leader Tian Yuzong ordered his subordinates to take down the traitor Tianru's order with the sect leader's order, but he didn't expect to be stopped by several elders together. He watched in disbelief as several elders fought angrily. A few of you guys dared to disobey the sect master's orders, and at this time, Tianru directly summoned the heavenly demon sword. Everyone showed shocked expressions when they saw the heavenly demon sword, and even the sect leader Tian Yuzong was full of surprise, and at this time he unconsciously clenched his heavenly demon sword. He knew that the elders were protecting the heavens because of the heavenly demon sword, but in this case, he couldn't approve of the sword. At this time, a dark shadow said behind him, "If you can't prove that the sword is fake, you can't get out of this situation. Break the sword. If it is not handled well, the position of the sect leader is in jeopardy." And after listening to what the man said, Tian Yuzong also felt that it made sense, so he said, "Saying that it is the heavenly demon sword without evidence, how can you make me believe your words? I will personally test the sword." At this time, the second elder sent a voice to remind the heavens, "No, "Little sect leader, if that sword is in the hands of the sect leader, I don't know what will become of it." And Tianru Ming was not afraid. He directly handed over the heavenly demon sword with both hands, and saw that Tianru Ming gave him the sword so easily. Sect leader Tian Yozong was extremely excited. He had already planned that when he came into contact with the sword, he would inject internal force into it to weaken it, and then break it. But as soon as his hand touched the heavenly demon sword, he was burned by the demonic energy of the heavenly demon sword, and instantly retracted his palm. Annoyed and angry, he slashed directly at the heavenly demon sword, trying to break it, but in the next second, Tianyuzong felt that he was nailed by a huge flying dragon. The figure froze instantly, and by the time he regained his senses, the wyvern had disappeared. After this series of operations, everyone was even more convinced that it was the real heavenly demon sword, and at this time, the great Dharma protector felt that the time had come. So he stood up, took out the heavenly demon order, and the great sage said, "The great heavenly demon god asked everyone to call people to receive the heavenly demon order." Seeing that the heavenly demon ordered everyone in the hall to kneel down in unison, the heavenly demon god called Chichidos. At this time, only the sect leader Tianyuzong was still obsessed and did not dare to accept this reality. The great protector read out the heavenly demon decree and passed on the title of heavenly demon to Tianru, who had the heavenly demon sword. Sect leader Tian Yozong kept having some words in his ears at this time, and he was radically collapsed by these words. He kept talking and stopped. "You lost to a few chess pieces, and you failed to protect your brother." Hearing that Yozong couldn't hold back anymore when he heard this, he suddenly turned around and shouted, "You shut up for me. You kid dares to insult the deity." But there was no one behind him, and several elders were puzzled when they saw it. In fact, a long time ago, everyone found out that the sect leader was sometimes talking to someone. And that person is his long-deceased brother Tianyuzong. And Tianyuzong was defeated by the overlord Xiang Yin in the war with the evil sect alliance, and he had already died on the battlefield. After the sect leader Tianyuzong recaptured Zhujiang, the great protector found out. He sometimes looks at a wall where there is nothing or a dark place. The third elder asked with a puzzled face, "Master, who the hell are you talking to?" And the sect leader was also full of surprise and pointed behind him. "Don't you see that there is a sect master in the sky?" Hearing this, the crowd was even more shocked. At this time, the heavenly Yozong in the eyes of the sect leader laughed. This annoyed him even more, shouting at the place where no one is behind you. "If you cross the line, you can't be forgiven. Stand down immediately. You guy is not qualified to stay in the main hall." At this time, the great Dharma protector suddenly knelt down and said, "Sect master, there is nothing over there, and Tianyuzong has already died on the battlefield. You should go to Moina for treatment as soon as possible." In the next second, a sword chi flew past the neck of the great protector. Hearing the words of the great protector, sect leader Tianyuzong was even more angry. "Do you guys think I'm crazy and want to rebel?" Tianru is destined to start a battle for the position of the leader of the demon sect. The words of the great protector Ma Luoqian completely angered the sect leader Tianyuzong. He pointed his sword at the heavens, and the great protector wanted to dissuade him, was held down by the heavens. The sect leader's actions confirmed the conjecture of the great Dharma protector. Tian Yozong was seriously wounded during the battle between Zhujiang and Jidaemin. It's not just internal injuries, but the sequelae of using the reverse cave demon bow. Now the sect leader Tianyuzong felt that his authority was threatened. There can only be one leader in the demon cult. So the delirious Tianyuzong planned to get rid of Tianru. Heaven also knew that this was a battle for the sect leader. So he told his men to step down. He wants to face the sect leader Tianyuzong alone, facing one of the 5 masters of the rivers and lakes. Just the coercion released made Tianru's body feel a tingling pain. The sect master stabbed with all his might. Tianru was destined to raise the heavenly demon sword to resist. The realm difference between them is 1 level, and the disparity in internal force is too large. If this sword weren't for the heavenly demon sword, it wouldn't be able to resist at all. It has long been cut off by a sword, and the sky is destined to no longer hide its strength. He unleashed the full power of the heavenly demon sword. In an instant, his whole body was wrapped in heavenly demon chi. Tianyuzong used the heavenly demon sword technique. The speed is instantaneous. Tianru used the heavenly demon sword and bow to resist. A heavenly demon sword and bow with a luck mind. It's not that the heavenly demon sword technique can resist. The strong force made the heavenly Yozong retreat and weaken. So Tianyuzong used the sword of anger. I saw that his palms were wrapped in rigidity. Immediately after that, the swords in the hands of the surrounding guards, suddenly leaving the scabbard and levitating around the heavenly sect. All this is expected by heaven. Before, in the battle with the Great Protector, he had already experienced the sword of Qi in advance. This time, I am more confident in coping with it. He shouted. Su Feng. At this time, Su Feng, who was confronting them outside, jumped up. Throw the white dragon knife to the sky. Take the white dragon knife. Heaven is like a life. The right hand heavenly demon sword and the left hand white dragon sword. Tian Yozong saw that he was using a unique, dense right sword and left sword that was far away from the five formations. Very disdainful. At the same time, he controlled 7 flying sword bows to the sky. If the sky is like fate, the right hand heavenly demon sword bow and the left hand sword technique. It was easy to break the 3 flying swords. Tian Yozong's sword was shocked. His sword of Qi desire was cracked like this. As everyone knows, all of this is thanks to the previous battle with the Great Protector. Gave him a preliminary understanding of the sword of Qi desire. This made Tianru Fate more confident in facing the remaining 4 flying swords next. The sect leader Tian Yozong uses the sword technique of desire. Controls 7 flying swords to attack the sky at the same time. Fortunately, the heavens are like destiny, and the Great Protector Maluo Qianna has already learned the sword art of desire. His right hand heavenly demon sword bow and left hand strike sword divine sword technique. 3 flying swords were broken in an instant. Tian Yozong's expression was a little painful at this time. His internal injuries weren't entirely healed. This time, controlling 7 flying swords at once, instantly lost physical strength. The remaining 4 flying swords began to tremble. The sword collided and grabbed the gap. Suddenly jumped up, quickly approaching Tianyuzong. At this time, Tianyuzong couldn't care about anything else. He slammed his foot on the ground. The ground cracked in an instant. Immediately after that, a huge stone stood in front of the heavens. Tianru used the white dragon knife to swing out several sword chi. The boulder in front of him was instantly torn apart. Heaven is like a destiny. Through the gravel, a sword pointed directly at the Tianyuzong. At this time, Tian Yozong clenched his teeth. He raised the heavenly demon sword in his hand. Collided with the heavenly demon sword in the hand of Tian Rufang. The sword chi scratched Tian Rufang's cheek. And the heavenly demon sword of Tianyuzong was wrapped in demonic energy. Then it was corroded and shattered inch by inch by the powerful demonic energy. At the moment when the heavenly demon sword shattered, Tianru Fate appeared in front of Tianyuzong. He swung the white dragon sword. Used the back of the knife to slash several times on Tianyuzong's body. In the next second, Tian Yozong pounced and knelt on the ground, gulping out blood. Heaven is destined to have such power with the back of a knife alone. The people around were also shocked. At this moment, a man's teeth creaked in the corner. His plan is not yet complete. Tianyuzong was knocked to the ground by Tianru's fate. And there is a possibility that life is not guaranteed. At this time, Tian Yozong couldn't believe that he was defeated. There has always been a voice in my heart. Let him not hold back. Stand up and punish the traitors in front of you. Cut the throats of your followers. The esoteric Daluo divine skill will help him. Why did the sect leader Tianyuzong learn the magic skills of Daluo? It all starts with his background. Tianyuzong was actually born to the adopted daughter of the Sword Demon sect. Previously, the eldest daughter of the Sword Demon sect had never been able to conceive the child of the sect leader Tianren. So she asked her adopted daughter Jinxian to conceive the candidate for the little sect leader of the Sword Demon sect for her. But who knew that she had just conceived a child? The eldest daughter of the sword demon sect was also pregnant at the same time. Both children are the ghosts of the sect master. So they all stayed. And both of them became candidates for the sword demon sect. The other ladies often despise Jinshin. Don't take her in your eyes. And Tianyuzong has also been doing green leaves, setting off Tianyuzong. However, her younger brother Tianyuzong still likes her. This made Tianyuzong always aim to assist his younger brother as a candidate for the leader of the small sect. After they entered the demon gym, the other candidates still don't take Tianyuzong seriously, often sneered at him. But at this time he was still convinced. As long as the younger brother becomes a little leader, it's all going to get better. But since Tianyuzong showed super martial arts, that all changed. His talent far surpassed that of the other minor sect leader candidates. In less than 3 years, he passed the 5th stage exam of the Demon Dao Pavilion. And the crowd was talking about him. Even his trusted brother was at odds with him. Tianyuzong knew that it was because of his own talent, made his younger brother estranged. So he did it for his younger brother Tianyuzong. He chose not to cultivate anymore. Hide your presence. Other candidates gathered knowledge to confirm. Tianyuzong did not form its own forces. However, there was one man who insisted on being his subordinate. That was Yu Fuwei, the young sect master of the Pozu Immortal Sword Sect. And Tianyuzong knew that the Pozu Immortal Sword Sect belonged to the Sword Demon Sect. Persuaded him to go to Tianyuzong's subordinates. But Yu Fuwei insisted on following Tianyuzong. Just as the 4th year of the demon gym was coming to an end, Yu Fuwei found Tianyuzong and tell him about the other minor sect leader candidates. I'm going to kill him after the demon gym is over. And his younger brother Tianyuzong will also participate. He grabbed Yu Fuwei's collar in disbelief. Yu Fuwei took him to the field of the secret street of the little sect leader. I saw that Tianyuzong was also among them. His heart instantly cooled. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground. At this time, Yu Fuwei came to persuade him. Let him do it first. Only then can he live. At this time, Tianyuzong still didn't trust Fuwei. Yu Fuwei, why are you so helpful? It turned out that Tianyuzong's mother, Jingxian, was his aunt. They both had the same blood on their bodies. And Jingxian is the sect master of the Sword Demon Sect, forcibly adopted in the Pozu Immortal Sword Sect. That's when he realized that everything before was a lie. He felt that he had always been blessed by the Sword Demon Sect. Only now have I lived. It's all fake. He and his mother were just relatives of the Sword Demon Sect. That night, Tianyuzong finally decided to do something to them in advance. However, he dealt with so many minor sect leader candidates alone. Certainly not an opponent. At this time, Yu Fuwei said that he had a solution. Let Tianyuzong win a big victory. Tianyuzong believed what he said. I learned the magic skills of Deluo's secret learning. But that's improved. You can keep your consciousness. The other minor sect leader candidates were all driven out by him. He slowly walked in front of Tianyuzong. Sect leader Tianyuzong is also an infatuated person. In his use of the great Luo esoteric divine skill, killed 4 minor sect master candidates. In the end, when he wanted to kill his younger brother Tianyuzong, faced with the bitter pleading of his younger brother Tianyuzong, he relented, remembering the happy old days, and warned him to be obedient in the future. And Yu Fuwei wanted to let him kill with 100 precepts, was pressed to the ground by Tianyuzong's palm. The next day, Tianyuzong killed the candidates for the small sect leaders of the 4 major sects, imprisoned. Although the magic skills of Deluo's secret learning have been improved, you won't lose your mind when you use it. But there is a serious aftermath. He hallucinates. A few days in prison. Tianyuzong has been tormented by illusions. In the end, luck calmed the 3 gods. It took 5 days to control the posterior symptoms. He was released 10 days later. But because of the hindrance of the sect master of the Sword Demon Sect, in the end, it was all gone. And the reason why the sect master of the Sword Demon Sect would save him, it's because they made an agreement between them. Heavenly Sect will protect him. He asked the second Dark Sword sect to study the secrets of Deluo's secret magic skills. It didn't take long for Yu Fuwei to come to Tianyuzong again. Was sternly rejected by Tianyuzong. And don't want to have any more dealings in the future. And Yu Fuwei was not worried at all. Because Tianyuzong has already tasted the sweetness of Deluo's secret magic skills. There will definitely be a second time in the future. A year later, the sect leader Tian Renzi passed the position of sect leader to Tianyuzong. And it was not passed on to the Heavenly Teeth. Because the character of the Heavenly Tooth is too weak. He could not face the impending crisis. After Tianyuzong became the sect leader, he didn't attack the 6 major sects. Because he made an agreement with the Friends of Heaven and Man of the Supreme Sect Master. Those resentments could only be suppressed in his heart. It didn't take long for Tianyuzong to become the sect leader. He married the wives and concubines of the 6 major sects, but he couldn't feel affection for these people. In addition, when the heavenly sect succeeded to the sect leader, martial arts cultivation is weaker than that of the elders. It also needs the protection of the great protector Maluoqian. So he was busy with the affairs of the sect leader. Hua Yin was in front of the sect leader. Hua Yin's heart. 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 Huayan's 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 heart. Hua Yan's 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 heart.